Good
Morning.
morning.
How we
How
doing?
are you?
Welcome, everyone.
Going well.
How are you all today?
Good. Near the end of the week. Been a busy
I'm
week. But it's good.
shattered.
Shattered.
Absolutely
Yeah.
shattered.
I
Yeah.
as I've now got a little bit older because it was my I know it's a bit delayed, but it was my hen party, my bachelorette party at weekend. So I'm
Oh,
now
yeah,
on
yeah.
a 4-day hangover right now. It's not been great. Don't trade when you're hungover, guys. Doesn't work.
Yeah, no, that's not fun.
No, it's not been fun, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly. But today's full of news anyway, so for me, staying out the market, I had a quick look.
Mm,
No, not even gonna look today.
That's fair. That's fair. Dude, yeah, I'm exhausted. I had a nap at like
I'm gonna say you slept.
6. Um, I went to bed pretty early last night. At least early for me, at like 3. But I had to be up at like
At like
7:35.
3 a.m.
Yeah. Then I had to be up at like 7:30. So it was only like 4.5 hours. So I've been going for almost about 12 hours now already. So I'm
Why did you go
tired.
to bed at 3 a.m.?
That's just
I was in bed at 9:10 last night. That's my normal time.
yeah, it's just trading times for me, right? So New York and everything, and I was staying up for the Fed, and then I was just like, no, I'm going to bed. I'm not doing it. I
No,
had
no,
to
no,
be
no,
up.
no, no.
Yeah, I felt fine this morning, but I've just crashed.
Yeah, you're gonna. What do you do then if you like because you're exhausted now? Will you still trade, or will you be like, no, it's not. My mind's not in it.
Yeah, I'll still trade. I got basically all my trading done this morning through
Okay,
Asia. Sort of on the reversals after the Fed
lovely.
last night, anyway.
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
don't need to do
lovely
anything
trade.
further today. But if I see it, I'll still
Yeah.
jump on it. So yeah. What about you, Jonathan? What's doing? Did you get in that dollar yen long you were talking about?
No, I wanted to go into that one. It's actually quite interesting because I remember last week I had this. It's painful, really. But I mean, we looked at this trade, and I remember saying like, oh, we got that trend line. You know, so the first analysis that we did was basically this one right here, and this
Mm.
analysis we did back in summer, and basically saying, okay, so we might get a full range resolution here, but we got that trend line. That trend line aligns perfectly within the reload zone, so probably we're gonna hit that trend line. We're about to hit that trend line right now, and I had a trade open last week. I exited, I believe, here, but I remember kind of like joking about it, saying like, well, there is a high time frame confluence, to go up into that trend line area. That would have been in like an 8 or 9 trades again. This one trade would have scaled the account again. So I would have had, one trade on gold 3 weeks ago, scaling the account, and then one trade on USDJPY would have scaled the account once again. So it's just, when you get a feeling for high risk to reward trades, and you get it, like you actually experience the joy of making what I did made 7K on that one trade. And basically what I did was I entered the trade, went to bed, wake up 7K richer. Like that was like, you
Yeah.
get a taste of that, and like, okay, I remember now why patience is important, why entering in a good level, looking at a high target, and then just losing, and then eventually, boom, you get that trade, right? So it's definitely a learning experience for me, to really be patient. And that's why I looked at gold yesterday and said, I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be waiting for that opportunity for gold.
Mm.
One
Mm.
opportunity that I'm looking at now is GBP CAD. I've entered a trade on GBP CAD yesterday. I think that even though the pound is super weak, everyone's very bearish on the pound. I'm also quite bearish on the pound. There is a lot of technical confluences on the GBP CAD chart right now. I shared a chart with you, LJ, yesterday, and I'm actually going to pull that one up because I don't have all the drawings on here on TradingView, but I think this one gives a really good
Hmm.
representation of that, and I do believe it's this one right here. So if I pull this up, you can see that the white dotted line, that's the monthly VWAP, And then, no, that's the monthly VWAP, right? And the white moving average here is the weekly 50 EMA. And you see that you get that trend line. I've added the linear regression here as well. You can see that I'm looking at basically trading this trend that has been active for the last 3 years up towards that mean price inside this channel with a bounce inside this reload zone. So that's the overall high time frame analysis for this trade. A lot of technical confidence down here. Looking at the
Mhm.
lower time frames, I'm basically looking for a move up into the short reload zone of this down move. So adding a fib from that high to that low creates the short reload zone, which is in perfect confluence with the last low pre-break. So this is the move that kind of got initiated by, I believe it was could be, I think it was someone with the something coming out of the UK and also the Canadian interest rate decision that we had yesterday. So now that we have the FOMC over and the interest rate decision in Canada, I think we might have, if we're going to move higher, I think this is the general area where that is going to happen.
Mhm.
So I've entered
I
a
like it.
50% position here, which basically means half of what the desired position. I'm waiting for a reclaim of the level above right here. And then I will tighten my stop loss, and it's going to be a 2.5 R trade is what I'm looking at.
Nice. That was good. Yeah, I think a lot of the fiscal, troubles have sort of been digested by now. We got the UK budget stuff coming up in a month. Was it the 26th? I think, off memory. Um, so yeah, it's sort of front running with that. Bonds have had a spot of trouble, all the rest of it. So I like all the rest of the confluence that lines up. Looks quite good.
Yeah. Also, I
Yeah.
want to mention we
Awesome.
have a Halloween special giveaway today. We have 5 accounts that is going to
Hey,
be given away at the
Oh,
closer to the end of the live stream. Probably going to be doing it throughout the live stream. Also, I want to show you
should do
guys
trick or
something.
treat.
Trick or trade.
Yeah, trick or treat, right? So like, then someone has to pick like if you win, then you
you,
have like a hidden yes or no button, and it's like
yeah,
trick or treat, and then you either get it or you get tricked.
yeah,
Yes,
I agree.
That'd be rough.
yeah, I wanted to set something fun up, but we don't have a lot of time to do it, unfortunately. So
Yeah,
to spare everyone, the time,
the
I've
difficulty.
figured let's just give away five
Yeah.
accounts. I want to show you guys something. So yesterday, and this is a request from my son. He wanted me to show
Oh,
this. He built this yesterday, so he wanted
Hey,
God bless him.
this. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It got
time.
all like it even have like look at that. It even have like sponsors. Like okay, I can't show that, but it had like 4 different Forex trading sponsors. Man, how much money
Yeah.
is there in this industry?
Oh yeah.
Anyway, here it is.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay, there we go.
No, that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I like it. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. There's quite a
So
few crypto and trading sponsors in McLaren. Um,
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely,
yeah, all
definitely,
sorts of
it's
brokers.
huge.
Yeah, crypto brokers as well.
Guys, let me know
Yeah.
in the comments. What do you guys think about this trade right here? So, as I've said, obviously looking at the 4 hour candle right here, it's not looking great. I really like the 4 hour candle we had here on the bottom, but that's kind of like a given. You have a very big move down to the bottom based on
Yeah.
likely news. So that's kind of like a given, right? You should have a bounce after a big move like that. But the question is then like what are the signs that you're looking at for confirmation? So here on the 1 hour, I don't really, I I would not like it if price goes below this level. But if price can kind of stay around here and maybe move higher, reclaim that level, I would be a little bit more confident in adding the last of that risk to this position. So I decided to have a very wide stop loss, like 100 pip, because of the FOMC and everything. You never know,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So we'll see what happens. But how would you? I'm asking you in the comments, and also asking you, Ashley and LG, like how would you? What if you were in this trade right now? What would you look at as confirmation of this?
No, the 4 hour looks great. You've got the trend line there that's perfectly set up. You've got it pulled back to a major point. So for me, that looks to be a perfect setup.
Right. LJ.
Yeah, so kind of what you have mapped out with your little arrow drawing there. That slight break of this lower cluster,
Yeah.
small trading range, right? And then continued higher lows, and each subsequent sector we go up, a higher high, right? And that for that to be sustained. I think we actually had a pretty similar construction today on euro dollar after
Okay.
FOMC.
Let's have a
So
look.
go say the 5 minute or something.
You know what? I'm
Um,
gonna go get some coffee, and I'll let you go through that, and I'll be back
yeah,
in
sure.
just a bit.
Bye.
Easy.
I never look at EU anymore. Since I took the decision to step away from EU, I just never
Yeah.
look. Because I used to do like the Asia breakout, and that can work really, really well for some people. Are you in a trade on EU right now?
No, it was earlier, but I was just going to use this as somewhat of the example for what we were kind of looking at with Jonathan's
Oh
trade
yeah,
there.
it's perfect. Yeah,
They've
it's
come
come
down
back
through
down.
here.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
hit there.
sort of
Yeah,
that similar type
nice,
movement.
nice 4 hour
So
trend.
yeah, if I recorrect that, so it's basically up, down, do it, which is pretty much what he has marked out, but then
Yeah.
a higher run beyond that. So yeah, the very very similar structure to what we got today. As far as where he is, with the pound CAD there, is marked out pretty much on this lower candle. So right where he's sort of getting in now is what you would want to see that to hold there, create that wick low, come up, press the prior near term high, make another high. You're probably going to
Yeah,
pause a
come
bit
back down
there,
a little bit, make low, go
and
up.
pull
Yeah.
back. Yeah, next portion down up. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty textbook.
Well, I do it, but I just do it on the smaller timescales, don't I? So, like on yesterday
Yeah,
on DAX, there was a nice 4 hour that I caught yesterday evening. Let me share my screen.
yeah, go for it.
Where are we? Let me know when you can see.
Can do. Let me just find your.
Du, 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 du. You don't need any more caffeine. Is it doing it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find your the thing to switch it over.
Here I am.
Wait,
No,
no,
that's not my screen. I can't see my screen.
no, I can't. Oh, there it is. Clicked on the one above. My bad. There you go.
There we go. So for those that have seen me on here before, I do the lower timescales. So it's more just a quick overview of how I trade on DAX, more in the 1 hour. So for me, we'd hit here, we've gone bearish, just making sure that all timescales line up. So my 5 bearish, just using simple EMAs for this. 5, 10-minute bearish. The 5s come back, pull back into an area of interest, which is between my EMAs. So I've got in just as the candle's gone past, I've just got in as it's just coming down. So if candle surpasses it, I'll put it on the low, next candle, and just keep going, as you can see here. So that candle surpassed it, would have gone on here, and then I moved up to here. And then I'm just aiming for the last 1 hour. So halfway down the last 1 hour wick. So that's all I aim for my 4 hour. So if we go back throughout my days, so that was yesterday. Let's have a look. So here's
So that would have been just before CMC, FOMC. Sorry,
yes.
yeah.
And then yesterday, this was what, about 11:30. So I think that was about 3.5. So 1 hour bullish. Check the 5, check the 10, both bullish. It's came back into an area, so there's a nice little. So for me, for those, there's a push up here. It's pulled back into here, pull back to my EMAs like I want it to, and I'm just aiming for the 1 hour. So either 2 hour or the 1 hour. So whichever comes first. So I was aiming for here. And then that was a nice. So I trade very simple. I think it was a nice 3.5 yesterday.
Yeah, beautiful.
Lovely. Comes back.
Nice.
Pushes back up. So no.
There you go.
Was there any more lately that I've done? But yeah, very, very simple. So it's either going for 2 hour or up to the 1 hour, whichever helps. Obviously, a little loss here. But my thing is 2 trades and a stop. So if I got my loss here, I didn't get in again unless at the same day. Yes, I got in again later here. So even though I was -1 here, it's easy because I go in for 2 hour plus. It's easy to do it, and it helps with my head because I set alerts, and because I'm only doing 1 or 2, I do 2 trades on NAS and I stop. I do 2 trades on DAX and I stop, and it's very easy for my head to just do that and not be looking at absolutely everything and anything. I can just NAS I do between at the moment 6 a.m, which is fun, getting up an hour early at the moment. 6 a.m till 9 a.m. I'll get an hour more in bed next week. And then DAX is just alerts throughout the day, so it's between 7 and 7 that I trade DAX. It's just when an alert goes off, so it helps because at least if I miss DAX, because like if I'm working all day or I'm traveling, I've still caught my NAS in the morning because it's before work hours. So I'm just trying to, and because the way I used to trade before, I was constantly looking at the charts constantly, and it detrimented the day job, and I need the day job income to be able to obviously trade. So no, that's my way at the moment. I don't think there's any more lined up on here that there's a nice one. So it's always lines up really nice if just after an EMA cross we pull back to the EMAs on the 5. So we've got in with 100% bearish. It's pulled back. So this candle pulled back here, so got on the low. And then you're going into the last 1 hour. So halfway down it's either 2 hour or halfway down the next candle. So halfway down, I got my 2.5. And I'm only in them, so you can see here, I'm only in it for, how long is that? 9 till an hour.
Yeah, an hour. Yeah.
So it's not, I don't hold overnight. I don't hold over the weekends. So no, it's quite nice. I'll let you share.
Simple. Yeah,
Very
sure.
simple. Very simple like me.
No, it's good. Like that's
It helps and it
like
works.
we've said before, with when you've got like other, commitments, that kind of thing. Whether it be a job, it could also just be like you've got like kids or something.
Yeah, you've just got life.
Like
Life happens.
Dad or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
It's nice to show people that you can still fit it in. You don't have to be analysing the charts like LJ does till 3 a.m. in the morning. You don't have to. You can wake up at 5 to 7 like I do and place your first trade at 7:03 while the kettle's boiling and it's done by 10 past. That's how my life usually goes. And then I'm done. It's nice. And I'm getting a nice stream of payouts. I've changed my concept of prop firms a little bit over the past few weeks. So I'm more not using them as like my end game. I'm more using it to funnel as much as I can into my personal. And then just my personal is my aim, basically. So the prop firm is just extra money. So the more that I can trade my personal, I think we put too much pressure on ourselves on prop firms. And I think sometimes the amount of money that you can put into a prop firm, you could have put it into personal. And still make, and then you can pull the money out whenever you want. There's no drawdown rules. It's a little bit, you don't have to adhere to someone else's rules. There's no extra pressure. There's no time limits. It's just, So I've just changed the level of thinking and putting more emphasis on my personals at the moment than I am on the prop firms. So the prop firms are just copying my personal, whereas I was the other way around. So I think that's helped mentally because I'm not checking the prop firm every day and whatever else. So as long as I stick to my rules, I'm not going to break prop firm rules, but I'm also going to, increase my personal a bit more.
Yeah, perfect, beautiful. Yeah, I think that's really good. Like you have them as like kind of a basket portfolio.
Yeah.
Different benefits, advantages, advantages, disadvantages, that kind of stuff. Personal, obviously, you're going to have a degree of increased freedom, flexibility, different assets. You can put together, more bits and pieces. So, but running them both is a great idea, and then they can benefit each other.
Exactly. I think we just put a bit too much pressure on them. I know I have, like trying to pass them and whatever else, and you can very quickly pass one. You can very quickly lose one. It's whereas your personal is your own, and I think you treat it a little bit differently when it's your own money.
Yeah, that's fair. Morning, Louis, and Akram. Yeah, Piastri, yay, Lando, nay.
What does
I
that
will
mean?
even say Piastri. The little car, the Jonatan son made, the McLaren. It's a McLaren car, so the two drivers are Piastri and Norris. Basically, everyone likes Piastri, no one likes Norris.
Okay.
Yeah. He had a little orange helmet, so I guess we can say that's Piastri, but then Norris is like that blue or yellow.
My volume's gone a bit funny. Speak
How are we
now.
doing, Raf? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Rich, good to see you as well.
Mic muffled. I
Nah.
think I just fixed it. I think it was mine. My USB was half out. I think it was mine.
Right, yeah. That's good. Let me
Expects.
just scroll back down on chat. Oh, Akram was saying my mics. Okay.
No,
Yeah, I
I
don't know.
think it was me.
I don't know what that was then.
I think it was me. So what news, so to help
Strange.
everyone on here, what news are you looking at avoiding today? What news are you keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, okay, so first of all, we'll go over last night, I guess. So obviously you guys will very clearly, obviously, already have seen this. Dollar strength overnight, slightly more hawkish comments from Powell. So the trades from yesterday that we have mapped out is the Aussie trades. I let that run into FOMC, and then same with the dollar yen trades, which ended up quite nice. So that first one there that got hit on FOMC, and then I took that this morning during early Asia.
I don't mind
So,
FOMC. I quite like holding for FOMC. It's not quite a nice. It doesn't kill my trade usually. Like yesterday, I held
yeah,
it and it was nice.
yeah. It always depends like what explosive portion of the sort of Fed calendar, if we put it that way, that we're in. But yeah, last night was a pretty clean one. We had up towards 100% chance of the rate cut getting priced in. So just on basis of probabilities,
Yeah.
looking for a dollar to strengthen there for any kind of disappointment. Market was definitely pushing probably a bit too hard on that, just like we had some of the past CPI releases, that kind of thing. And even though they were slightly higher, the probability for the cut jumped up. Right now, you could argue it should stay, even if it just stayed the same. That would have been fair. Come down a touch. It doesn't change the Fed's direction too much, but it, running higher, increasing the probability is definitely not correct. So market was a little bit off-centered with that, and obviously government shutdown, Jerome Powell and the rest of the Fed very much stuck on going by the data. Still, they've said that a million times. So yeah, no surprises there. And then of course the other piece we have is the pausing of the balance sheet. That was very well communicated that would happen. So they're basically just pausing the QE runoff to give a little bit more ample liquidity for the banking sector at the minute. So those were your kind of moves there. Just dollar strength today. Further, as far as Japanese side of things, we had the BOJ today. Still looking at rate hikes coming forward in the future, but slight dovish tone being that not quite there yet. So we had that further strengthening in dollar yen, meaning yen weakness. Apart from that, yeah, that was about all for FMC last night. It was pretty simple, pretty straightforward kind of run. We've got the rest of what's it called? Tech companies reporting. That's all coming through this week still. We had like Microsoft, Google with beats last night. Meta kind of mixed. A few others, but pretty good numbers overall. Final piece is the Xi Jinping and Trump talks around the trade tariffs, which went all right, but we haven't really had much of a market reaction just yet. Market's very keen on actually seeing hard pen to paper type stuff before we get any moves. Pounds as well, absolutely hammered the past couple of days. The final nail in the coffer right there to bring us right down, obviously being the Fed. You guys will probably still see more sustained weakness in general leading up to that budget release for the pound. So just expect that. Any of these near-term runs up, they're probably just short-term retracements. So until the budget stuff is cleared, and there's more direction from that, expect pound to still exhibit a bunch of weakness. So yeah, down to 125. I mean, definitely potentially if the market does not like the direction that they're going with the budget release. A bunch of that is already being priced in. That's why we've been coming off. This was something I voiced a while ago when we had the competition in the first weeks of the competition. I was saying we'll get, expect forward underperformance from the pound with overperformance from the Aussie dollar. So we've seen exactly that cross comparison there. So Australia's doing pretty well. Probably won't be getting rate cuts. Inflation came in a touch hotter the other day. So that plus the China aspect basically getting sorted out and the rare earth mineral deals and that kind of stuff with Trump, Australia's doing pretty well. Britain, not so hot. So yeah, definitely have a look out for 125. Which way it goes, it will just be purely back and forth chop trading up until we get that budget. So
a buy on DAX at the moment. I don't know if anyone's looking at it.
Yeah, sure. Hang on, I'll jump over. I went
So
past it again.
it's not the usual, my usual way, but I have like a riskier personal as well, which if I see something, so if you drop down to, it's my share.
Oh, you have to reshare. Yeah.
Mine.
I was bringing it up for you.
I was like, what's going on? So just here right now.
Yeah,
So it's just, we all know the basics. So it's just come back down to the same points. So I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback. So this is just more of a riskier. So I have like a smaller personal that I use just for more riskier trades that are not the standard that I alert for. But if I look on the charts and I see something lining up where it's coming back to obviously the same point and what have you, and we know we're going to get a pullback, I'll jump in. And if I can get a nice 3R on this, then I'll be happy with that. But no.
Superb.
See what happens. Did you say you're in something now?
No, not right now. No, not in anything at the moment.
You need to go to bed. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, probably. I might take something further on like personals. As far as other accounts, I'm at targets at the moment anyway. After
you are.
Yeah, smash it out. So
what is your like personal target? What in your head? I've done okay this month.
I don't really have a target. It's just open ended. Yeah, whatever trades I see, and then basically the lot sizing and the risk, sort of as percentage stays basically the same. Lots keep going up, and then so I just look for that compound growth. And then I've got no target. Just
Perfect.
If it's there, it's there. If it's a good trade,
I think that's the best way, because I think people put in their head, right, shit, I need to do 10% this month. Well, 10% is stupidly incredible. Do 2 or 3% and you're doing better than most of the world right now. And I think people just put this in their head, I've not done 10% this month, I'm failing, I'm not doing great. But it's absolutely amazing. You're doing 2-3%, doing 30%, it's incredible. You outdoing the S&P, you're outdoing a lot of things out there. So just getting to, I think we all put too much pressure on, we need to hit 10%. But if you're hitting 2-3% every month, you're doing well. You're doing really well.
Yeah.
And it's
I don't have like a specific percentage target. I've always got like a general idea, but that's sort of based off, roughly how many trades I expect to see any day or week or month.
Yeah.
And then there'll be certain times of the year where it's not as favorable.
Yeah.
So particularly then when you do have a really good week, really favorable conditions, like I'll just keep punching it until that dries up, and then leave it be there. So
but when your style lines up, and for me my target is to not stupidly trade, so not just jump in because I think that's what the market's going to do. It's just I've analysed 2-3 years of data and whatever else. My data tells me my edge should show me this, etc. And I think for me, my target every day, every week is to just make sure that I'm hitting just my edge, that I'm not just trying to jump into anything and everything, which is a surefire way to blow quite a lot of accounts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I always try each day. I do try to pick up something. even if it's just the one trade or something. Like if there's really not too much going on, or if we're very stale, it's very slow, just consolidation.
Yeah.
We're waiting for some kind of catalyst or something. But yeah, I always try to pick up something. But yeah, Infinity looking cool today. Yeah, cheers, man. I don't know why, but I'll take it. There you go.
I never come on a Thursday. I don't know if we've got different people on today than my usual Tuesday day. Trying to see who else said anything.
Bit of a mix. It's always pretty consistent.
Okay.
I would say. For most of the guys here, some of it's like changed for some people because of like the obviously like time
The
zone
time.
at the minute. Yeah, so it's always going to be a piece there. But yeah, just wrapping back around to these. So yeah, like I was talking about before, US dollar strength after the cut. The cut was basically expected, fully priced in. We then had the hawkish comments, however, on the next cut, which the market was looking for that December cut, which Jerome Powell basically put a bit of a dampener on. He didn't. It's not being ruled out by any means, but he's basically just saying it's still up for consideration. We've had the government shut down. We're lacking a lot of data. We're going off the data. We definitely see the economy sort of leaning that way, but there has been a number of other pieces in the general wider macro data that isn't too bad. So they really do need that reason to actually push the trigger.
I will jump off sharing.
Apologies.
What are you apologising for?
I just had to sneeze.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Don't be
Yeah. And then why is the Aussie dollar a bit stronger? So Aussie dollar's been doing quite well all through this period, through this week. As you can see, we had the gap jump up through here on the Monday. That was after we had the positive outcome from Xi Jinping, so head of China, talking to Trump. So basically the US-China trade chats and tariff talk went well. They had some actual progress, not just this kind of banter of, I don't know, game theory tweet, government headline releases, that kind of stuff, back and forth. We're actually getting some proper progress now, and each side is gradually making more, having more leniency in their demands. So China being Australia's biggest trade partner, that's why we got that gap there. That's very beneficial for us. We also had that on the back of the strength of Australia signing the minerals deal for rare earth minerals with the US. So Australia is very well positioned to benefit from both the US and China side. We're right in the middle and kind of get the best of both worlds. It also does mean we can get kicked around a bit as they sort of both, want to tug and war from both sides and get something out of us. But yeah, generally we're going to do pretty well with that. So we've had that sustained strength through the week. We then also had another jump after the CPI, which came in a touch hotter this week as well for Australia. So that's somewhat ruled out the further rate cuts for Australia. It was looking like we might be leaning that way after some of the job sprints, but they've sort of come out poor and then good and then poor, and they're kind of a bit mixed. Almost seems like a kind of miscalculation at the moment. So yeah, overall, Australia positioned to do very well going forward. What do you think about euro? What's our view? So, euro dollar. Right now, I'm basically looking at us just sort of consolidating in this kind of lower zone for some time. We somewhat directionless, I guess.
A lot of colours on that screen.
Yeah. It's because I always try to change the drawing. And this piece is getting all...
The differences between mine and your screen right now, looking at EU, I have 2 indicators on, and that's it, and no drawings.
We've got somewhat this wedge, which we sort of punched out through last night after FOMC, but this is kind of the general structure that we're building up into through here. So I'd see a bit more of this back and forth, and then either we get a further break lower, which could be helped or induced by pound dollar also breaking lower again. But as we've seen Euro dollar has definitely fared much better, whilst the pound has been coming off. It's still getting a slight drag, but definitely nowhere near as much. That, or we get this turnaround. Once the government shutdown finally ends and we get some of that data, that backlog data coming back through, if some of those numbers come out poor, say we get the next NFP releases, that kind of thing, we could definitely punch right through there and be back up to that higher side for euro dollar. So at one point we did have options pricing coming in for closer to 120. Right now you can see the 1 week for the 25 delta risk reversals. This is basically people taking certain options trades to hedge either a break in the upside or the downside. We can see we're pretty much just kind of flat overall. 0.1, 0.5, 0.26. We've slightly positively tilted, but it's not a big degree of variance right now. So that's pretty much where we are. And obviously this, 0, 0, so no change. So that's basically market saying we're probably going to be range bound for the time being on euro dollar.
Go back to that screen that you just had on. What did you mean? So how are you looking at that and you're saying that we're just going to range from that data?
Yeah, so you can see the 25 delta risk reversals right here, and you can see whether it's like has a negative print on it or a positive print.
Yeah.
This is basically saying from sort of where we are, how much the upside or downside are we pricing, and to what degree. So the higher that number goes, people pay up a higher and higher premium for further topside protection, or it'll be sort of flat to neutral, or they're paying a high premium for downside protection. Right, so if you're willing to pay a high premium for that protection, kind of like as insurance essentially, it means the market is starting to price in a high probability of a break in that direction. Right, and then so the other piece is to look at the raw numbers here, and then so it's highlighted, green or yellow, basically whether that's increasing or decreasing.
Right. Okay.
So we've got a slight pricing for dollar yen to be coming down, right, which started flowing in after we had that first run up to 153. Those flows started coming through. Dollar yen came down to whatever it was, like 149 something, and then now we've ran right back up. So you can see those are starting to drop off a little bit as far as the downside premium right now. So yeah,
Learn something new every day.
Yes, indeed.
Appreciate it. Somebody's just
it's just helpful to look at some of that, where institutions and other big players, more sophisticated players are positioning.
That's my next step, is to broaden my learnings in that side of the world. Whereas at the moment, obviously, I'm just trading what I see, and I'm not taking into how the rest of the world is impacting it. So I think that's my next step of learnings.
Yeah.
So I'll listen to you.
Brilliant. Where were we on the piece? If you want to take over for just 1 sec, I just got to jump up and grab another drink. My throat's all dry, so
I can share my screen.
That or else John can.
I'll share my screen. It's fine.
So guys, let me share my screen as well.
You put yours on. Do you want to share yours?
Nah, well, I want to look at your screen here. So what are we looking at here? That's a nice.
This is just my NAS that I do in the morning. So this was yesterday morning. Obviously, with the clocks going back here in the UK, had to get up a little bit earlier every morning. So normally I trade from 7 a.m. till 10. Right. So it's 6 a.m. at the moment. So very, very simple strategy on NAS. I'm in and out of them. As you can see, that was 6:04. 6:18, not even drank my cup of coffee by that point. So all we're doing is checking the direction, so the general direction. So bullish overall. If you drop down to the 1 hour, you'll see the same, and then just waiting for a pullback. Once we get a pullback, we get in. There's other little rules that we have in regards to if we go to 1.5 hour or 2 hour. Here there was just a setup for 1.5 hour. So in and done. Out. So it's 2 trades and stop for me on NAS. So if I've had a loss, I'll go again. If I had a win, I'll make a decision whether or not I go again. Yesterday morning, unfortunately, I missed this due to work making me drive to the other side of the country. But no, that was my general setup. So if we had a look at...
We talked about this before, but you trade only on your phone, and you do so when you're out on the walk with the dog, right?
Correct. So
Yeah.
I'm in
So
a trade
that
right now on my phone. I've never traded on a laptop. Never.
wow. Okay.
And
That's just insane. Like
I'm
that's just
funded. I do have payouts. I have my personal. I have them all. Yeah, it's all on my phone. I don't even have
what I like about that.
MC5 on my computer.
Yeah.
Like I never have. It's just easier for me because I think because my setups are quite like very simple. I don't have that many indicators. It's very easy just on my phone to wait for an alert to go off and then just be like buy or sell instant. I have the same stop loss. I don't have to mess around with lot sizes. I know what I'm getting at. So that's all. It's just easy for me to get in. I don't change my lot size. I'll have a look in regards to my lot size at the end of a couple of weeks on my personal, obviously due to compounding and in a little bit. I'll change it after a couple of weeks, but it's not something that I change daily. And then my funded, it's just, that's what I do. Thank
You
you.
know, I think what you've created is a process. You know, I think having that process, you know, to be able to repeat that, you know, what I mean, you of course now it's winter time, you go up 1 hour earlier, but you go
Yeah,
up on you know, you have that walk every day, same time, same session. You have the same process set up. You're trading on your phone, which some people might think
think
is
I'm
just
crazy.
crazy. But you're doing the analysis on your laptop now, or you're
No,
doing it. Oh, you're
all on
doing
my
everything on
phone.
your phone.
So all I do is check Forex Factory the night before. So this morning I checked what news was coming up. I saw it was heavy news day today. I know when I've looked back at data when that news has happened on them days, I know what it does to my charts on them days. So I decided today I wasn't getting it in. So I didn't have to have a 6 o'clock alarm this morning. So I was able to get up.
Yeah,
And as
nice.
you've noticed, my dog's not here as well. So I didn't have to walk my dog this morning. But no, usually I get up, my alarm goes off at 7:15. I start trading from 5 to. And it's just I check the direction, I check what I need to look for, and I'm just watching. And then on DAX I have alerts. NAS moves too quick, so I don't set alerts. But whereas DAX I'll have alerts throughout the day and then I'll just have a look at my phone and jump in if it's lining up. So it's very easy. And like you've seen here, I'm in and out of them within 10-15 minutes. So it's not like I'm in and out of them in a second. It's they'll go on for 10 or 15 minutes and then usually just walking the dog at this point. So what have we got
Nice. I like
here?
that.
Yeah.
We have a
Beautiful.
question here about the relationship between interest rates and inflation. So I think LJ is the best person to answer this, but
RJ is definitely the best person to ask this.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm actually going to answer this. And then LJ is going to be like, yeah, that is correct. So interest rate goes down, which means it's easier to borrow money. It's cheaper to borrow money, which means more money in circulation. And the more money in circulation, and that would mean, just very roughly, that inflation would potentially go up. The less money in circulation means inflation does not go up. But to right, that's the overall idea. Like you could basically say interest rate down, inflation up, interest rates up, inflation down. But what it's really about is the um, availability of money and the supply of money, because obviously we know that inflation is a number that tells us, you know, when you have more money in circulation. You look at Bitcoin, for example, there's never going to be more than 29 million Bitcoins in existence. That means that it's a deflationary currency. If they would increase that to 50, you know, if they would print more Bitcoin, then that would cause inflation. That would cause the more Bitcoin to enter the market, which means the price of Bitcoin would go down, and you would be able to buy less with one Bitcoin. I guess that's the overall theory of that, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So basically, you have interest rates. Basically, bring up that's the cost of capital, pretty much, right? Cost of money in the system. Interest rates are basically what the government sets between the sort of minimum interbank lending rates between banks. Then they hand out money, right? The more, the higher the interest rate, less people are going to be qualified to borrow said money, right? So that means you're going to get less money going into the economy. Why you want less money going into the economy if inflation is high? It means how inflation gets high is people have to be able to sustain the higher prices. So if people have more money, they can sustain higher prices. Thus, inflation stays hot and keeps going up. If people have less money, they change their buying preferences. They delay big spends or large purchases or highly discretionary spend, which then, therefore, the companies can't possibly keep putting the prices up because no one's buying their goods anymore. So then they are forced to either keep them flat or sometimes lower them. Right. So if you want to curb inflation, you put rates up so there's less money going to consumers. Consumers have less ability to fund that inflation. And if you're getting too low inflation, though, that's bad. You don't want prices going all the way down because then companies are making less money. Then they can't pay people like their workers and everything as well. So then at that point, you want rates right down to stimulate the economy. And then, yeah.
Okay,
There you
so
go.
this might be a stupid question, but I do feel like a lot of people are probably thinking this right now. So for inflation to go up, wouldn't there need to be more, like more liquidity going into the market? Where does this liquidity come from? Because they're not just going to be printing more money and injecting it into the market, right? So where does the added the added currency come from? Like,
Yeah, so inflation is basically measuring the cost of goods and services in the economy. So it can be, whether you buy an iPhone, a washing machine, a fridge, a couch. It could be groceries, food, cars, that kind of stuff, or services, which can be accounting services, lawyer fees, portfolio management fees, anything like that, right? So where that increase comes from is consumers having excess amount of money. Often when the economy's been hot, times have been good, wages have come up, the stock market's gone up, everyone's feeling very wealthy, housing's gone up, all of that kind of thing. That allows them to sustain those higher prices. So it basically comes from the consumer. Now, if you increase the borrowing costs, some of that is going to go directly to the consumer. One of the big ways it does is through things like mortgages, car financing, any other kind of financing that general consumers use. The other portion it's going to be is to companies, which always will get a bit more favorable rate, but it will still increase their costs as well, which means they typically have to strap their own boots and can't give out as high bonuses or benefits to consumers or keep raising incomes and wages because they're getting pressed themselves.
so here's another follow-up question to that. How to read fundamentals like you, LJ? Help, please. So first, I want to comment on this. I would say that if you are like me and you most likely kind of lost focus about halfway into that speech, then maybe think about, maybe you're a better technical analyst. You need to really have an interest in what we're talking about here to be able to understand fundamentals, because you're going to be doing a lot of research on the markets and fundamentals. And if I'm going to be honest, I think talking about like interest rates and the bond market and yields and whatnot is like, it's super boring for me. But I do like the idea of like understanding the bigger picture, like the bigger like the macro themes that is driving the market, like quantitative easing, quantitative tightening, interest rates from central banks, and inflation, and getting an understanding of those big forces that is driving the overall cycles. And so I think you need to understand like at what level do you want to dive into fundamentals, because there's definitely layers to it, right? On the, look at it as an onion, right? On the outer layer you have basically central banks, right? I would say that's the biggest thing that is driving the market, central banks and the economic cycle. But then if you go deeper, there's it's so many different layers, and understanding fundamental analysis is I would say miles more difficult than technical analysis. It's a big um, task to take on to understand the fundamentals.
Yeah, there's a huge number of moving components, moving parts. You They always have their general interactions, but during different times in a business cycle, a market cycle, a um, fiscal cycle, so like the government, debt cycle, budget, that kind of stuff, things are going to interact differently as well. Same in a low inflation environment with low growth, low inflation with high growth, high inflation, high growth, high inflation, low growth, all this kind of stuff. Some of those typical interactions start to disconnect, and that's where a lot of the nuance comes, where that's constantly shifting and changing, and it's all these mechanics. So a good place to start for Basics 101 for any of you guys, I brought it up here, so you can go on YouTube, Principles by Ray Dalio. So Ray Dalio was the founder, and he's now stepped down from Bridgewater. So Bridgewater was the most successful hedge fund basically of all time for when he was running it and when I was around. So that's a great place to start. Any of his books, any of his works. I think there's a whole other playlist with a bunch of these principles. That'll get you a good starting foundation of how each of the mechanics work between everything. As far as definitions of things, there's plenty of like small little handbook things that are not too juicy, not too dense and like jargon laden, that are like economics 101 type things where you can just give them a quick little read. You're on the bus, you're at the gym or something, on a treadmill, give a quick little run through. You'll start to pick that stuff up. As you pick up more pieces, it's kind of like the whole puzzle comes together, almost like you're doing exactly a puzzle piece where each little bit looks like nothing, but you start getting enough on the board and now you can see the whole image. And that's kind of the best way to start. Just sort of explore, get curious about it, and keep pulling those threads until you put it all together. There you go.
Yeah, I think I would also, obviously you're way more experienced when it comes to fundamental analysis than I am, but I do think Howard Marks is also a great resource.
Mm-hmm.
Look at his work and his interviews, but I think today also the best resource that we have is asking questions. You can use Google your questions and you're going to have an AI answer. You can use ChatGPT to Google your answers, and you're going to have a lot of good questions on that. So I would, like I said before, I would look at, go to Bloomberg Live, check out the live, and then take notes on all the words that you don't understand. Ask ChatGPT to explain the words. And then when you can go through, an hour of Bloomberg Live and actually understand everything they're talking about, you're miles ahead of regular traders out there. And not only, understand what the words actually mean, but what, the whole market and the meaning of that. I think that's super important.
Indeed. Yeah, so have Bloomberg on in the background. That's always great. They got people coming on all the time, explaining things, giving their 2 cents. Lots of different fund managers, people from Goldman, JP Morgan, HSBC, Deutsche, whoever it is, right? So, and you can start to listen to them, and some of them will have very different views, and then you can use that as something to start picking apart their ideas or what they've commented on, and see whether you actually agree with it over time. So that's also a good way to start testing yourself. Because it's very hard to find someone else to bounce ideas off, but you can listen to them and try to test it against your own thoughts and their commentary as well.
Yeah.
And Cherry was asking this earlier. Is that available for indexes too? Yes, you'll be able to find that for indices. I don't currently have a link to a good one for indices. I could look that up somewhere. But yeah, you should be able to search. Either if you've got like an options platform yourself from like Interactive Brokers or something, you'll be able to find stuff there. That or else, just go 25 delta risk reversals, insert whatever index you're looking at. There should be plenty of resources out there on the web.
But guys, you don't need to know everything to start trading. So don't think
Definitely
that
not.
you need to know all of this. Like all three of us are at completely different levels, and I'm at the basic level there is, and I'm only just dipping my toe into fundamentals. But I've done very well, not knowing
Yeah, I mean, you're trading
fundamentals.
on your
So
phone. You're using technical analysis. You're trading when you're out on a walk with your dog, and you're making money doing so. So it's like, yeah,
I want to
find
show
your
people that you don't need to know the whole everything, and you don't need to have a degree in economics to be able to trade. Find an edge, know the basics, and then just build from there, and it'll start coming. Like I've been trading for 3 or 4 years now. It's took me I've learned it all myself. It's just learn the basics. You've got a good little thing here. Like keep watching, keep picking up tools, but find your edge and just practice and just keep going and just back test. It doesn't have to, and then the fundamentals will come. Like I'm learning them. I don't. You'll notice my eyes glazed over on most of that LJ said. Then it
Yeah.
completely went over my head, and I'm not. Yeah, it doesn't bother me that I can admit that. Like it'll take me a while to understand that, but I've tried and I'm trying, and every day I'm learning. So yeah, don't feel like you need to know everything before you start trading. It's quite
Yeah,
nice to start
definitely.
at the bottom and just learn from there.
yeah, indeed. You don't need to understand engineering or something to drive a car, right? You know, if
Exactly.
you learn how cars work and stuff, yeah, you can work in your car, you can repair it, you can fix it. It's probably going to last longer because you've been doing that over time and stuff. But it's not like needed. It's not necessary to understand, the physics of friction and grip and how the tires stick to the road and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely.
Exactly. Right. I need to log off and do my day job because my phone's not stopped for the past 10 minutes. So
That's right.
enjoy. Enjoy. Thanks, guys.
Thank
No
you.
worries.
See you
See you,
later.
Ashley.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Right, okay, so we
Ciao,
got
ciao.
some questions to cover here. So I want to go
There we go.
through first. We got this one right
This one's
here.
simple. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. This one, hawkish and dovish. So hawkish is look at a hawk, they fly high. A dove, they go around and doing that on the streets. They're low, which means if you're hawkish, you're looking for higher interest rates, and if you're dovish, you're looking for lower interest rates. A dove is you can sort of look at it as a dove being bullish for the market and a hawk being bearish for the market. That's kind of like the underlying
Yeah. 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 So
image.
dovish basically means the economy or the forward expectation. Typically, when you hear those terms, will be normally in terms of central banks. Sometimes people use it in terms of like earnings calls for companies. Dovish basically just means contraction, essentially. Hawkish means they're seeing expansion. So somewhat similar to how you have bullish and bearish. They are a little bit different, which is why you use different terms. But they're kind of similarly aligned. So if you think of that in that manner, um, and there you go.
Yeah, I think you can also think about it like if hawks are high, doves are low, or hawks aren't high, they're flying high, and then doves they fly low. It's
Yeah,
like
similar to how bulls like buck up with their horns and bears like swipe down, I guess is meant to be the
exactly, yeah.
thing. Yeah.
So how to recover from drawdown? Well, this is a very simple question with a lot of different answers, and there's a lot of follow-up questions to this. So what I would ask you is first of all, um, what's your trading system? How long have you been trading that system? What's your win rate? What's your risk to reward? And what's your max drawdown in the statistics of your system? So first of all, if you don't have that statistics, then you're probably not trading. You're probably just gambling, which is to get out of drawdown, you got to stop gambling and you're gonna start trading. That's the honest, simple answer to that. So if you think that wow, maybe he's talking to me, maybe I don't actually have that statistics, I don't have years of backtesting data and statistics to back up my profitability, think about what you're actually doing and understand the profitability that you saw. Maybe that was just a profitable random walk. Maybe you just had a
Yeah.
very profitable win rate, and now you're going into drawdown because eventually all trading systems without an edge will go down into drawdown and eventually trend to zero. So get a system and confirm to yourself that the system you have is profitable. Do you need help creating a system? Well, we got news for you because we're launching a new product here at The 5ers, and it's going to be a really good one. And I'm going to be part of that. And you're going to be seeing more of that, and I'm going to announce more of that in next week. Right.
Beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be really cool. Actually, I'm going to really try to help people build a technical system, and I'm not going to do that, regular course like, oh, you buy my course and it's like you just have to add a trend line, and then whenever you have a breakout trend line, you buy. Like this is going to be a course where I give you the information that you need, and then it's up to you to take the bits and pieces of that information and put it into a system that actually works for your personality, because that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. If you hate reading economic news, then do not become a fundamental analyst.
Yeah.
So next question: what time frame is best for gold? The best time frame for gold is the one that, so it's all time frames. Okay, now I think you have to look at this question from a different point of view. First of all, who are you as a trader? Well, that's the first thing you have to answer. Who are you as a trader? Are you someone that first you look at your life situation? How often can you, like, how much screen time can you spend? Can you spend 8 hours a day behind the screen, and you have good success with intraday price action? Then you're most likely better off being a day trader focused on the lower time frames. If you are someone who has been successful on the lower time frames but you only have like an hour to trade, probably need to look into more of scalping to be able to actually make some money during that short amount of time that you have in a day. If you're someone that is, and this goes for 99% of you watching this, if you're someone that is maybe um, have some difficulties with being disciplined when trading, and maybe a little bit impulsive, maybe you're taking trades that you shouldn't be taking, which I know every single one of you are probably doing, then you're probably best by zooming out and spending less time in the market, taking less trades, and focusing on the bigger picture. So if I'm going to be with that context, the best time frame for gold would be, in my opinion, the daily, 4 hour, and the hourly. Anything below the hourly, probably stay away from unless you're very experienced with the markets and you're experienced in the markets and you know that you've been successful on the lower time frames. Because the lower you go into the time frames, the more noise you're going to get, the more random movements you're going to get in the market. Um, you're going to be acting much quicker, and it's much easier for you to take 10 trades in an hour. You know what I mean? Like if you're basing your trades on like a 5 minute close. So stick with, if I had to give you one time frame, I would say that's the 4 hour, because the 4 hour is a good middle way between the higher time frames and the lower time frames. So that's what I would say on that. Do not go lower than the 1 hour unless you are absolutely certain that you are able to make money on those time frames. Right. Next question. How do we join the giveaway? You go into the link in the description. We also have a pinned comment, I believe, in the comments section where you can join the giveaway. Go in, make sure that you are following the YouTube channel. That's super important. Follow the YouTube channel and follow the Instagram accounts in the giveaway. We got a lot of questions today. We got a lot of questions.
We do. Yeah.
A lot of
We'll
good.
get through them all, guys.
Uh, this is a good comment. Yeah, gold can be noisy. Used to. Okay, so you know what? Skip the word manipulation. I honestly, I'm gonna give everyone a timeout that uses the word manipulation in the comment section, because what the word manipulation does, it takes, so as traders, you are your own boss and you're also your own worst enemy. Every single decision that you make in the market is because of you. You made that decision. That's 100% on you. If you cannot take responsibility for anything that you do in the market, you're never going to be profitable. The word manipulation takes that responsibility that you should have and puts it on the market and the so-called market makers that is whatever, going out at night hunting your stops. It doesn't work like that. They do not hunt for your stops. There's no manipulation in the gold market on the lower time frames. Yes, there's a lot of noise in the market. There's a lot of wicks all over the place because that's how the market works. Skip using the word manipulation. If you have a stop loss hitting and you say it's because manipulation, it's because you made the decision to take that trade and you made the decision to put the stop where it is, and it's all on you. So let's try not to use words that takes our responsibility and then puts it on a third party, because there are no third party when it comes to responsibilities in trading.
Yeah, not in liquid markets like this. No, they have to be incredibly highly illiquid. You know, think your altcoins that have like no market cap, or like penny stocks, that kind of stuff. But yeah, liquid markets now.
Your orders are not
But if we're
even
talking
in the
about,
real market. There is no capital to hunt. There is no stop losses to take. There is no liquidity to take. You are a small ant, and you're not even in the real market most of the time. So there's no way that your $50 stop loss is going to move the price of a multi-trillion-dollar asset. Okay, let's just be real here for a minute. There's a lot of
but
trading systems out there that use the words manipulation, like
yeah,
it's like, oh, the markets are manipulated, but I'll show you how you cannot be manipulated. Okay, trading is about supply and demand.
yeah,
All right, it's about supply and demand. If you understand market structure in terms of Dow theory or Elliott wave or whatever you want to choose your pick, whatever, pick the flavor of the month. If you understand market structure and horizontal levels and how that goes with the theory of supply and demand, you don't really need to know much more than that. Okay, it's very simple. You look at USD JPY. I got to show it up right here. Look at USD JPY. Price breaks out, retest the level, prints a daily pin bar type of candle with a big wick. Like, do you need much more than that? Do really? It's that simple. Did USD JPY get manipulated? Who cares? Who cares what happened? Why it happened? All we care about, we have a pattern, we have a signal, we have an idea. Let's back test that. Let's get the statistics. Let's follow it if it's profitable, and let's stop using words that removes our responsibility, basically.
he might have also could have also meant as far as just a syntax thing, it like influencing your original idea. I would say if a couple market shifts change your entire trading outlook for that trade, then you probably didn't have you didn't come in with a proper idea and setup to begin with. You probably just took a trade hoping it's going to go somewhere, and then now it's not, so now you're questioning it. If you've got something lined up properly, you've marked out your levels, you found the directional bias, momentum, retracement, mean reversion, whatever type thing you're looking at, you decide what that trade is going to be, mark it all out, set your entries, your stops, and then you just hold that. If there's new information that has distinctly changed it, you might decide to scrap it. But if it's on rapid movements from something like gold that jumps around a lot, which is now just changing your idea altogether, you're probably either too highly leveraged or you're looking way too short term, that you're just going to be getting caught out by that noise, and it's not going to be effective in your trading journey at all.
Yes, you will still get the account. The account will be you will get emailed a coupon code that you should use, and you will if you win, you will get an email to the address that you use to sign up for the giveaway. But you never know. Stay alive, because we might have some special surprises throughout the live stream. Sometimes we're doing well, actually, I'm going to start doing these live streams where we're going to send out a link for an extra. We're not going to do it today, but just so you know, for the futures, not for the futures, but for the future, we're going to send out a link like live, and then in the next 5 minutes, you have to go in and sign up and get an account so that we actually give back to the people that are here.
Present,
okay, so we have this is a good one. Jonatan, I'm finding it hard to allow myself to take. You're finding it hard to take trades take stupid trades, basically impulsive trades. Is that this a sign I'm moving forward, seeing progress? Yes, of course, of course. If you're finding it hard to take bad trades, then so this is actually quite interesting because I'm also at I'm in a so my trading kind of goes with my personality, and my personality is a roller coaster
Roller
of
coaster.
you know discipline, emotions, and impulses. It's like right now the roller coaster is on its way up to the peak, right? I feel wonderful, I'm in a flow state of mind, and the roller coaster are steadily going upwards, and I know I'm gonna hit that peak, and I'm gonna hit that peak discipline and calmness, and then we're going to dip down, and I'm going to stop going on my daily walks, I'm going to stop doing my daily meditation, I'm going to feel more stressed, and I'm going to be more have an easier time or a more difficult time taking the right trades. But in this very moment, I also feel like it's difficult for me to take a bad trade. But I know that there's going to come a time when it's going to be very easy for me to take a bad trade. So that's the emotional roller coaster that is trading. It's a circle. Your discipline goes into confidence. Confidence goes into overconfidence, which goes into losing. And then you're losing your confidence, and you're losing your discipline, and then you have a winning trade and you become confident. It's an ever-ending circle, and you have to be very mindful of that, because you have to understand, when am I exiting the phase of confidence and entering the phase of overconfidence? If you can stop yourself in that process, you might be able to skip the losing phase and go directly back to the break even phase and wait for the winning trades. So this to me tells me that you're emotionally aware of what you're doing, and that's great, because it's going to come a time when you have to be on your guard. You have to be on your guard right now, because there's going to be a time when it's going to switch. You're never going to be feeling like this forever.
Yeah. Agreed. Nothing much more to add with that one.
Like right now, I feel great. Yeah, I feel great, and everything's going well. Trading's going well. I'm taking the right trades. I'm taking fewer trades. I'm trading exactly as I should be. Trading, and I go on my walks every day, and I do my meditations. But it's like I feel like my life goes in a 2 or 3 week cycle.
Yeah,
I'm like
yeah,
a mini forward turning, and then I have a 1 week of crisis.
yeah.
I
I like that.
week
That's
again,
funny.
I had to recover, and then I got two fantastic weeks, and it's like 1 week of crisis.
Nice.
But isn't
That's good.
life like that? How many of us have had just a we can all look back last 5 years. Look back last 5 years. Has it been just completely stable? Like every single one of us, we have a story. We have a story of how we can tell that, okay, at this point, maybe it wasn't rock bottom, but it was a point where during those last 5 years, there's definitely a low point in that 5 year cycle or whatever. And I feel like we're that's just a human nature. That's just how it is, right? And because trading is basically you're holding up a mirror to yourself, right? And whatever's going on in your personal life and your emotional life or whatever, that's going to reflect on the chart. If you're in a situation where you feel like you really need to make money right now, you're going to start gambling. You're not going to function well as a trader unless you realize that early and put in rules to stop that. And I think that's what professional trading is all about. It's not really about finding an edge, because finding an edge is fairly straightforward. It's
Yeah, it's very
about
systematic. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But then professional trading is about making sure that you keep that edge active, and you're also always on the guard and realize that you're just borrowing that edge, right? You're
Yeah.
just it's
Yeah,
edges
you
that
go
come.
through seasons as a human, up, down. Sometimes it's better, sometimes really good summer, sometimes it's a lame summer, that kind of thing. And then, yeah, edge is a systematic thing. It takes tinkering, takes some time to figure out and to work out. But yeah, just like running a business, right? I mean, anyone can start like a coffee shop or a restaurant, but not everyone succeeds. And then that's the like on you part, where it's hard work, discipline, tenacity, grinding stuff out. And then sometimes it can also be reducing those things because it might be depleting you in other areas. You actually need to get the healthy balance, right? So same thing with trading, just like that.
Yes, for everyone watching here, yes, we can. Um, you can sign up and then you can go away if you want to, but please stay because I need that. I need that recognition. I need that validation. So please stay and keep us company here in the live stream. But yes, you can
Need that
sign up for the.
lifeblood.
You can go to the gym or whatever. You're not going to the gym. You're just asking because you're signing up and then you're doing something else. We know you're not going to the gym. You're probably going to be scalping in gold. Speaking of gold, I got a nice move here. You know what? Look at the dollar currency index. Look at this. Look at the weekly. I mean, man, you look at the historical bottoms here. It's looking, yeah.
On the Dixie, yeah.
This is a bit. I feel like this is a bit weird. Like, I mean, look at
Well,
that.
if it sustains, yeah, because this is some of the stuff we were talking about prior when we were talking about the Dixie overall. We should generally have dollar movement lower. As far as the Dixie is concerned, like that time we were talking about, it depends on the basket. And obviously, the Dixie only has the six in the basket. And it's going to be heavily dependent on getting that lower drive based on dollar yen, which we were on the way. And now we've, for the meantime at least, very much cancelled that right now.
Yep.
The forward part is that we've had sort of some of the data stuff from the US being priced in as far as that weakening trend. But there's a number of like horizon indicators that are basically saying that should start to actually turn up. Now, it doesn't mean the Fed won't stop cutting. They'll still be gradually, easing the economy down just to bring things back into an appropriate level. They're not cutting because we're going, into the ground. They're just readjusting. Right, so it's just adjustment. So if those numbers start coming a bit better, we could actually see, dollar having some sustained strength. We're seeing a very gradual feed of like the tariffs and the cost input from the tariffs, both from the import and export side. And we're also seeing interesting stuff coming through where a number of like car companies, for instance, they haven't increased US car prices, even though they are costing more. They've actually reduced it, but then increased prices elsewhere in the world. So companies are doing a lot of weird rebalancing games like that to sort of appease Trump and get in his good books, etc. And then you're not actually seeing the flow-through effects for the tariffs to the US, as everyone has called for. Pretty much every single bank, hedge fund, institution, economist, everything out there has been completely wrong on the inflation increase and the tariff effects. So,
Yeah, they. So what I've read. No, I'm lying. I didn't read anything. I did watch Bloomberg, and there was like one comment. Like I was gonna say, like I read a bunch of articles and did some research. No, there was one comment on Bloomberg Live. I'm not a fundamental analyst, guys. Sorry, I tried, but anyway. So they said they had a bunch of calls with company executives, and they're all saying that the tariffs are over. We're not talking about the tariffs anymore. We're not thinking about the tariffs anymore. They're priced in. We have absorbed the tariff hit. we're not going to see more than what we already are seeing right now. And by the way, for those of you asking about the support, go to our website. We have live support right there on the website. So go to live support and ask for help to change your email. But yeah, so the tariff, the whole tariff situation, seems to be. This is actually something we talked about quite substantially after the recovery in April. So I completely got it wrong as well. I remember when we had the crash in April, when Trump came up with that big board of countries, and I'm like, okay,
That's funny.
it's over. You know what I mean? Like it's over because I started getting into like creating a idea of the macro landscape, and I remember reading a lot about on Howard Marks, and I was at the time reading his book called uh, markets timing the market cycles or understanding the market cycles or something like that, and I was at the very chapter talking about a paradigm shift and a crash. At the same time as reading that, we have an interview on Bloomberg that went viral with Howard Marks saying that the tariffs is a major paradigm shift in how we do global trade. And I'm like, okay, so it's over. We're
Yeah,
going, yeah, it's over. We're going into recession. I'm like, okay, I'm exiting everything. I sold everything on the crash, and then it's like, shit, it starts recovering, and I got in. But the thing is, the institutions, the hedge funds, they did not get back in because they were stuck at
yeah.
the idea of this being a paradigm shift in the global trade. And we were heading into a really, really dark time and possibly a recession with inflation skyrocketing. And I think a lot of them are sidelined already, like, or at this time as well. So,
Because now they feel like it's too late,
yeah, so
and then yeah,
I was absolutely on the wrong side of that trade, and I missed a major opportunity to get in on that dip. But now, luckily, I did realize fairly early that that was a mistake, and I went full into the market a couple of months ago again. But yeah,
I think we've got
inflation.
another 12 months worth of
You
gains.
think another 12 month?
Yeah, 6 to 12 months. Um, I think it's going to get pretty hot, pretty crazy, and then we'll see some kind of blow off top.
Yep.
So there's a lot of very sort of late stage cycles. We've been in that sort of period for a while, and especially just having rates higher that have sort of kept a bit of a lid on that. Now that they're coming off, economic conditions also then start to improve a bit. People see everything going really well. Trump sorts out the trade stuff. You get the injection from his big, beautiful bill and some of the other tax relief things and just money he wants to inject. It's going to heaps of money, liquidity circulating around. Massive blow off top, gets now a bit too top heavy. And then we sort of have a crash. But it's always that final sort of 12, 16 months, 18 months of the cycle that you actually get the largest gains. So much like the last portion of gold, where we really just went red hot, and then you just die pretty quickly. So we still got time there, but there will come a point to take some chips off the board.
Yeah,
So.
definitely. Before I go, I'm gonna have Richard Butler coming on in just a minute. I just want to update you guys on the GBP CAD trade that I have right here. So I've increased my stop. I've tightened my stop a little bit, and I took what I so basically this was the stop before, and then I increased or raised my stop to this level, and then I took what I removed here and added right here. So now I'm at the same risk, just better risk to reward, but the higher risk to reward, but the same risk as before. Now I'm actually looking at USD CAD. So I'm looking at the long on GBP CAD. I'm also right now looking at USD CAD. So if we look at USD CAD, we have a very interesting retest of a significant level right here. And we have a beautiful daily candle closing with a massive wick right here. And if we look at the 1 hour, we could be seeing a type of inverse head and shoulders right here. And the measured move of the head and shoulders, measuring from the low to the top to the neckline, would come in around this level right here. So that's a decent 2-hour trade right there. And it would also mean we front run the highs and we take profit around that area. So looking at how like GBP CAD looks good for long. This looks good for long. The dollar currency index actually looks very, very strong at this point. We might actually have a breakout. I don't think we're going to get a sustained move to the upside. The fundamentals, I believe, is not really in alignment with this idea, but the fundamentals have not been in alignment with the dollar currency index bottom for months, and
Mm.
we're still seeing that. So this is a question of, do you follow the fundamentals or do you follow the technicals? Because we still have the idea that prices, especially in the forex market, they fluctuate. They have that mean reversion type of dynamic where even if you have a fundamental driver pushing a certain market to the upside on the primary trend, you're still going to see the market fluctuating around that, like a sine wave, right, where it's fluctuating around that midpoint of the overall trend. And I think USD CAD and especially GBP CAD might be in a scenario where we see that midpoint going through here, and then we simply have prices moving like this, and this is the primary trend, right? And all of these ups and down moves are basically fluctuations with the overall trend.
Yeah,
So
I would
it's a
say
difficult.
the thing that could break it is basically if the pound situation gets worse, right after the budget. Canada's still been getting hit after Trump pulled back their trade negotiations and stuff the other day. So if that turns around for Canada, how likely that is another question, because I know Trump's just not a fan of Canada at all. But if you did get that come through and then the Great Britain situation worsens, then you could fall out of that structure. That would be, I think, the catalyst that would move it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be waiting for the 1 hour candle here. Let's see when is the 4 hour candle is closing in. Okay, so I'm actually gonna be waiting for the 4 hour candle to see if this is a fake out or not. If the candle closes, I would like potentially the candle to close a little bit higher and then see a retest of that area. If we get that, this could potentially be a trade I'm looking at, but most likely I'm watching this as a possible fake out, and I'll keep the GBP CAD trade open. But that's probably going to be the only trade and the last trade of the week and the month for me. With that
Okay.
said, I'm gonna jump off, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of somewhat capable hands of LJ and Richard Butler. All right, take care, guys,
And Rich.
and see you
All right.
guys later.
See you, man. Ciao, Johnson. How we doing,
Yo,
Rich?
yo, yo.
Good to see you.
What's up, mate?
Let's get rid of Johnson's screen first.
Yeah, like
Okay.
let's not have a look. Let's have a look at your big beautiful painting.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on here. I gotta do some cleanup on the weekend or something. There's so many old bits and pieces through here.
You
But
can literally just delete everything this weekend and start afresh.
yeah, some of them I always keep for like past reference when we go back to revisit, old stuff and see how it's like played out now. But yeah, some of them are definitely getting a bit messy. So
Like only you would know exactly what it is that you're looking for on your screen. Because I've had a look at your screen before, and I thought to myself, how do you know? Like, there's so much that you've drawn. Like, how do you know what it is that you were trying to explain to yourself there?
yeah. I don't know. I managed to remember it all somehow. And I guess for any of the guys here as well in chat, like if you've been checking in each period, you'd remember certain pieces. But yeah, it does become a lot over time. So
Yeah,
we do some spring cleaning. Put it that way.
I take off every day. Like every day when I open up my charts again, I remove all of the drawings and then I redo them if I feel like I need to redo them. It's like
That's
my
fine.
way of like refreshing my view of the market, so that I'm not holding on to old biases,
Yeah.
except gold, which I was correct. And I decided I'm not going to remove the drawings because I was correct.
Do you want to show us? Where's
You
it?
remember yesterday?
Where's your name over here? Here we are.
You remember yesterday?
Hmm.
You, me, Anastasiia, and Will. Okay, I think I've removed one drawing. It was when we were at this top portion over here,
Mhm.
basically. But Will was busy getting ready to take a buy, like I think somewhere around this point.
Hmm.
And then he held it just to like the tippy top of that wick. And I remember myself and Anastasiia said, I think we can pull back a little bit more before we, start heading up. Now, this was prior to
Yeah.
news already. If I just go to the 15, I had a 15-minute base over here. Oh, I've forgotten to switch that on. Come here. Yeah, here we go.
Temperamental.
Yeah, it just didn't want to. I had these two, and I think this red one over here was also a blue one. But my idea was that we were going to dwindle down and kind of like test this point again, which we did. So I was right. And I was like vindicated. I was like, yes, I was correct. And then the news just...
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought we were going to like pick up from here and then come and test this hourly base, but it didn't. So I just wanted to rub it in Will's face this morning.
Nice.
All I wanted to do. I was like,
Yeah,
see?
I think Akram caught like a good gold pickup yesterday.
He did.
As well. When we were talking about that, yeah, he sent me some screenshots. So well done, Akram. If you're still here, you're at the gym. I think he said he was.
I saw him just now.
Right.
I think he was here.
Yeah.
Yes. Afternoon, Rich. How's it, Akram?
Yeah. There we go.
So yeah. How's the market been for you today, mate?
Good. I got most of my training done this morning during Asia because I was up pretty early. I was trying to stay up for the Fed and then went to bed like half an hour beforehand. So I was just like, I need to get up early. I need some kind of sleep. I was already up nicely prior to that. And then, got up early. Got some of my training done this morning with reversals after the Fed last night. And then, busy all day. Now I'm tired. I'm dead tired. I had a small nap before coming on. And I feel like it did me worse, right? I felt more tired after.
How long was the nap for? If it had to be at least like 45 minutes to 90 minutes. Otherwise, you're just like playing with yourself.
Yeah. It was like 40 minutes. But yeah, it didn't seem very effective. I woke up even more tired.
I had to do 100 squats yesterday.
Like
body weighted squats because of the let's call it the not following my plan portion that Will just absolutely caught onto immediately, because I thought I was being smart, like I'm going to take another trade. It looks good. I'm going to enter. And then he's like, are you going against your trading plan? It's just like, oh no. You caught me, mate.
Did he make you do it on stream or something?
Yeah, I had to do it last night in the Discord, like live. Camera and everything, 100 squats. My legs were jelly, mate. Jelly. Now, going up and down the stairs, it's torture, mate. It's torture.
Yeah. Good old DOMs, dude. Like, leg days are the worst. Like, even when you just walk out of the gym after a really heavy leg day. Like the old gym that I used to have was, up at like 2 sets of extended flights of stairs. And you coming down just hobbling, like holding the rails for like an old man.
Yeah, you do that, like you turn your body sideways and then you do that sideways walking.
Like crab walk.
Yeah, crab walk. It's like because you can't bend your legs normally. Oh, my legs are like I said, jelly. Like I feel like if I were to be attacked now, I would be defenseless. I'll be a little baby. I can't fight back. I won't be able to fight back. Oh, mate, my legs are just... Anyway, that's me done complaining. I got two
if
really
you see
good...
Rich, run him down.
Yeah. How?
You'll get him. So.
Just like turn sideways and just like fall on them. I got 2 really good trades this morning, and then I marked up 2 just for the sake of marking it up because I'm done
Yeah.
trading up my best of 3. So yeah, I'm done for today, and pretty much also done for the week. Tomorrow I'm probably not going to be trading.
Mm.
Well, not trading any of my accounts. It's going to be fun day, so we're going to do our regular
Yeah.
stream shenanigans.
Yeah. Good. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I got most of stuff done today as well. Like I'm pretty sorted. We had some good movement yesterday, and then earlier through today. I probably still will trade tomorrow. I'm going into hospital on Tuesday, so I'll be away for 4 days from you guys. I'll be here Monday, but I'll be out for the next couple of days. So
What are
get
you?
some more trading in before then. But
Yeah. Is it one of those things where you can talk about it, or is it like it's very private?
oh no, it's not very private, but I won't bother. I'm just don't worry, guys. I'm not dying. It's fine.
Oh, okay. So, and that's what I wanted to know. Like, is LJ
Yeah.
about to kick the bucket? You know, is this one of those life-saving procedures that you need to go for? I was about to say you look in great spirits for somebody that's like that deep down into a 6-foot hole kind of like thing.
yeah. And exhausted and tired as well. I'm still alive at the minute. Oh god. I was
At
going
least
to
you
answer
just,
this for Infinity because he asked a while ago.
oh yeah,
Do institutional traders have inside market insights, or are they just so disciplined and research driven that it looks like they know everything? Yeah, pretty much. It's down to processes. They do have sort of inside market insights, is a good way to put it. It's not like insider information, but they get a lot more. Basically, they have a lot of money, so they can pay for a lot more extensive data, as well as things like order flow and stuff from those certain providers, which cost millions and millions and millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars, right? So something that it's that kind of stuff that's just not available to everyday people. As far as sort of insider stuff, I mean, there's always those players doing some things. If you guys have watched Billions, like the TV show, it's kind of a mix of quite a number of famous hedge fund managers sort of wrapped into Axe himself. But one of the primary sort of ones is Steve Cohen, if you've heard about, who's notorious for, everyone saying, insider trading type stuff. He never quite got done, but he did get relegated to a family office and that sort of thing. So it's a mix of both. But
take it for what you want.
yeah.
Like
at the end of the day, they got millions, tens of millions of dollars to spend on research and data, that kind of stuff. And then obviously they hire hundreds of people to sit there and comb over it all day and put it all together. So,
yeah. So yeah, definitely not necessarily not, but
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
there's
bit of
potential.
both.
Yeah. I mean, they got
Henry.
really
Yeah. Henry, right click and remove all. I can't clear the Picasso drawings. I got to stay. They'll get tidied up there. It's all right.
Yeah,
I'm scrolling right back down now, guys. Sorry?
You did the exact same thing, I think, yesterday, and then you freaked out because you didn't know. I was like,
oh, yeah, because I cleared it, and I was like, oh, where have they all gone? What have I done?
I don't have the mental capacity right now to have to redo all 308 drawings. Oh, thank goodness, back button. Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of old ones I do need to get rid of. Like, a number of these levels are still relevant, like they cross the head levels, but there's probably a bunch because I've just got these on extend the whole way, right? They'll be a bit old, so yeah, I'll do that over the weekend or something. I got some extra minutes, so Stream Snap has been asking this a few times. So, what are the news for USD pairs, mainly gold? We should look out for like CPI, PMI, FOMC, New York session, how it affects markets. So if you're talking about what news to keep an eye on, if it's any of those, CPI, PMI, FOMC, so jobs data as well, so NFP and the ADP, week-on-week employment claims, ISM, all of those are going to be relevant to any of your US dollar pairs. How it affects gold is dependent. sometimes, right? So because gold is a sort of a mixed asset, you have a small portion of it being the fact that you're typically pricing gold in dollars, right? So there is a slight dollar flow, but majoritively gold moves on its own accord based on its own fundamental drivers and such. So sometimes you'll get it popping higher or popping lower based on the protective element from gold. So if you're getting really poor economic data, you can see, gold shoot up as that protective defensive asset. So in risk off times, that'll run hot. Risk on times, economy is going strong. There's other markets and assets that are appreciating very fast. And then gold is a zero interest bearing asset. So therefore, there is a cost to holding gold because USD does pay a interest rate. Gold is purely from the capital appreciation. So sometimes then you'll see gold obviously come back off when the economy is doing very well, mainly because that money is shifting into other assets that are getting a higher overall yield. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully that's descriptive. Still so behind on chat. I'm scrolling down. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I was about to say as well. There's like so many questions, and I think you've only just touched on like 10% of them.
Yeah, it's been hard. Very active today, everyone, which is good. But yeah, hard to run through them all. Yeah, look. Well, I was going to see if we could do this because I did ask. Apparently, there is like an area you can go for like rec stuff or to do work. Bring a laptop, that kind of stuff. So I'll see. It might be hard because I said to Jonatan like, I'll try, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to, be fully on stuff because I'm not going to have my setup. I'm going to be off on my random laptop, that kind of thing. But I might see if I can pop in and sort of say hi to you guys or whatever's going on, throughout my my ideas and that kind of thing. So, Rich, what's your view on GU? Gabrielle was asking.
Well, right now we are close. Well, pretty much we are at a significant support, in my opinion. Where, okay, this is on the 4-hourly chart. If I just go over to the daily chart, then we can see multiple little hops off of this area, and then also like this reaction. If I pulled it back, there should be more touches as well. So right now we're like smack bang at a higher time frame support area. On the 4-hourly, we still look bearish to me. Like we're still printing like lower highs and lower lows, and we have yet to like push back above on the 4-hourly as an example. And if I go down to the hourly, yes, we're having a bit of a hop. Let's put it like that. So, yeah, I've already switched that off. So we've got these base areas and some consolidation areas that haven't been tested yet. so far I'm still bearish, but I'm waiting for a reaction from this block. So if I go down to the 15, I have a support. Oopsie. I have a support zone down here, which is the last area where there was bearish movement on the 15-minute, which I would have wanted to see tested. But if it starts pushing up, it can theoretically from here on start like pushing back up again. But I don't think it will. I'm still on the idea that we're going to continue lower. Whether or not we're going to break lower than Wednesday's highs, yesterday's lows, I don't know. I'm still a little bit bearish overall on the 5-minute.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm still very much bearish. I'm not seeing the reaction yet, but then again, there is still quite a bit of liquidity that's sitting here underneath yesterday's lows that still need to be tested. I trade intraday, so I don't really care about the long term direction of an asset. Really, I look at it at a day-to-day basis. I just make sure that I mark up areas like like let's say shorter term areas of interest where there could be a reaction, and then I just trade base off of that. But from what I can see, higher time frame, definitely bearish. I have no reason to think that we're going to start pushing bullish, but I can see if we were to, we would first need to take lows and then fail to push lower and then start pushing up again. I don't know if you agree. If you agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. There's still a lot of weakness, a lot of bearish sentiment overall. I think it's going to sort of stay that way for the time being. Dollar's still got some sort of height on it. Probably create a double top on the Dixie. Euro dollar, pound dollar, slightly slowing down as far as their drop. Euro dollar is probably going to consolidate a bit better. I would say pound dollar gets probably another test of those lows. Potentially, you get like a slight break. If we do, I would expect that's probably going to be a false break for the near term until we come towards the end of the month and there's something from the budget that is terrible and the market doesn't like. The other portion to that is basically dollar yen is now running up, pushing that 154. And there's another head level about 154.50 that we also spoke about like 2 weeks ago when we first started running up. And it looks as though dollar yen wants to come up, punch that first, probably get some kind of rejection off there. Then you'll see dollar across the board start to turn around. But until we've sort of gotten there, you'll probably get that sustained pressure on the downside for the pound.
I mean,
we really needed to, that sort of level you've got marked out. We really need to hold that and sort of build off it, which we haven't. So,
yeah, no, I agree. Euro is a different story though. There was hype, or there is high impact news today on Euro, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we got ECB.
Yeah. So I have no interest in Euro at the moment, even though I did take a trade this morning and I did mark another one up here. But this was purely because it follows the idea of my rules. So I do feel like there's a little bit more that can be taken on the lower end. Like, for argument's sake, we do have a little bit of space down here that can be taken. But in relation to where we are, it does seem like it's a little bit more of a stronger support / resistance over the short term. If this was... this was the initiator, then we've got one test and then a second test. But this is a much deeper test than the previous two. So to me, there is still quite a little bit for it to come and test and take up. So just something to take into consideration.
Yeah, ECB should be pretty balanced today. I'd probably have a slight tilt to the upside as far as where things are from Christian Lagarde. It looks as though they put out the rate cut. The final rate cut is probably out for this year, so it'll probably just be much the same comments, options, market. The rest of other indicators are not pricing big movement. So I'd say you probably, whatever weight the market decides is the tilt, it'll probably stay within this sort of confined range from the highs we had before and the low from FOMC.
Yeah, there is going to be a little bit more consolidation within this band, I think, because it's not like super bearish, super bullish. Really, it's just hopping between 2 points. It peeks its head out for a few days, comes back in again, and just kind of like dwindles around this area. So
very neutral at the minute.
Yeah,
indeed. How you doing, Will?
Good, mate. You? How was things? I didn't want to interrupt. I noticed that Rich was on a bit of a roll, so I thought, I'm gonna leave him be.
Indeed.
How's things? How's the markets been treating you guys?
Good. Trades left on last night came through from the FOMC. Stayed up till like half an hour before, then went to bed. I was tired. Got up early. traded through this morning through Asia. Been up for a long time. Now I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
But as far as trading, cleaned up. So yeah, it's been good. I'm sort of just sitting on my hands at the minute. 'Cause yeah, already cleaned up earlier. Right now. What about yourself?
yeah, good mate. Yeah, I'm on a demo account today just because I've hit my quota for the month and just dealing with a little bit of stress outside of trading. So just trying to stay away from live markets when it comes to my trading. I don't want to be taking trades on a live funded account when I'm slightly emotionally compromised. So I've dropped down onto a demo. So I'm on a demo account now. I lost about 1% this morning. Having said that, it was a very largely upscaled account, or largely upscaled trade, but still a good trade. But I would have taken a loss anyway. So good job I did. Good job I did. It was still a good trade. I would have taken it even if I was on the main account. But yeah, it's going well.
Yeah, I think Will took it somewhere over here.
Yes. Yeah, the bottom of that candle block that you just there.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, fair. I like that. Emotionally compromised. It's good.
Yeah.
Good way of putting it. That's good.
When stress levels are high.
It takes a lot for somebody to recognize, first of all, that they're emotionally compromised, but it takes even more for a person to say, you know what, I'm not gonna let this overwhelm me. I'm going to make the smart decision, and I'm gonna step away from the charts. Like some people might force it. So good on you, Will.
Cheers, man.
Agreed, mate. If you copy his trades, will your 5ers account get banned? Look, we don't recommend that you copy anything.
No.
Not trying to send signals or anything here.
No.
We just give you guys what we're seeing from the market. We might share some of our trades we are taking. If you do take certain things, it's up to your own discretion, and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, it's not meant to be a signal service here for you guys. It's more educational.
I would not advise anybody to follow my trading. You don't know my reasonings. You don't know why I developed the strategy the way that I did. It's not just the drawings on the chart that's part of the trading. There's a lot of stuff, the psychology side of it, the risk management side of things, all of those. I would advise not to copy.
You're going to have trouble managing the trade if something changes because you didn't sort of come up with the prior thesis and the structure and everything yourself. Obviously, you can listen to us guys and we sort of go through it, but just like Rich said, there's going to be other components all working together that actually
always trade your own analysis. Always trade.
What I would say is that Jonatan mentioned something that I thought was pretty good because he was talking about he's developing a technical framework for people to learn how to trade properly. But instead of him giving you a strategy, he's giving you all of the tools in order for you to build your strategy. That is, I like that idea quite a lot. So you can use whatever advice LJ, myself, or William gives you, but formulate your own ideas around that advice and build something that is catered more towards yourself. That's going to be the best approach because you can replicate it in future. You can realize what it is that's going wrong about that specific style of trading, and you will then know how to adapt it. Where if you're going to use a signal service as an example, how are you going to know? You're going to rock up and you're going to be like, oh, the signals are not working. And then that person like, yeah, but you should have closed at this level, but they never told you. So
sometimes you take partials or you jump out early because something's changed, etc. So yeah, what you guys see, definitely you can take portions of it or see if it makes sense to you, it aligns with how you like to trade, your structures, that kind of stuff. What makes sense, definitely use it, but use it in the manner of developing your own approach.
Yeah, if you're a swing trader, I mean, I could understand like a swing trader would probably do profitable signals. I don't think I could. Can you imagine? I don't think I could ever do signals. I've seen there's EAs that you can hook up to your terminal, and it'll actually copy your trade with your entry, your stop loss, and your TP points, and paste it in a Telegram group or paste it in a Discord group. I thought that's pretty cool. I mean, someone could literally copy your trades. Like it's dead ass signals, like straight up, no bull crap. It's literally what you are taking. But could you imagine someone would have to have their eye on the phone 24/7? Like, I go in and out of trades. Like, sometimes I'll be in and out of a trade within like a couple of minutes. Sometimes it'd be half an hour. Sometimes it's an entire day. But like, could you imagine someone would be there like, ping, Will's in a trade. Oh, okay, I'm going to do this. By the time they place the trade, I've exited.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because
So yeah, man, only like take your own signals, take your own technical analysis. Don't copy others because you don't know why they're doing it. Like I said, guys, look, I'm emotionally compromised today. You know, I'm. It's not so bad now, but I was going through a little bit of a stress. You know, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, sort of thing. Didn't sleep well. You know, my emotions potentially could have gotten the better of me in today's sessions. So therefore, I'm on a demo account now. Like, you imagine if you've now traded or you've now copied all of my trade signals, all my trades that I've taken today
on a day like today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. On a day like today, dude, like you could have like hammered your account, but you don't know that I've gone over onto a demo, or you don't know that I'm going through maybe some emotional compromised state, or I'm in some heightened stress levels, or like maybe I'm revenge trading. You know, I'm a disciplined trader, of course, but you don't know what's going on in my head to place my trades. So yeah, guys, that is why it's so important to take your own trades. Hello there, Rich.
How are we doing, Rich?
Good morning. What did I just walk into? I hear Will. I always feel like I walk straight into something, and today was Will saying, I'm emotionally compromised. I'm late to the party. Fill me in, guys. How's your morning been?
Good. Yeah, it's been good, man. It's slow. Took a loss on GU this morning, so it was a good loss though. So I'm happy with that. But other than that,
but you need to preface it. You didn't take it on any of your accounts. You took it as a loss on a demo. Why?
I took it on a loss. I took it as a loss on a demo because I'm emotionally compromised today. I've managed to acknowledge that I'm not in the headspace to be trading my live account, and I've worked too hard on a live funded account to get out of drawdown. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to be coming into the markets as well on a live funded account. And potentially going to be giving away profits due to potentially mismanaged trades or maybe even the wrong trades. So I've acknowledged that, and I'm still in the markets, but I'm stepping away from the live account.
Yeah,
that is discipline, mate.
Yeah,
it's good.
There you go. Nice. I'll just answer this because Sam has asked quite a few times over the past little bit. I can have a look at Meta for you, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Meta, obviously, we had earnings last night. So basically, we had a revenue beat, but we had some cost input from CapEx, sort of one-off large CapEx expenditure. So hence, not as much of a pop like we saw on some of the others like Google and such. Quite good earnings. Overall, though, trend's still very much bullish. Meta's been crushing it. So you'd just be looking for more upside. I assume... You know, we're talking about stock here. So I would assume or hope this is like a longer term view and outlook. But yeah, same old with the other big tech companies, big tech players. They're crushing it. Meta's doing very well as far as the AI race. So yeah, just more upside. There you go. Simple as that. You know, look to the highs. Eventual break of the highs coming into next year. Bada bing, bada boom. Done.
Bada bing, bada boom, bada boom. Yeah, nice fun.
Yeah. And yeah, Sam, that's all good, dude. Like, just looking for analysis, yeah, not signals. That's exactly it. But yeah, if you do, per the original question, if you do take some of these trades, you're not going to get banned per se.
I mean, please don't, because you know I may end up getting done for copy trading. This is my actual account, so I mean, please don't take my trades.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it depends if you're. So if you're copying every single trade, you know that's not going to be good.
Yeah, don't do that.
It is in the prospectus, like the kind of rules and everything, not to copy other people's stuff or take signals, that kind of thing. And yeah, if those trades do line up too similarly with someone else, then yeah, you'll both get.
Not only that, guys. You know, we live, or certainly myself, I live trade my real live funded 100K account in front of you guys for transparency. You know, if I end up getting done for copy trading by the guys in the back end. You know, if they tell me off and say, look, Will, you know, people are taking your trades and it's starting to look a bit obvious now, or people are starting to use it as signals, guys, I'm just going to have to stop. You know, I'm going to have to stop.
Yeah, then you won't do it anymore. Yeah.
I won't do it anymore. Yeah. So, you know, don't copy my trades. Yes, I'm a profitable trader, but I do have unprofitable moments. You know, I went into 7% drawdown. However, like I keep saying, look, these are live trades in front of you. If it gets to a point where, you know, the guys in the back end are like, well, can you actually maybe now stop it? Then I'm going to have to stop, and you guys don't get to watch my transparency in trading. Whereas I think it's healthy to show you my transparency in trading. So let's keep it really healthy. And I love that. So, like, most of you guys are in here for the right reason, but those of you who are in for the wrong reason, like, try and purify yourself a little bit.
Go into it with honesty,
Yeah.
and you will come out as a winner. If you're going to go in there with dishonesty and you're going to copy trades and whatnot, you're not going to learn anything.
Also, welcome, Rich. Highly esteemed. Oh, I don't know about that, but 5ers performance coach. You got that bang on.
No, dude, he is highly esteemed right
Oh,
now.
shut up,
Very highly esteemed.
Mate, you're in a
distinguished.
Yeah,
Distinguished gentleman. There you go.
Oh, distinguished gentleman.
I was still trying to get past the try and purify yourself a little bit. I'm like, okay,
That was brutal.
repent for your sins, you sinner.
Yeah, I mean, I could have worded that maybe a bit different.
Yeah, Will just splashes the like holy water. You know?
You know,
Oh,
when you were talking about that, you made me think. Going back probably 5.5 years, I reckon it was. I wasn't at the stage in my trading where I wanted to be. I was still just losing a little bit more than I was making, but I was starting to make some breakthroughs, and the opportunity come up for this signal group. And I'm going to talk about it because I think it's healthy to have these kind of discussions. It's a big thing in this space. We've all probably come across it, and I did. After 1.5 years of trading, I found this signal group. Now, I remember there was a lot of energy around, you know, everyone's going to make so much money. I looked at this signal group as an opportunity to be a bit of an armband whilst I was figuring out my trading. Maybe that can just help me piece together a few missing components. So I signed up to it, and I remember paying quite a lot of money for it. And I had in my head, I was like, I get to watch a handful of profitable traders post their entries and their exits. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out what makes their system profitable. And I'm going to use that as a learning tool. Let's say fast forward 6 months. Well, 4 months is all it took. And I had absolutely no idea how these traders traded. There was no insight as to what they were thinking of. There was no real kind of feedback on why they took the trade they took and the nuances as to what they were looking at. So I actually found that it wasn't very helpful as a tool that I was trying to use. And then eventually I was able to have my own breakthroughs anyway. So I don't know if you guys have had any experiences with signals, or if they're too horrendous, maybe don't share. Have you ever got wrapped up in that?
We all have. Yeah, I think we've all had some form of experience with signals. Yeah, sweet man, no worries. Richie's gone. I had a brief experience with signals, not a big one. You know, I managed to learn. I'm a very independent. You know, you get like, oh, I'm an independent woman. I'm that, but a man. I'm a literal version of that. I'm an independent man. I can place my own trades. Like I went into trading with that sort of attitude. So it's sort of, I earned quite a bit with signals, actually. I was copying signals from this one guy, or this one group. There's a group of traders. I think there's like 4 or 5 traders in there, all placing trades. And I made a bit of money, you know. I made a bit of money, but then it started pissing me off that I was making money because I wasn't making that money. And I was like, okay, well, now why aren't I making that money? Why am I making the money but through someone else? Like, how can I do what they're doing? And then so I started like trying to understand, how is he doing this? Like how are the traders placing these trades? So I started like moving in depth on how they do this, how they do that, and then I didn't have a clue. So I thought, screw it, I'm going to try and find a different group. So I found a different group, and I blew everything. Like I lost money after money. So I found another group, and then I blew another account, lost money after money after money. And I thought, right, well, I just seem to be losing money at this point quite consistently. So I thought, you know what, screw it. Signals are crap. I'm just going to go learn how to trade myself. So, and that is the only experience I've had with signals. Like I've had a very brief experience with signals. It was pretty positive to the point where it started annoying me why I wasn't making the money for myself. Someone else was having to do it. And what scares me is I like to have my own money to the point where if everything goes wrong, I know that I can still earn money because it's I'm doing it myself. I'm earning it myself. Like if I'm copying someone's signals and then they for some reason stop trading, or like I said, we all go through emotional states. I acknowledged today I was emotionally compromised, so I stopped trading. Like if a trader does that and they stop trading for however long, maybe they stop trading in general, they go through a 6 month drawdown period, and I'm like, why? Like I'm no longer earning money. I can't earn money because these guys aren't earning money. That started annoying me. So I moved to another group where I could hopefully try and copy the analysis, not just the signals. And yeah, I then joined the rat race of signal group followers and just lost everything. So I was like, yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah. I never had the whole signals thing. They didn't
Did you
really
not?
exist when I started trading. No.
Dude, how long have you been trading? I've been in the market 7 years.
years.
13? Fair. That's
Yeah,
literally
he was in the auction hall. He used to
nearly
have
double
thousands of
mine.
across the room.
LJ, how old are you?
How old do you reckon I am?
You got 31, 32?
Yeah, 31.
Bang
You're 31.
Yeah.
Damn,
go.
fair, man. Yeah, okay, fair. All right, yeah.
Yeah. So I started when I was at uni.
Yeah,
So,
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you not think the whole kind of signal idea comes from the premise of putting a profitable trader way too high on a pedestal and thinking like once this person is profitable, then they've just got it figured out and they know how it works? Like, because I know early on I used to look at, well, profitable traders are like the unicorn. Once you figure out, like, once they know how to make money, then they're just gonna, like, from point A to point B, they're just gonna make money in a straight line. And I was like, I can't wait to be profitable because that's going to be my experience. And if we look at like a trending market on the charts, like look at AU that we're seeing at the moment, that could be the journey of a profitable trader. Massive zigzags, higher highs, we hope, and higher lows. But also sometimes the equity curve starts to break lower and put in lower highs and lower lows. And these are the times that we call drawdowns. And I got to see somewhat profitable traders creating signals and going through the mother of all drawdowns. And I was like, well, how, like, are you actually profitable? And it started to help me question in a good way, what does profitability actually mean in trading? And to me now, 7 years later, it's to make a little bit more than I lose over time. But initially, I thought a profitable trader was a trader that never lost. You had mastered the art of the market and you had learned how to crack the code and you just win. That's what you do. You just win and you win, and every day you win and you just keep winning, and it's just stacking wins on top of wins. Like, why would you lose? You're profitable. And it was only when I accepted that to be an amazing loser was how I was going to become a profitable trader, that's when everything changed. So it's to me, I put profitable traders up on a pedestal. I didn't know what the definition or my definition of a profitable trader was. And probably apart from LJ, I'm sure we all just make a little bit more than we lose. LJ he does stack win on top of win on top of win. He's the exception, right?
LJ's sitting there like, why is he describing my trading routine? That's my journey, Rich. Why are you describing it like that?
I would say that I'm more than capable on my own to destroy my accounts. I don't need to go and look at someone else's signals in order to do that. So
You don't need help.
it's fine. You want to give signals, you give signals. I'm not going to follow them. I'm very, very hard-headed in that way. It's me or nobody else.
Like I said, it's the independent woman strategy.
Yeah. Say again, Will?
I said, like I said earlier, it's the independent woman strategy. You know how you get like I'm an independent woman. I don't need nothing. I can do it myself.
Woman.
You know, that viral meme going around. It's like that with me. You know, it's the same goes with Richard. It's like that. I'm an independent man. I can blow my own accounts.
Yeah, I don't need your help. I'll do it myself. Watch.
Yeah, mate, literally.
Yeah. Let's rather say I understand why people gravitate towards signals.
Yeah, 100%.
But myself personally, I've always been the teach a man to fish, don't give a man a fish kind of like thing. I'm very much one of those. I want to figure it out myself. I don't mind outside input. I don't mind people giving me a little bit of a hint here and there, but I want to do it myself because then it means that I've achieved something. And I've got nobody else to blame except myself if something goes wrong. So I take ownership of it. So
Richard, what do you think of this then?
Say again.
What do you think to this?
Okay.
99% psychological.
Not 99%, no. Because
Okay.
that takes
It's
away...
100%.
Yeah, no. It saying 99% psychological takes away from the importance of the study, takes away from the importance of the backtest, takes away from the importance of the strategy and those kind of like things. I would say it's closer to a 50-50. It's 50% psychological and it's 50% everything else.
You reckon
But
that much?
But I do feel like without psychology, it doesn't matter what size percentage of trading you have, you're probably not going to be sustainably profitable. I feel like even though it's 50-50, it's weighted more like 60-40 kind of like thing.
I think the number changes over time. It's like
Yeah.
probably when
Okay,
you
I like
start out, it's kind of 80-20, 70-30. And then as you progress, you get better with that. Now it's 50-50 and 60-40, and gradually you get it to where it's like 10-90 or 20-80. So 10-20 is the emotional thing, and the rest is just process, because you basically mastered the sort of psychological handling of it all, and you're now just in kind of routine, and you've been exposed to it enough times through repetition that it's kind of just water off a duck's back type thing.
I mean,
that's the goal to get there, right? It's a progressive path to get there, but that's ultimately.
To be fair, I've never thought about it like that, LJ. Like that's really interesting. You actually fried my brain a little bit with that. I've never thought about it in that way. Like I always see like people say to me like, oh, how much is psychology? Like, well, how important is psychology in trading? And obviously I go all over the country, and in fact, actually, I've been invited to Dubai to speak in April. So as of April, I think I'm going to be an international speaker. So that'd be really cool. But that's months away. I haven't that's not been confirmed yet. But anyway, I've spoken all over the place. Speaking about psychology, speaking about trading, the correlation, speaking about lifestyle. I'll always say to someone, psychology is 80% of trading, and it's just something I've stuck with, and it's embedded in my head that psychology is 80% of trading. And even now, I believe that psychology is 80% of trading. But it's interesting to hear you say that psychology and technicals and fundamentals, it varies through your experience. And I've never thought about it that way, because I'm going to sort of build on it. I don't think it's just it varies throughout the experience. I think it varies throughout the day, because if you think about it, today, trading for me is 99% psychology.
But do you not think that's because that's relative to where you are? Like in your chapter 5, trading becomes all about psychology. A brand new trader, like, let me throw together an example. Tell me what you think of this, Will. So a brand new trader comes into trading. No previous baggage. They are brand spanking new. They come into trading. They just start winning. They have a profitable edge. They learn that. They start winning. The trader never, ever, ever goes through a drawdown. At what point do they need psychology?
Right now.
Right now.
Well, so if the trader had done nothing but win for 5 years, would that trader need to work on their psychology if they just had a simple edge and they executed on it and they were getting a feedback of, hey, this just works?
Of course, because it's not, psychology comes under a major umbrella, and there's realms and realms of psychology. Psychology doesn't necessarily mean you can deal with the drawdown. Psychology also means you can deal with profits. Psychology also means you can deal with sticking to a trading plan. That's also psychology. And I think a lot of people, and I'm glad you said that. And I feel like you were setting something up there, because I know for a fact, like, we've had conversations about what I'm about to discuss now. And a lot of people think that psychology is a negative thing. It's like, oh, psychology is 90% of trading. Psychology is 80% of trading. Oh my God, that means I need to learn how to deal with losses. Well, yeah, of course. But that's only a fractional percent of what you've got to deal with as a psychological side of trading. And, psychology can come under how well do you execute your strategy? How well can you trust your strategy? How disciplined are you in the markets? How can you deal with taking your profits? How can you psychologically understand the implications of probabilities of trading? To be a profitable trader, you still need to have positive psychology as well as the preparation for negative psychology. So yeah, I think even as a profitable, even as a golden goose, one in a multi-billion, super 100% profitable trader, you still need to have good psychology, and for a different reason though.
Yeah,
I got to dip out in a sec, so I'll leave with one final bit on this. That I think part of that progression is moving away from trying to deflect or push back negative emotions to where you actually, that's kind of to the side now, and you're getting to the point of how do you put yourself in that best empowered, positive flow state type, raw going hard emotions. That's the next evolution of the psychological standpoint. And once you get into that, I think that's when you're really at that mastery level. And you can think of, anytime a footy player or, soccer player or someone, when they're a young buck, they walk on the field, you get butterflies, you're kind of nervous. It's like big stadium. You're like, oh my God, I'm on the team. Once they played for ages, they just walk on the field. They don't care. They're in the zone. They're here to crush it. Think you're Michael Jordan's, Kobe Bryant's, whatever's going on. They're sick. They've done their ankle. They're whatever. They come in and they perform no matter what. Like that's where psychology is still extremely important, but it's kind of like that work has been done and it's there and it's just kind of in play. Almost the same way as you get your trading system or strat together and you just keep rinse repeating that approach and edge. And so if you can get them both worked out like that, then they're in harmony and the whole thing just sort of runs. So, but yeah. With that though, I got to peace out, get some dinner, and then I'm going to go to bed shortly because I am exhausted. So I will see you guys tomorrow in the Discord. But yeah, good luck.
Awesome stuff.
See you later.
Nice one. Choking on air. Nice one, man. Have a great weekend, bro.
See you guys.
Cheers, LJ.
Do you not think that feeds pretty well into this? Guys, I have a question to you all. How do you face the drawdowns? What is the procedure to take out the account from it? What is your thoughts with this? Like if we were to approach a drawdown from a logical perspective, how would we create a blueprint for that?
Oh, mate, that's super relevant to me right now. Is I'm clawing out of a drawdown at the moment, and I'll tell you what, I'm more than happy for those of you. Like, let me know in the chat, guys, if you want me to bring my account up. And while we talk about this is my demo account right now, so I'm 1.6% up after losing 1.5% today. So if you want me to bring my live account up, I'm more than happy to show you the analysis of that. Yeah,
bring it up.
Okay, I'll bring it up now. But I won't be placing a trade on it. But I'm more than happy to bring it up and actually show you my processes of going through that, because I'm at the moment in drawdown. I'm only 2% in drawdown, or 1.something% in drawdown. However, I took a big deep drawdown. I took 7% into a drawdown, and then had to psychologically deal with it. And what I did was, I think I was like 2% up, and then went into 7% drawdown. So what's that, like 9% I lost within like a month, 2 months. Now that showed me that if I was to lose that much in equity, if I was to move that lose that much in 1% trades, 0.5% risk trades, then it's telling me more about my trading analysis. Now that told me that something's wrong. No, it was a red flag. You get red flags in a system, like something pops up and you're like, oh, okay, something's wrong here. This needs fixing. For those of you who are coders or computer scientists, then, when you're coding something, an error pops up that you've got to fix. Very much like that. I went into that deeper drawdown that my analysis just said to me, like my risk management, like Mr. Risk Management, William, the other part of my brain said to me, well, look, something's wrong here. Something's flagged up in the system. We got to sort this out. You're in 7% drawdown. Oh, why doesn't it let me take this up now? Let me have a look why it won't let me take it up. Let me get rid of that one. So it was saying, right, well, something's wrong here. We need to understand what's going on. Right, okay. I'm gonna go onto someone else's screen for a minute because it won't let me bring it up for some reason. So something's wrong. Well, what's going on here? What's going on with the analysis? So I said, right, okay, that's fine. Press pause. A bit like I'm doing today. Press pause, move over onto a demo account, understand and go back and back test, go back and live test. And I was forward testing my trades for a bit. And I was like, right, okay, what's going on? Why is it doing this? Lowered my risk massively. And then I went through the motions of trading my normal analysis. I went through the emotions of preparing myself for a adjustment of my strategy. And then it was just a matter of the fact that I was just going through a drawdown. I was just going through a drawdown period. My edge came back to me. I thought, cool, my edge is back. And then I waited to gain a couple of percent on my demo account. My edge came back, gained a couple of percent, then moved over onto my live account again, lowered my risk significantly, and then just went through the process all over again. And I'll keep going through the process, and I'll keep doing what I'm doing until I go through another drawdown stage. The minute I go through a drawdown stage again, I'm going to stop, press pause on my account, go over to a demo, and wait for that drawdown period to end. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to earn money, and those full-time traders out there, that's going to suck. And that's where the psychological implications come in, because for that amount of time, I wasn't earning money. I went about a month, 2 months without having money. Now, that's okay, because it's better than blowing an account. Because what I was able to do then by pressing pause onto my account and moving over to a demo was I protected an account that will pay me when I get out of drawdown, opposed to just absolutely ripping through an account, blowing it, and then having to start from square one again. So it's all about managing your account, managing your equity, and staying in the game for as long as possible.
Yeah, managing risk, right? I'm just curious, in that 9% pullback that you experienced on the account, what was your risk on that, so we can get an R value on it?
What was my risk?
Yeah, risk per trade.
Okay, I think it was about 0.2, 0.3.
So we're talking about a 35R drawdown?
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
Okay, so that's enough information to say, wow, I've been wrong 35 more times than I've been right, based on, say, a 1-to-1. And actually, I'm just not singing off the same hymn sheet as what the market's printing at the moment. Let me create a pause, manage my risk, manage my exposure, manage myself, and then kind of look at the what to do next with that.
Yeah, literally that, mate. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hand the reins to you and Richard Butler, mate. I'm gonna refresh my stream terminal, because I think it's not letting me for some reason share my screen. So let me just refresh it. I may dip out and then back in about a minute, but sure. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna prep you now, just in case I do disappear quickly.
Just while you're sorting that out on the back end, I'll share a quick story, something that I've shared before, more in the Discord calls. This is something that it's quite a personal experience to me. Before I got into trading, I used to fix cars. I was a vehicle mechanic. This is what I did. So this is going to be a metaphor or an analogy about cars and trading and how they're similar. So in the real world, you would drive a vehicle, you would have a temperature gauge. And in that vehicle, when it gets up to normal, you don't panic. You don't freak out. You just say, well, this is just normal. My car always goes up to normal, or the middle between cold and hot. And I don't stress about it. Now, when you know your stats as a trader, when you know your win rate, you know statistically what is normal for your strategy to go through in terms of wins and losses. So if you had a 50% win rate, for an example, you might experience a 12-hour drawdown over the next 100 trades. Now, our job as a trader is to not freak out when that emotional temperature gauge gets to normal. Our job is just to say, that's just normal for a probabilities-based return. Now, if we have a lower win rate, for an example, 30%, we might experience drawdowns within 100 trades up to 20R. Now, we're talking about being wrong 20 times consecutively. It doesn't have to be in a row, but it can be you win one, then you lose 3, you win another one, and you lose another 5. So collectively, from your top to your bottom, you might experience a 20R drawdown. Now, when you know your win rate, you can build this expectation of what normal should look like. And that normal should have a number. So we're going to say, for example, my win rate, around about 74%. Now, I don't go for big risk to reward. So naturally, I'm going to have a higher win rate. So for me to take a 5R drawdown would be normal. For me to take a 10R drawdown would be unusual. Now, at 10R, that's the same as the temperature gauge in that car now going above normal. It's now starting to creep up towards the hot. So as a trader, if you know your numbers, what you can do is you can pick a number where you say, well, at this number in drawdown, my temperature gauge is still normal based on my stats. So a trader said in chat earlier that they're down 6%. If they're risking 3% a trade, they're only down 2 trades, or they're only down 2R. nothing to stress about. So this is where it doesn't really matter necessarily how much percent we're down. It matters how many we're down on that trade, on that journey, because that tells us how many losses we're experiencing within that period. So the cool thing with this is, let's say I've got a 70% win rate, and I'll put it at 50%. So we're a 1 to 2 risk reward trader with a 50% win rate. We've got a 0.5 expectancy. So I knew you'd like them numbers. So we're going to say with a 50% win rate over the next 100 trades, it's statistically likely to take up to 12 losses back to back or within a period, and that's our normal. So back to the car analogy, we have a temperature gauge. Halfway, it's on normal, up to 12 losses. No panic. You've now got this number in your mind. I'm expecting up to 12, and I expect to do this within every maybe 100 trades. And that's totally normal. That's totally fine. Now you have a second number, and that second number might be 15 or 20 trades. That's your temperature gauge getting up to 3/4 temperature. Now, in your vehicle, in your car, you wouldn't continue to drive that vehicle when it gets up to 3/4 temperature. You'll go, whoa, okay, let's slow down a little bit. Maybe let's pull over at the side of the road. We're going to lift the bonnet. We're going to carry out an inspection. Now, this is where Will is at the moment. By going through a bigger drawdown, he said, whoa, this is unusual for my edge, and my temperature gauge is moving above halfway. So I don't need to panic. I just need to pull over at the side of the road, pause my trading, reduce my exposure. Now, can you think how many traders at this point would go, just pin it, hit the risk, send it even harder, hopefully with the next trade's a winner? If you had a car that was overheating, you wouldn't drive it faster. Like if you just wouldn't, you would slow down, you would reduce the exposure. So once you pull over, you then go back through, which is where Will is now. You go back through all the trades from the start of that drawdown to where you currently are. And you ask yourself, okay, how many of these trades were in line with my plan? And you go through them one at a time, and you make sure, first of all, that there's very, very little human error. And now you know it's a strategy problem. At this point, you then go through your data. You say, right, well, I might have to tweak some rules. I might have to add a moving average. I might have to use a candle close or a fib retracement. Like, you find a way that you could slightly better those results based on that period. And then you continue to trade alongside that. Now, if you end up hitting a 30-hour drawdown, you have a number where the vehicle has completely overheated. It's not suitable as your investment vehicle to get you where you want to go. At this point, it's like saying the wheels have fallen off. The vehicle is scrap. And that's very unique for each strategy. If I had an 80% win rate, that number would be about a 15-hour drawdown. If I had a 30% win rate, that number would be about a 40 to 45-hour drawdown. So it's very unique to the individual. What can you stomach? But it's also unique to the win rate of the strategy. So when you know these numbers, you know, right, at a 10-hour drawdown, that's normal. At 15-hour, I need to pull over and carry out an inspection, top-down analysis on all the losing trades and the winning trades within that period. And then I'm going to look at just continuing to trade it. And if I get to 20-hour or 30-hour or whatever that number is, it's game over. Like, nobody forces you to trade that edge. You just say the wheels have fallen off, the engine seized, the market is not in line with this strategy. It's not going to get me to work. It's not going to do what I need. And then you go back and you refine your edge or backtest and create a new set of rules and a new set of edges. And this is how we remove the emotional side of trading, and we put ourselves into a state where we just go, I've just got a number, and my job is just to carry out a simple action at these numbers. And it removes a lot of the pressure from a trade-by-trade basis of being a win and a loss. And it's something that I've used for a long, long time. And it just take 3 losses. Cool. I'm nowhere near my number. I know that I've got this much room left, and I'm not even going to stop and panic about it until I get to the number. So it just helps me create like a drawdown plan. And I think our minds loop in the environment of the unknown. So when we take a loss, it's so easy to connect the dots. What if this is a start of a 20-hour drawdown? Because maybe we've gone through a 20-hour drawdown in the past. Now we're connecting the dots, thinking, I'm screwed here. This is it. And then you take a second loss, and it confirms it. Now you feel all the pain that you felt from the 20-hour drawdown. You're now feeling it, even though you've been through 2-hour loss or a 3-hour loss. So having that number just says nothing for me to do until I hit these numbers. And when I do, I have a drawdown recovery plan. And one of those stages is reducing risk, which is what I love that Will's now sharing with us. Have you managed to set it up?
Yeah. So this is my live 100k funded account, guys. If you want the certificate, I can bring that up for you as well. Rich, in fact, wow, I've actually got. Oh no, it's not my. So Richard Wells at the top, guys, was here when I first passed phase 1 on this account. I passed it while streaming with Rich. I passed phase 2.
I was there too.
Yeah, fair. You were, to be fair. You were.
Whatever.
See, I drag the most loyal people with me wherever I go. Richard, Butler, in all fairness, used to watch me and Rich stream when I was on phase 1 of this account. And then I was trading with my stepbrother, Richie. He was there when I passed phase 2. And then now, Richard Butler's my co-host now. So we're this is all live streamed trading. Now, guys, you can see I love it when people say, to earn good money you must risk. Guys, look, $3,000. You can see $135 commission, $2,866 in 1 month. That's 3%. Oh, okay, no, let's go net profit. That's 2.866%. 2.8% in 1 month. Now, if we have a look at my volume, 2 lots. 2 lots. 0.01. Okay, fair. 2 lots. Oh no, hang on. I have got a 6 lot here, which I actually took a loss on. So 6 lots, and I lost 400 quid. 5 lots, and I earned 195 quid and paid $20 commission, $24 commission. So I actually risked quite a fair bit and still got shafted on it. So my biggest losses and my biggest sort of O's were actually my highest lots. So it goes to show the higher the lot doesn't mean the higher the win. 2 lots, 0.5 lot, 0.3 lot, 0.25 lots. Guys, not much of this is over 2 lots. I think that most of the 2 lot trades are on EUGU. The rest are on gold at 0.25 of a lot. And, that's where the big wins are. $1,000 on a 0.25 lot on gold. That's just November. That's just October. If we have a look at just September, which is when I actually started with the 5ers, 2.3, so 2.2%, and again, 1 lot, 1.79, 1, 2, 2.72, 2.8, nothing above 3 lots. Like I didn't even get to 3 lots and still managed to pull in 2.3% or 2.2 net profit. If I go to entire history, you can see that earlier on, my lot sizes were a lot bigger. I think I went up to let's have a look. I'm sure my lot sizes got quite big at one point. Okay, I had a 10 lot buy here, Euro USD, minus 1,500 quid. If you're prepared to jump in big lot sizes, be prepared to take big losses. Most of my big lots have been losses, whereas most of my smaller lot sizes have been good winners. Okay, 1% there, 2.5 lots. You're not seeing 4-5% losses. They're nice small losses, 130, 28, 1%, 23, $400 lost. They're all very around about each other. You don't need to risk big and lose big to win big. Let's think about it.
What was the first date that you executed a trade on this account?
Can I go in data? Let me have a look. No, time, price, volume, type, ticket, symbol. No, it was actually a loss. It was on the DAX. Of course it was. Of course it was on the DAX. It was the 12th of May, I believe.
12th of May, and this is the funded account. But prior to that, there were challenge accounts, right?
They were challenge accounts, P1, P2.
And do you remember when the first trade, roughly, what date that was for the first trade on the phase 1 account? If we kind of go back to maybe the nearest month, roughly. Come on, mate. Get close.
November, first week of November.
24. That was earlier than that, wasn't it?
Was it September then? It was September or November. No, it wouldn't have been September. It would have been late October, early November. We got these accounts, I'm sure.
So what you're showing is an account that you've had and been active on for a year,
Yeah,
for a whole year.
for an entire year.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's, I mean, and that in itself is and so much of that activity was done in front of an audience. Not
All of it was.
via,
Absolutely all of it
we're
was.
talking about you hosting streams, engaging with chat, operating visuals, and trading as well, and keeping that account over a year. That's I just want to acknowledge that as what an achievement that actually is, because trading in itself, to keep an account, and if we take an account of not just how many accounts, say, has a trader had, but the account that you're trading today, and if you care to share it with us to normalize this, it'd be lovely to hear in chat. If you want to actually share in chat, the account you've been trading today, how long have you had it? Because many of these accounts, they don't go past a few months. Many of them are just, and if we're honest with ourselves, we know that there's a track record of many accounts that just don't last too long. So for you to be able to show an account that's lasted a year, it's incredibly inspiring, mate. It's and it represents discipline and risk management as well.
Yeah, well, that was my whole thing. Look, guys, I know I'm a good trader. I know I'm a profitable trader. I've had $14,000 worth, in one account on payout. So I can show you statements of $7,000, $10,000, $14,000 worth of payouts. That's not impressive. A big whoop. I don't care about that. What is impressive is like what Rich said, guys. I've done all this not to show you payouts, not to show you profits. No one cares about that unless you're a Lambo lifestyle sort of guy. What is impressive is the fact that I'm showing you risk management and discipline and psychology. That's what I'm trying to show you here. I'm trying to show you that it's doable. And guys, look, this has been hard for me because, and I remember saying to Rich, and I hope Rich doesn't mind me saying, he's like, Will, like, dude, I don't know how you do this. Like, try and show so much of just trading this account. He's like, if you manage to pull that off, fair play. Because I was only trading within an hour and a half each day, and it's just statistically almost impossible to do profitably, consistently over time for an hour and a half each day. And I could have, would have, and should have been placing trades off stream, but I said no. I'm going to show people what it truly takes to be a disciplined trader. And guys, I've done it. I've shown you it. I've shown you discipline. I've shown you I've shown you what discipline can do. Discipline can be negative. Perhaps I should have been placing trades when I saw trades off the stream. Probably could have done better for my account, but I refuse to do that because I want full transparency on this account. And I thought, no, I'm just going to trade this account on stream. And, I've managed to show you it. I've managed to go past phase 1, phase 2. I've managed to go into like 8-9% drawdown. I've made back, I think, nearly like 7% back, 8% back, I think. No, I've made about 6 or 7% back, which is absolutely incredible in itself, guys, in the past 2 months. In fact, actually, I can show you exactly since September.
Dude, to be fair, over the last 2 months, I don't know, something switched and you just dialed in.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
And
100%.
It's been really great to see you just like being focused and sticking to your plan day in, day out.
There you go, 5%. 4.959%. That's what my gains have been in the past 2 months, September to date. And, it just goes to show, guys, this is what discipline can do. This is what psychology can do. And we all preach this. Richard preaches this. Rich preaches this. Everyone in chat, everyone like myself, I preach this. It's possible. It's doable. We're not here to show you scammy lifestyles. If you want, I'm more than happy to open up a demo account, full margin long, full margin short, and then show you the win one, and then get you to buy my course for 10 grand. I can do that if you want. You can give me 10 grand. Or I can show up every single day and show you the discipline and show you what it truly takes to be a profitable trader whilst we all chat about it.
So you're telling me the account you showed me was the demo account?
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand. It's very difficult to choose the hard mode and be consistent and do it over time, especially when the equity curve starts to pull back. First thing that hits us when that happens is doubt. It's just that overpowering doubt of, am I about to lose my edge? Am I about to go for a drawdown? When's my next payout? What do I do? Maybe I should just increase my risk. Maybe I should reduce my risk. We find all these wonderful ways to just basically go off piste when it comes to our trading. And this is why the best plans are created and written when we're emotionally neutral. When you have no bias, no trades open, and you say, right, what would be a great way to approach a 5% drawdown? Because by the time you're 5%, I can tell you, you're not thinking with every single part of your logical mind. The emotional brain is firing up. I've got to make this money back now. We're in trouble. We're going to get a lot of pain. I've lost my social acceptance. I've lost my identity as a trader. What if I don't get a payout? What will my friends think? My family think? We attach all these stupid things, and I call them stupid, all these real world things to this sense of trading has to be profitable on a trade by trade basis. And we naturally are not good at losing. And I think it says, wonderfully well in The Best Loser Wins is just about learning to lose really well and accepting that when you lose, and it's back to what LJ shares, what is the next exact right decision? In that moment when we lose, that's the time. I always think if something's worth rushing over, then it's worth taking its time on. And so if you're in a drawdown with trading, it's worth being extra cautious to make sure that your next step is a concise one. And trying to decide that in the moment when you're like 8-9% down on an account, it can be like it's got all the components of a horror movie because we're not thinking straight, right? So yeah, mate, it's inspiring to see from one trader to another. It's genuinely inspiring to see that level of consistency and discipline to the craft as well. Not easy to achieve.
No, in all fairness, like I will give myself credit where it's due, but sometimes I can be a bit harsh on myself. This account, it's been very difficult. It's a very difficult journey, and it's been hard to really push through. So, no, to be fair, I'm very grateful for the support that's been along the way. But yeah, I'm very proud of myself for getting the account to where it is now. I really thought I was going to lose it at one point, but like Rich said, I pulled that car over. I tried to see if there was a leak in the tank, and then I topped it up with water, wait for it to cool down, and then I limped it onto a garage. I didn't just drop a gear and let it scream and hope that there's a garage coming up close. I took my time with it. I actually spoke to Richard about this not so long ago, talking about just taking your time with trading, keeping things simple, keeping things nice and slow. And remember, it's a slow horse for a long journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And this is a career. I've said this on stream. I'm pretty sure I said this on stream either yesterday, day before. Guys, trading is a career, not a side hustle. You can do it as a side hustle, but your consistency is not going to be there. I can almost guarantee it. I've seen it. I've been it. I've experienced it. The minute you treat it as a career and you give it the respect it deserves, you're really going to get paid for it.
So you're saying that perhaps one big payout after 4 to 6 months is not the way to go, and it would be focusing on small, consistent wins and payouts month on month?
I mean, both work. I know traders who have, rinsed an account, blown like 3-4 of them, but then got like a 20k payout, and it's mitigated absolutely everything plus more. But I like to build a relationship with a prop firm. So, prop firms aren't going to like the sort of people who just absolutely farm prop firms. Whereas, I don't know, I mean, they both work, but for me, consistency is key. Consistency works for me. I don't want to get a 20k payout and then not have another payout for 12, 18 months. I'd rather get, 2k payout next month, 1k, next month, 3k, next month, nothing, month after 2k. That sounds more appealing and appetizing to me, even though they're smaller payouts. And in the long run, I probably may not get 20k. Maybe I'll only get 5, 10, 15k. But what I do know is that I can hook an account up to the back end. I can hook 10 accounts up to the back end, and I will outperform any trader who just wants to rinse and repeat and farm profits.
I agree. When it comes to either taking one massive payout or like once every 6 months or taking one every month, I think the idea that if you take it every month, you're building on the premise that you're doing this as a job. You're doing it monthly. You've got consistency every month. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, in the event where something goes horribly wrong with your trading and you go into drawdown, how are you going to feel if you had the opportunity to take some of your risk off of the table and you didn't, and now you're busy losing and you're losing all of that profits? So I would say lock up some, build that confidence, build that willingness to be consistent instead of waiting for that big payout to say, oh, I received a big payout. Because at the end of the day, if you're doing consistent gains, it's going to equate to the same amount if you waited once every 6 months to take a payout, as an example. Like if you still had the equivalent every month, 1,000, 2,000, 1,000, 2,000, at the end of the 6 months, you're going to have 18,000 as an example. So in my mind, it would make more sense to just take the more often payouts, just for the psychology and the fact that you're taking risk off the table.
Yeah, no, definitely that. Also, guys, I just want to say, there's way over 200 of you watching, which is absolutely amazing. Only 100 odd likes. Guys, come on, man. Let's smash that like button and make sure to subscribe to the channel. Guys, I'm watching the channel grow more and more each day, which is absolutely awesome to see. We've been given a challenge. Who was it that challenge? I think it was like Dirk said that. I wonder if we can hit 100K by the end of the year. Guys, we've got 2 months left of the year, which is really scary, by the way, guys. We've got 2 months left of 2025. How weird is that? We've got 2 months left of the year, guys. Smash the subscribe button, join the 5ers, join the channel, join the community, and smash that like button as well. It does go a long way for us in the community. It's good to see that so many of you support us and enjoy what we do. Marina, I was there too. You were indeed, Marina. It's awesome to see you in. How you doing, Marina? Long time no speak. CC is also in. In fact, Rich has met CC. Richard, how do you feel like Rich has met CC?
How do I feel about the fact that I've met her?
No, Rich. Oh, I don't like this. Richard Wells has met CC.
No, it's Rich. I'm Richard. Dude, like, have you been drinking?
I'm full naming you two now. You're stressing me out.
I'll change my username and I'll change it. It'll be better for next time.
No. You're the OG. You're the OG. You're the OG. I'll change mine.
Yeah, Rich 1.0.
Yes. I'm the new and improved, but he's the OG. No, I'm joking. You're the legit king of the Richards.
Oh yeah, no, we can't disagree with that, can we? No. Why different lot size? Is it based on setup probability? Yeah. So I don't do things too mechanically. I don't have a set 10 pip stop loss, 5, 10, 20, 30 pip stop loss, and a 1 to 2, 1 to 3. I usually go with my stop loss gets placed where I'm wrong, and my lot size will sort of fit in according. So if I got a stop loss at a certain high or low, so gold here, for example, if my stop loss, if I'm selling here, but I don't think that we're going to come, there's probability that it could come into here. I want to set my stop loss up here, so be it, because this is where I'm going to be wrong on my trade. If I want to set my TP, why wouldn't it let me grab it? There we go. I want to set my TP here. That's fine. Is it a negative risk to reward ratio? Yes, absolutely. Does that bother me? No, not whatsoever. No, not whatsoever. That feels wrong.
Dude,
not at all.
Pouring down rain here by us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I just dip out suddenly, it's probably because lightning has struck something and the power has gone down. So forewarned.
Sweet man, yeah, dim problemo. So yeah, no, Kavika, I hope that makes sense. It was purely based on where my analysis is. Marina, amazing, Will, an example of consistency day by day. Thank you, Marina. It's awesome to see you come in as well. It's awesome to have the support. It's awesome to see some of the originals as well, like me and Richard Wells back in the LLTF days, and seeing some of the people in that were joining us as guests or joining us in chat, even come through to the 5ers. I haven't seen you guys in a while, so it's good to see that you're still about. and it's good to see that you're still here. Not only that, guys, like Richard Butler, the Oracle, was once one of these guys, one of you guys in chat. Now he's my full-time partner in crime.
And your best friend. I'm your best friend.
Oh God, I never
Okay,
thought
maybe
I'd
I'm not.
never thought I'd have an ick on stream, but wow.
I was pushing it a little bit. It's fine if I'm your best friend. It's okay.
You're my best friend, Rich. It's okay. Wait,
Oh!
you're Richard. No, I was talking to Rich, not Richard. God, don't get it confused. OG Rich.
Mr. Wells and Mr. Butler are gonna assume that we are your best friend.
Fair. Oh man, dude, markets are really flat at the moment. I'm just Richard. You can take the screen, mate. I'm not looking at any more charts.
What do you mean? What do you mean we're flat? We're busy dropping on GU. We're busy dropping on EU. Gold is doing something.
Exactly. No, it's not. Gold's doing nothing. Gold is absolutely flat right now. It's doing nada.
Yeah, gold is waiting. What it's waiting for, I don't know.
Will it help you that you wanted to demonstrate that this can be done correctly to others? Yeah, absolutely. This definitely helped me. Like practicing what I'm preaching really helped me. Rich, what are you doing?
I saw something here in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, "What
are
is
you
it?"
okay?
Like,
would you like
grabbing, and it turns out it was on my glasses. So I was giggling at myself.
Dude, I'm gonna become part of the glasses gang on tomorrow. I've ordered some spectacles, so I'll be joining Rich and Richard with the with the spectacle gang.
Yeah, all the smart people have them.
I know. Well, yeah.
And also,
they're not prescription; they're clear lens. I just want to look more waspy.
Yeah, you're gonna look distinguished, mate.
Well, you use contacts anyway, right? So this
I wear contacts. Yeah, but the thing is that like it's a waste of time wearing contacts at the desk. So like I don't understand why I'd put contacts in just to look at the computer and then do nothing else. So the mister said to me, she was like, "Well, why don't you just like order some glasses?" I was like, "Cause they're like £400 or £500 for glasses," and I broke my last pen. I refused to replace them, and she was like, "Well, no, go to this website." And honestly, she sounded like an advert. She was like, "Have you broken your glasses and are they too expensive? Then buy them from go to www.thiswebsite.com." I'll tell you what, I bought a pair for £11. They're arriving tomorrow. So you probably won't see me wearing them on stream, but for those of you who follow me on Instagram, you'll probably see me wearing my glasses a lot more on my Instagram stories just because I can't be asked to put my contacts in.
Can't be bothered.
Yeah, I mean, literally that. It's just effort. I really can't be bothered to do anything like that. It's just I'm poking myself in the eye on the daily.
You know, if you had glasses on the other day when you were having your coffee with a teaspoon in,
I wouldn't have spilled coffee down my white jumper because, you know, this teaspoon would have hit my glasses, not me in the eye.
Exactly. Rich, I wanted to ask, you normally come onto the stream and you give us like very psychological, actionable steps to take usually around the trading process. But we never really ask you how your trading has been. How's your trading? Yeah, your trading.
Trading? What's trading?
Your actual trades. How has your trading been?
You mean I actually have to trade as well? No.
Yeah, I'm a performance coach now. I don't have to touch the markets.
This is the thing that you guys keep referencing. I
thought, he thought he was a fitness performance coach. Little did he know.
I was thinking more of other performance coaches, but
so the very short answer is good. The long answer is working towards getting it better. So life took a very, very busy turn about 18 months ago. And what I did is I put my trading into a kind of a smaller chapter of my life. And I sized down on a lot of my accounts. Still got multiple funded accounts with the 5ers, or, you know, all that kind of stuff where I looked at it and said, it's just not this big of a chapter at the moment where I need to be giving it so much of my time and attention. I continued to trade throughout this period. Still active, but I just sized down quite a lot. I think I've shared in the Discord call kind of how my equity curves looked over the last 18 months. Still got all my accounts with the 5ers. I think one of my accounts has just breached over 5,000 trades. So, and that's pretty much over the last 2.5 years. So still been active within this time, but there's just been this disconnect between committing into a trade idea and being able to give it my full attention and just saying, look, you know what, I'm going to just size down, put small orders in. So I've actually adjusted my trading approach to fit this chapter of my life better over the last 18 months. And now I'm back into a chapter where I'm like, I want to be a bit more intentional with my trading. So that starts with the proper process, the correct work. Nothing gains confidence in trading like having an abundance of data. So I'm going and collecting that data. I'm doing that back test. I'm using that data as a feedback loop to then be able to say, this is my trade idea. Let me commit into this with a bit more intention rather than just being a bit more of a positional trader, actually. So trading-wise, it's been good. I was at my peak about 2 years ago, and I know exactly what it took to get to that peak, and I know the work needed to bring back and surpass that. So it's been 18 months of kind of just making new equity highs. Still doing well, but I can do so much better. I've been fine tuning this car that's got say 500 horsepower. I've been driving it about 20 horsepower for the last 18 months, and it's like, Rich, come on, you've got the skills, you've got the talent. It's time to now put your foot down and actually use this tool for what it actually is to you. And so yeah, I don't mind showing that equity curve. I can't share it now because my screen will lag when I share it. I could be a bit more prepared, take pictures over it, but it works out. I'm not going to go into percentages because I don't want to set sort of any comparisons for traders. But let's just. I'm happy with where it is. I want to show it the before and the after. Before looks good, but after I want it to be unrecognizable to how it was before. So not focusing on the P&L, just focusing on the process of executing a plan, and then the P&L takes care of itself. So yeah, I've got to learn a lot of the nuances towards my edge as well. There's a couple of little tiny things that only the data will be able to tell me. So in live trading, 74% win rate over the last year and a half, probably a little higher, probably more like 76 over the last year and a half. I'm incredibly good at being right, but being right and making incredible returns are two very different things. Remember, it comes back to that best loser wins. You can be right, but make a little bit, or you can be willing to be wrong and size your trade according with a local stop loss. So this is something that I'm personally working through as a bit of a personal project. And I appreciate you asking. I'll keep you in the loop about it. It's good, but I want it to be great. I'm teaching traders how to create greatness within their trading, and I'm like, it's time to get back into that and develop that and lead by an example as well. So it's incredibly exciting times.
Mm-hmm.
So for everybody in chat, Rich Wells has a Discord section all for himself every Thursday and Friday. And if you haven't been in there, you're missing out. Like you're absolutely
Just go
missing
knock on his Discord door.
Just
He'll
rock
be
up
in there chilling, waiting for you all.
free of charge. He goes into the most amazing detail, just stuff that the average human being just never considers. So
yeah, to be fair,
get yourself into the Discord stream every Thursday and every Friday with Rich. It is there. It's coffee with traders. So
yeah, it's great fun in there as well, man.
I'm on stream.
Yeah, I jump in every now and then. Like I'm usually really busy in the afternoons. Not so much anymore. Like I've managed to sort of automate a lot of my stuff now, automate a lot of my lifestyle. So I'm starting to get to the point where now I can focus and have a lot more time. So, and I just get a ping to my phone. Richard Wells is going live. I'm like, go on then. So I'll join in and I'll listen to him and I'll be like, oh God, why do people call me on WhatsApp? How can I?
Oh, they're calling you on WhatsApp now.
Can you not hear it?
No.
You just went super quiet all of a sudden.
My phone is going off on my computer and I don't know how to shut it up.
There should be a little red button for you to press.
Yeah, there should be, but where is it? Ah, it's gone. Go away. Don't call me again. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, so like Rich will jump in and go live, and I'm like, oh god, no, I gotta got to jump in and listen to what Rich has to say. And yeah, the vibes in there are fantastic. So guys, I can't recommend enough that you go in and just join in with and listen to what Rich has to say. You know, so like sometimes we don't have enough time, and especially because we're live, we've got to cover a lot of conversation with the chat. You know, we've got our own things to say. You know, there's 3 of us now with 3 different opinions, 3 different topics to talk about, different trade analysis, trade ideas, trying to answer all chat's questions. Whereas when Rich is live in the Discord, he has got sole focus to answer all of your questions and really go into detail. And some of the detail he goes into is just fantastic. So big up, Rich. Not Richard. Go away, Richard. Big up, Rich.
Quickly, so if you are a 5ers trader, you've got access to the 5ers Discord. On the 5ers Discord, you want to be looking on the left-hand side under either announcements or schedule. Can't remember which one it is. You'll see it on the left-hand side, and then you will see the weekly schedule. Not just Michael's. There are, I think there's 5 calls, 6 calls in the Discord on a weekly basis, with a lot of traders sharing a lot of different insights and some really, really, really good stuff. So feel free to check out the schedule. The call that I'll be having in the Discord will be in about 3 hours from now. I'm going to have to fly, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, and I will catch up with you next week. Thanks for having me.
Sweet. Nice one.
Sure.
See you later, Rich.
We'll see you later. It's in community news for anybody that wants to have a look on the Discord. The announcements is under the community news. Every Sunday, they will give you a rundown of the week, the live stream, all of the calls, the coffee with traders. Victor has 3 days to himself. 3 days to himself. And then Rich has 2. And then we've got LJ and Akram, who is Void, on Fridays. So get yourselves in there. If you need to have bought an account or paid for an account at least on the 5ers in order to get access to the Discord. But it's well worth it, guys. It's honestly well worth it.
No, 100%. But do you know what you've got to do if you want to go check out that link? You've got to make sure you like the video and you got to be subscribed. I don't make the rules.
Well, we're trying to enforce them, aren't we?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm pretty sure you said earlier that is Tony Stark trading. Are they referring to Rich, to you?
No, it's definitely you. Like, I'm not, I know I got messy hair and all, but I'm sure you're the Tony Stark. Like, that's why everyone calls you.
Oh man, maybe I should change my moniker to Iron Man. Dude, you just look crazy when you do that. You're gonna get us demonetized, mate.
Huh?
We're gonna get a copyright strike.
Yeah. Who? It's not. Is that not Black Sabbath? Is that Black Sabbath? Iron Man?
Yeah, it's Iron Man. It's the good old Prince of Darkness himself, Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah. Oh, mate. What
no longer with us.
No, he died recently, didn't he? Not.
Yes, he passed 2 months ago.
I was gonna say, I'm sure it was really recent.
It's very recent, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, they don't give signals here. Oh, why? What have I missed?
I think Vikushi was asking what do you think about limit by 3914, stop loss 3886, and TP at 4014. So
I don't know. Have a look. What do you reckon? I've kind of done a whoopsie on my account.
Okay, a limit buy at 3914. So buy.
I got that stuck in my head now.
Let's just do that. So the entry is 3914 straight up. What is the take profit? Is 4,000.
4014.
Okay, and then the stop loss is 3886.
3886.
All right, so we're effectively saying that if price were to come into this area down here.
Wow, what time frame is that on? I'm guessing is that 1 hourly?
Yeah, this is on the 5 minute. Let's look at the hourly and the 4 hourly as an example.
I'm gonna go with this a 4 hour. Do I want to go 4 hour or 1 hour? I'm guessing it's a 1 hour entry with a 4 hour analysis.
Yeah, it's probably that because the stop loss is going to be slightly lower than this 4 hourly candle,
which makes sense.
Which makes I'm just going to move this a little bit back so we can see that. Then and then it's going to be at the very bottom of this candle over here on the 4 hourly for the take profit.
Yeah.
And the entry point is just slightly below the most recent swing, just slightly below.
That's interesting. What Vikushin, what made you enter there, or like what have you already entered, or is that like a pending? Like, and if so, why there is a pending?
Buy limit, yeah. So
okay, so it hasn't retraced
like
down to that level.
So this, do I still have
that level?
No, I do not. But let's do this. So this is going to be buy limit. This is going to be TP. And this is going to be SL.
Nice.
Yeah, that doesn't look bad. I mean, if you're looking for a buy and this is the point basically that you've decided to buy from, I mean, this is more in line with what you would do, Will, isn't it? You would put your stops basically just below a recent swing point, and you would kind of like look for either a session high up here or like something like that up there.
My stop loss would have been at around that level. Yeah, my TP would have probably been a little bit higher. I can't see why there is an entry. That's the only thing that I'm questioning. If you can give me,
that I can think is that we have a little bit of liquidity sitting just underneath these wicks, as an example.
Yeah,
so
possibly.
If we're going to basically bounce off of this, it's then going to react off of just taking up some of the liquidity just lower than this most recent candle. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know.
I mean, let me know what the entry criteria is. Like, if you let me know on the entry criteria, I may be able to like mentally get on board with it. But I'm struggling with your entry. I think that's the only thing I'm struggling with a little bit there.
It's going maybe the hour.
Maybe jump down onto the 15. Oh, okay. Actually, no. Stay there. Go back onto the hour. Yeah. Okay. I think I can actually see why you'd enter that. Yeah, you got a double bottom wick there, and then you've got that consolidation zone to the left. You know that yellow box you've marked out?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, so drag that all the way across, so you can see that equals the double bottom, and it's in that zone there. Okay, I quite like that. Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense. That actually makes quite a bit of sense. I'd have my stop loss a little bit wider. And I wouldn't place that until I have a lower time frame confirmation. Like, I'd have that as an area of interest, and I'd want to see what price is going to do at that level, like around that area, because that's the last thing you want, is to end up, waiting for price to get down, and then turns out it's just an absolute avalanche of sell orders, and you're trying to catch a sword. You're throwing an axe in the air and trying to catch it. It's just there's a lot of weight coming down if that's the case. So there's a long way to go down there. In fact, what's the price difference between? Do you know
where it is now?
Yeah,
currently, and to go down there is $64.
Okay, so you need to drop $64, and then you want to be moving up probably about 100, maybe a little less.
100 exactly.
I'll bang on 100. Oh, there you go then. Yeah, so you want to be dropping $60 to move up $100. I'd be careful with the momentum to the downside as you go to put your buy limit. So that's the only thing I'd be looking at, is don't have a buy limit straight away. Have an alert, and then as you move down into your area of interest, it'll ping your alert, and then reanalyze to see what price is doing, because that's the last thing I want to do is try and run on an ice rink going uphill.
Yeah, like make sure that that you get the confirmation that you want. Don't just enter just because it's at the price point.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, we don't know
So-
what your confluences are, and we don't know exactly what your entry criterias are. But I would just preface that if this is in line with your plan and you're happy to take this trade every single day, as if it sets up,
yeah,
then
of course. Then don't
follow
listen to
your.
us. Yeah, 100%.
But it
Yeah,
makes sense. We are at a point of support here. We've had multiple touches on this area as well. We've had a recent low, basically, that has not been, basically tested. This whole section here is untested. So if it were to come and dip down into this area, there might be a little bit dip lower and then continue higher, or it might play around you, dip lower, attempt to go higher, and then start going lower. So just be prepared for either scenario, so that you don't just blindly enter just because I like the price, as an example.
Yeah, literally that. I like that Trader Zed saying, personally, the 5ers feels like a godsend to godsend trading community. Thanks, everyone. Dude, it's our pleasure, man. That's why we do it. We want to be a happy, healthy, positive community. So, dude, we welcome you with open arms. And thank you for the good words. I'm glad that you're enjoying what we do here. Glad you enjoy the Discord. If you're not already in it, join into the Discord. I'm pretty sure the link's in the description below. And then it is. It should be. So join the Discord, and if you like us, what we do on live stream, then join the live stream every single day, man. Like Monday to Thursday, every day, all day. Let's do it.
The Ghana trader is saying, I think we should follow the order flow. Gold is heavily bearish. I suggest we wait for price reaction there before. I agree. I'm a reactionary trader. I don't really care about where it could or where it went, or I don't care about predicting the future. I react to what the market is showing me at this point in time, and if it aligns with my strategy, I take my trade. So I agree. It's always best to just wait for the reaction and then decide. Exactly.
I don't predict. I trade the structure. 100%. Yeah. Don't be a predictive trader. Predictions can be wrong. There's a saying: don't assume, because if you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Spell assume, and it spells ass, you, and me. So
maybe later.
Maybe. Okay. Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
I like.
The reason why I don't like trying to predict is because trading is a game of incomplete information.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have all the information. You've only got speculation. And the closest thing to the right information that we have is price action. And we understand how price moves based on supply and demand. And based on that, you make a trading strategy. You don't base a trading strategy on hypotheticals, because how do you test a hypothetical? You need to wait for that data to play out before you can be proved correct or incorrect.
Yeah.
So
literally. Dude, look who we got in.
It's
Vinny. Vinny was good, man. How's your funded account, Will, so far? Dude, it's going well.
Tis been a minute.
Yeah, tis has been a minute. I hope you're doing well, man. It's great to see you in. Yeah, it's good. I'm still live funded. We had about 7% drawdown, but I think I'm up. I've made like 5% back now, so I'm like 98k. So I'm 1.6k away from break even. So it's been a bit of a slog. It's been a bit of an uphill battle, but we're getting there. We're getting back to break even now, which is nice. So yeah, good to see you in though, man. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. We know nothing. Absolutely, man. We don't. That's so true. We don't know anything in the markets. We trade as per price.
That's all we do.
Literally that. We don't predict price. We react to price. That's the best thing I've heard in a while.
Yeah.
Also, where's that music gone again?
It disappeared.
It did.
I think the moment LJ went off, it just took the music with him. He's such a...
LJ, give us the music back, man. Just because you're a DJ.
Yeah.
DJ Lucky Rose.
DJ ro.
You're trying your hardest to make me throw up today, aren't you?
Do you not like that sound?
What, the sound of your voice? No, not really.
No, I mean,
I'm joking. I don't know. Maybe it's a Richard thing. Ah, no, my stepbrother had a bit of it. I couldn't listen to my stepbrother for too long, but I don't know. Maybe it's a Richard thing. You're like, maybe it's a South African accent. It's quite a nice accent. You can listen to it for a bit.
I'm gonna say there's gonna be a few people in chat that is probably gonna, want to throw apples because of that comment. They'll be like, no, it's not.
Okay,
It's not
no, that's
even-
very true. No, yeah, I was on the Royal Marines base a few years ago, and I'm sure I've told you the story about there's a Royal Marines sergeant called the Terminator, and he's about 17.
What a name.
Yeah, oh, mate, I know. And he sounded like the Terminator as well. Obviously not Russian, but he was like the South African Terminator. And like he had such a deep, husky voice. And like he'd let you go for food. Like you'd be lined up and you'd be like, right, guys, down to the galleys now. And the way he'd say it made you petrified to eat.
Oh yeah,
Like-
it's like you feel as if you're being watched, or you feel as though
Yeah,
you're
like the way he'd just growl at you, and you're like, this guy is like, no wonder he's called the Terminator. Like he's done nothing, just stood there and told you to go have food, and just that
Yeah.
alone.
and you're like, I don't want to anymore. I'm sick of it.
Like,
Your stomach's growling and
literally
you're like,
that.
"No."
Don't worry, it's like you go eat now. It's like no, I swallowed my tongue. It's fine. I'm not hungry no more. He's like,
No, it's okay.
yeah, it's like, no, I'll starve. It's fine. I'll eat tomorrow. But mate, yeah,
he was one of those people.
He was one of those, and maybe like his South African accent wasn't that great. It was too, he's a petrifying man. A mate of mine, he's got a South African accent. He's not. Maybe I just find him annoying as a person, but I can't listen to him for too long. But like, you've got quite a nice South African accent. I could listen to yours.
Thanks, man. You are singing my praises at the moment. I mean, I would like to
I
take.
bully you, mate. I bully you. I bully you 90% of the other time, so I may as well sing your praises every now and then.
Yeah, so I
Otherwise-
would like to take credit for my amazing voice, but I think I was born with it. I would like to thank my parents.
I'd like to thank my parents for giving me a South
for
African
years of
accent.
smoking.
yeah. My parents for being birthing me in South Africa. Tobacco for giving me the husk.
I don't have a problem.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Oh man.
Okay, if
We do
someone's
not.
not
We do not condone smoking, guys. Unless
No,
it's
no,
a
we don't.
cigar. Unless it's a cigar, then I can't lie. Then we do like cigars.
Well, I know you love cigars. It's
Dude,
one
I
of
had,
your
I had a shipment come in yesterday.
a shipment of cigars.
Yeah. No, a shipment of Barbie dolls. We're talking about cigars, Rich. Of course it's a
mean-
shipment of cigars.
I mean, if it's a Barbie smoking a cigar, I think you would probably like it.
Yeah, I'd rate that. I would rate that a lot. Solid 10 out of 10. Fair play. I'd definitely buy that. Mate, that'd be so funny. Can you imagine? A Ken doll just there.
That's the Barbie doll that sells the most. Like it becomes Mattel's most like profitable Barbie
Barbie
product.
selling.
Is Barbie with like a fat chode of a cigar.
With a cigar. Nah, you get like a Barbie and a Ken doll. You want like a Ken doll smoking a cigar in like a suit, and then you want like a Barbie in like a, I don't know, Chanel handbag or something.
Are you telling us your innermost darkest desires right now? Oh, I would love a Barbie doll.
I would severely
Barbie
desire
doll.
a Barbie doll. Guys,
With a little Chanel bag.
you all
That
missed my birthday.
Doll with a little bit of a.
Yeah, you all missed my birthday. So to make up for it, I want a Barbie doll.
It's what I want. I want it.
No, I want an action figure of myself. Is that a bit narcissistic?
I think you might need to go and talk to somebody about that, mate.
I do. I tell my brother all the time, but he won't buy me one or won't make me one. Like I want a Will Davis figurine. He must come with a laptop for trading, and what else? I don't know. Maybe an Apex Brotherhood hoodie. a laptop.
already
For
got
you know, I know I've got one of those, but I want my Will Davis Barbie doll to have it.
Okay, yeah, that makes
You know what I mean? An M4 is an accessory. Like you can buy accessories for the Will Davis doll.
Davis doll.
Or you can buy an accessory. You can buy him his office setup. You can buy him like his PC.
I was about to say you have that as like a little kit. Got a little M4.
It comes as a package.
Wales.
Yeah. Comes with a Welsh flag and a 5% as account. Oh, you know what, 5ers, guys? I'm giving you marketing material here. Get a Will Davis doll, and with each Will Davis doll, you get a 25k account. I'm sorry, but like, who wouldn't want that? You get an account and a Will Davis doll.
Yeah, but it's more like what people are going to be doing to that Will Davis doll. I don't care what they, I'm not worried about what they're going to do with the 5ers account.
It's like life size. I don't care what you do with it.
Oh, okay. So you can see it's late in the day, mate.
Oh my god. I was at lunchtime yet. Man.
I'm just currently looking at GU, trying to figure out if there's any specific area where we can test if we do break through this resistance, close, and then continue lower. As of right now, I only have these two areas down here, but they're quite a bit lower. So that's like 128.54. So we have quite a bit of drop to get to this point, but it doesn't seem like a bad area. I'm just looking if there's another area that has a little bit of consolidation that was tested more frequently or more regularly without going back 4 years, So where we are right now is basically still in line with a very nice supply and demand area, like smack bang where we are now. We're on the very tippy top of it, technically. So we've had multiple hops off of this. If it's going to break through, there's very little resistance, in my opinion, in this area.
Yeah, dude, I'll tell you what, EU is just, it's just melting in. I'm looking at EU now.
Yeah, I think EU, we're waiting on news.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
yes, we are. Yeah, 115, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming out in the next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, 115. Main refinancing rate and monetary policy statement.
I mean, if it's going to push through this, then that's basically all the way from over there. Then we have this area down here, which was the most recent low point after this low point. But I mean, still, like even if you just measure this out, this is 104 pips movement. What needs to go wrong for it to have 100 pip movement?
Yeah,
it's not impossible, but
no, it's not impossible. But something needs to shift it there.
Why does this feel like this is this move that's happening here? Does feel like it's like the loading of a shotgun kind of like thing. Preparing, and then the moment the news comes out.
Not for the drop, surely. Oh, you mean to the upside?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
This could be a load up for something spectacular.
We got 200. We got over 200 people watching. Let's turn those into 200 likes and a few subs too, guys. Minimum 200 likes and at least 200 more subscribers.
The Ghana trader, no. We're not talking about gold. Oh, but you're talking about
gold's going to drop if you ask me.
Sniper Live.
Gold's on its way down. I reckon gold's gonna. If we can break and close where we are now in literally 15 seconds time. If we can close where we are now in 15 seconds time, there's a stunning sell position setting up on gold.
I mean, if you just look at that massive wick on the 4 hourly.
Yeah, well, look at the 4 hourly, slowly drop down to the 15, then to the 5. The 5, I'd be selling now if I was on my main account. Maybe I'd wait for a pullback slightly, but this is just setting up to be a beautiful sell. Seeing a question here: how to get a 20k account? So to get a 20k account, guys, you have two options. You can go onto the 5ers website and buy a 20k account, or you can buy a Will doll. I'm pretty sure there's a giveaway though. All jokes aside, I'm pretty sure.
Like, I just had a visual of what a Will doll would look like.
Well, it looked like me, so. No, a Will's action figure then.
I low-key want one.
Huh?
I low-key would like to have a Will.
100%. So would I. Yeah, literally just like a little action figure. You could like this size.
One of those bobblehead ones that you can put in your car. That's got like that. That's got like these little sticky things.
Yeah. How cool would that be to have a Will doll? Like, oh, I'm gonna call it Will figurine. A Will doll just sounds too sexual now after you put that image in my head.
Dude, you had that image in your head the whole time.
Ah, true. I'm okay, thanks, Will. I'd rather pay for an account. Oh, shut up, Pooley. We all know that, dude, it was your idea to have a life-size Will doll. We turned it into a figurine. I know the wife wants a life-size Will doll.
She's got one.
she gives Pooley a mask with my face on it. Babe, let's roleplay tonight. Here, you beat Will.
That is rough. GU is melting at the moment,
Dude,
but it is because GU, the pound is not strong at the moment. I mean,
the
you can use the pound pairs, and none of them look amazing, apart from, I mean, AUD and NZD as an example. But still, it's just over the whole. The pound itself, in general, is not good at the moment.
Yeah.
Come to love trading GU, dude. Myself as well. Like GU is one of my favorite pairs to trade. GU is number one. EU has been sucking a little bit for me lately, but it's still profitable. But it's not the best. And then I do enjoy gold as well.
Yeah, I've been enjoying gold more and more at the moment. GU was my flagship. You know, GU was where it was at. EU was okay. I don't mind EU as much. But you know, a bit hit and miss. But gold for me recently is where it's been at. Speaking of gold, look at the golden boy coming through. Look at there, look at Jonatan. Yo,
guys.
What's good, man?
Good. How are you guys?
I feel like that was a good transition to welcoming him in. What do you reckon, guys?
The golden boy, boom.
Yeah.
You know,
What do you reckon?
I did something with my back. I kind of strained a muscle or something, and I can't take a deep breath. Like whenever I take a deep breath, it just stings in the back. I don't know what I did. Like right before, like literally when I clicked join, I did something.
It's from trying to carry the stream all on your own back.
It's
Yes.
trying to carry all this just awesomeness on his back. And he's like, God, I need someone to be at least half as awesome as me to take this weight off.
Can somebody just a little bit on my neck?
Someone take all this responsibility.
How's
How you doing, Jonathan? What's good, man?
have you been trading anything today? No.
No, not today. I traded GU a little bit earlier, but nothing much.
Well, I need to show you something. The session before you came on, we looked at USD CAD. We talked about this, right? So look at that inverse head and shoulders. We got the measured move up here, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait for the 1 hour candle to close above this level. Okay, this is the one. This is the next 1 hour candle. Okay, and then this is the next one. This is where we are right now.
Oh, savage.
That's insane. Like
That's nuts.
I left
Are
for a
you-
couple of hours and we're 50 pips higher.
Did you straight up order into that, or were you waiting for like a break and close, or were you waiting for like a?
No, I was just
pending-
waiting for this. I was waiting for this 1 hour candle to.
Oh no! So you didn't get a chance to get back in or to get in on it.
No.
Oh mate, that's so unlucky. That's such a nice
Yeah.
trade. Look at it. It's just no drawdown.
Yeah. That's a good move.
Yeah,
Very
that's a
good
very
move
nice
right there.
move, man.
But I mean,
Yep.
have a look at EU and GU. It's also just absolutely melting.
So, do we know why?
Well,
I'm
we've got
seeing
news out.
something in the market, but not really seeing any news.
We've got news in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, we got the ECB rate decision in 10 minutes. We had like some numbers coming out of Germany 5 minutes ago, but I don't think that's it though. Maybe we had the Eurozone GDP being higher than expected. I'm not really seeing anything that could really have moved the market this much. So obviously there's a lot of US USD strength. Euro USD, yeah. I mean something happened here, right? Euro USD moved to the downside. We got GU moved to the downside. So yeah, definitely. So GU is at a level where I would definitely be interested in. I don't know. From a range trading perspective, definitely interesting to go long around this area, but also might just be accumulation here, you know, before we have a break to the downside. Anyway, talking about break to the downside, Pedro, how are you, my friend?
Oh, Pedro's here.
What's up, everyone? Good
What's up,
afternoon.
Pedro?
Pedro, I
Alright.
saw on Twitter they found a white lynx type of animal in south of Spain. But you're not in Portugal, are you? Portugal? No, you're in the UK.
I'm in the UK.
Oh no, wait, Pedro, you're in the UK. You are sick.
You traitor, you left Portugal for the UK.
Must
You
be for the
left-
weather.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, why?
Beautiful.
Why are you in the UK?
beautiful country for the UK. It has like a dying economy.
Everything is just broken in the UK. Like I say to the missus all the time, like I'm like, why? Like she's not from the UK, so I said, why the UK? Like why? Just
Well,
can't
you know,
understand.
you're gonna miss
it's
the
been 10
UK.
years now.
If you leave, you're gonna miss the UK. I'm sure
Yeah,
about
true.
it.
Are you?
I know. I genuinely think so. Yeah, like there's just something so broken about the UK, but there's just something that's also just so, I don't know, patriotic about the UK. There's something about it you'd miss. Certainly wouldn't be the weather.
But if you go live in Thailand, you will probably miss having rain sometimes and not walking around you sweating all the time, right? Like you're gonna miss it.
I miss mosquitoes. Oh, I miss dying of humidity. Oh,
I miss paying ridiculous taxes. Please take more money.
Okay, so it's the best country. Like you gotta choose one country. What's the best country?
Oh, dude, that'd be a hard one, man.
Like Dubai
mean-
or something like that. I don't know.
Nah, Dubai's
Why?
not
But
country enough.
Dubai has no soul. I've never been
Yeah,
to
that's what
Dubai.
I mean.
though, so I can't say
Dubai's
anything, but I
very
feel like
aesthetic.
it's hot in Dubai. It is hot.
it's hot, and
Yeah,
it's like I
If
feel
you
like
remove
it's
those
just
3 months.
There's no
it's just
nature.
money. It's
It's
all about
sand.
money. You know what I mean?
It's just sand. It's a desert. That's all it is. There's no personality. There's no soul in Dubai. It's just aesthetic. It's where people go to make lots of money, drive nice cars, and live in sky-rise buildings. That's all Dubai is. It's very new. It's
mention
very.
it doesn't sound that bad.
Huh?
Now that
yeah,
you
no.
mention it, it doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah, true.
I think
But I
you want to go to a place where there's not a lot of people. There's like a balanced climate. It doesn't
Yeah.
get too hot and it doesn't get too cold. I think Spain is pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Alps. I think if tax isn't an issue and you're not worried about like economy and stuff like that, I think the French Alps are the place to go. You've got golf, mountain biking, lakes, water sports, all that in the summer. And then in the winter, it's just complete different world. You've got skiing, you got the snow, the mountain walks. Literally 2 very different seasons. Completely, like the world changes in one location.
Yeah.
Argentina.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
You guys don't follow the news, like the economy is recovering, but
the Argentina economy it's all right. It's all right. I mean, they have a little bit of inflation, but who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yeah, if we're gonna go on news alone, all of the countries that we're gonna mention is gonna have some sort of problem to it. So.
I mean, fair. Look, every country has their issues.
I haven't read a lot of stuff about Spain though. Like I quite like Spain.
Unless you're British.
There's issues there as well. There's issues.
Yeah, not only that, like, especially if you're British, like the Spaniards were kicking a lot. Like they were rioting about the Brits coming over in certain parts of Spain.
No shit, because the Brits are coming over and they're.
You know what's so ironic? The fact that all the Brits complain about immigration, then like half us Brits are moving to Spain. It's like, wow, it's like the irony.
They're like, let's leave the UK. We don't want immigrants. Let's go to Spain and let's use the
Literally. Anyway, I'm gonna love you all and leave you. Thank you so much for joining. Make sure you leave a like, guys, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. And Jonatan, Pedro, look after the guys in chat. We've really bigged them up for you now. So, guys, we shall see you all Monday morning, bright and early. Guys, have a fantastic weekend, and we shall see you later.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm also gonna head out, guys. Have a good one. I saw all of the messages in the group chat, Jonatan. We'll have a look at that and then we'll do some scheduling.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Richard. Bye, man.
All right. So what we're looking at right here is GBP USD. We're having quite of a big move to the downside right now here. We're definitely seeing some dollar strength coming into the market. I just had an alert here go off on GBP USD, so I'm thinking this is an interesting area to go long, because it's at the level where we are either going to bounce and basically let's do the same thing as we did here and here, or it's the start of a bigger move to the downside, maybe at least down to that level right there. So I think the risk to reward is potentially quite good here for a long on GU, but I mean, there's been a lot of talks about the UK economy not doing so well, and if I'm remembering correctly, that all started with the whole situation with they had the lady becoming prime minister, and then she kind of screwed up, and they got a new prime minister, and that started. I can't remember when that started, but that was well before summer, right? That was quite a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was even like 2 years. Like that was a long time ago. That she was there just for. Are you talking about one of the prime ministers that was there for a couple of months and then she left straight away?
Yeah, I think so, right?
That was a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, the UK economy has just been going down through that period. So even though we had very strong bearish sentiment on the pound, we still bounced here and we still bounced here, and we're now testing this level once again. So even though the overall macro and the overall fundamentals and the sentiment here for the pound is very bearish, we have still seen that even though that is the macro backdrop or the sentiment backdrop, we can still see significant bounces within this area. One thing that I do find interesting is the fact that we have hit that area here, bounced, hit the area here and bounced, and then on the previous daily candle we actually hit the area perfectly once again and bounced, but now we didn't see that follow through and we're pushing lower. Now that is obviously not a very positive development for this potential trade, but still I do think that this looks extremely bearish. But if we can, recover around this area, I think we
So
might.
what would you like to see there? What type of price action would you like to see there to be able to find an opportunity to go long?
Well, anything, but anything that would just confirm this as support. I'm not looking at anything specific, but I mean the usual, like just could be a move up to hit that resistance, just like we had resistance here, coming up, hitting that resistance, coming down, hitting this resistance right here, and then on the move lower, because you see that we have a very clear downtrend on the move lower, maybe a bounce here, and then they reclaim like that. So then in that case, of course, the type of setup could be an entry around this area. And then looking at targets, we could perhaps look at that level up here, targeting about 2 or something like that, or maybe even up to the range EQ all the way up here. That would be a quite nice risk to watch. So given that we do have quite a large move to the upside, potential large move to the upside, there is we have an opportunity here to wait for price to resolve. So it's Thursday today. I don't really like finding setups on a Thursday because I get this is what it looks like on the daily. Most likely I'm not going to be able to have the confirmation that I'm looking for on this daily candle. I would probably wait for that confirmation to happen tomorrow on Friday. But entering on a Friday, I'm not really sure that's something I want to be doing. I would much rather enter on a Monday and Tuesday, because of course you have the you have the swaps and the over weekend risk as well. So to me, it's Friday is not the best time to be entering a swing trade, but we'll see. Did we get the ECB rate? Yes, we have the ECB deposit rate, actual 2%, forecast 2%. So it was as expected.
Yeah.
And I believe we also have is there a statement? Yes, we have the statement.
Yeah, the press conference is going to be in half an hour, basically.
Yeah.
1:45 my time. Yeah. On the pound, it depends also what the dollar is going to do. This week has been definitely too negative on the pound, way more than the euro dollar during our week, without any news that we could see, at least from the Forex factory, right? And it was nothing planned. It was not because of CPI. It was not because of unemployment or whatever. I think it was actually more focused on the gilts and the bonds on the pound, creating pressure, and again, the economy being one of the factors, maybe to create pressure in the government to do something about it. But that level that you just looked at, for me, it looks a bit bearish on that pound. I think many people were already looking potentially for price to end up taking that double bottom that was created, invisible on the weekly and on the daily time frame. So we bounced in here in August, we bounced in there in May, and now we finally managed to break. For me, it was relevant that we respected the top. So when it did create this top, and this top is also reacting from a good level on the higher time frame. So we had a massive move down. This is when we talked about, I think, that situation with the government. That was what happened in here. It was a massive liquidation. No, it was actually, this was 2022, 2023. I don't know if it was this one or not. It was around this level that the gilts were really high. The government was about to default, and they changed the prime minister again. But yes, so price was reacting from a good level on the left side when you're looking at a higher time frame, all the way back to this previous structure. Then we moved down, we did respect this low, and then price ended up respecting again the top. When this happened and price starts breaking, I think in my opinion, I've been bearish for a while on the pound. I think eventually end up taking these lows. Yesterday move was interesting. I think yesterday price just pausing one more time at these lows, it was just to attract people in to try to buy at this support level, and all of them now just got stopped out literally with a breakthrough. So we'll see. You mentioned one level kind of close to this structure. Maybe that's where we could see some bounce on the pound. To look for longs, I think it's like you said. I think we still need to see a little bit of a move, or at least some kind of break of structure to the opposite side to start considering any buys. Otherwise, we may actually just open the space completely to go much further down on the pound, especially if the dollar also wants to start moving to the upside as well. Dollar must be close to 100 at this point. So it's going to be interesting. We finally took this above a bottom that many people were looking to eventually for price to go and take. It has been way more bearish than the euro, the pound. We can actually see that as well on euro pound, where euro pound has been moving to the upside in this week, basically. And at this point, price has been respecting the previous structure. Respected the stop, respected the stop, respected the stop. In here, it's a little bit of structure. Price still kind of respected, even when it made this move. Just a simple move, just price making this. Come back, respect the stop, break new lows, come back, respect still the stop. Kind of continues to break new lows and respecting the previous structure without really any big reverse in here. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the pound's going to do now after taking this liquidity. Are you going to find a little bit of buying pressure, or eventually price will just retest these highs from today and eventually sell off again? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. For longs, I'll wait for price to properly break structure, opposite structure to consider any type of longs. And as price just continues to melt a little bit more and maybe starts reacting from something relevant on the left side, which at this point is maybe still a bit further away. There are maybe other pairs that we can try to trade regarding to pound, maybe pound CAD, which also made a massive move to the downside, and now is reacting from this structure. So maybe a little bit of a buying pressure around this structure. Euro pound maybe can start looking a little bit for sales after the big move that we had to the upside. In regards to the pound dollar, I'm still not entirely sure what to expect at this point. But good move to the downside. Yeah, bearish on the pound short term. That's what Yusuf is saying. I'm bullish long term. Where from? Where are you looking for longs on the pound? Let's see, gold. Yeah, guys, let us know in the comments what you guys are looking at. What pairs are you guys to try to trade? Dollar finally getting closer to this 100 mark, so that's going to be an interesting zone to see if you're going to have any kind of resistance at around this level, because 100 mark on dollar has been working as a really important level either of support or resistance. So it was here in the past, price bouncing around 100 and go up, then we finally broke it, and price already bounced 100, went down, and now we're approaching that level again. So it's going to be interesting to see if this level holds price down or it starts breaking, and maybe we can start looking into a new upside move on the dollar. So that's going to be something to pay attention as price is approaching that level today. So yeah, I want to see if price has any kind of reaction from around this level.
It does feel like the markets are a bit range bound. I mean, I've been going through the markets here, and I've just doing a scan here, and we can see on Euro USD we've had since basically the beginning of the year up until this summer, we've had a quite a clear direction on Euro USD. And I think we've seen, of course, we saw gold having a massive run here since the summer as well. It's now taking a pause. We're seeing potential sideways movement right here. So to me, I'm starting to feel like now might not be the best time now might be a time to observe and save the ammunition, basically save that money and save that cash and deploy it when when the markets start moving again with higher volatility. Yes, we've had move on GBP CAD here to the downside, quite strong. I did enter a position here, but it's with low risk, and I'm not really looking to add any major risk here. I don't think we're going to get any super. Yes, of course we had USD CAD today, but overall I feel like the market is in a environment where, yeah, look at USDJFY. Wow, that is a huge move right there. So I guess some pairs are obviously moving quite heavily, but overall I feel like the markets are quite slow here today. If we're looking at Euro USD from a daily perspective, the only thing I can really say here is it's at support, and as long as price stays at this level as support, I mean, I'm always going to be interested in buying something at support, especially when it has like such a clean move to the downside. So just on Euro USD here, we get a good level above here with the fibs. So we got that daily level. And I think it's an interesting retest here of a support level. This is not really the way I want to be trading. I don't want to go, into the lower time frames and find an entry. But I mean, it looks good. We have on the nice pin bar here on the 15-minute. Is that a pin bar or is that a? Oh man, I need to know this. Every single time. I gotta look this up. Okay. Is this a hammer? Yes, that is a hammer. But is a hammer at the? Is hammer bullish or bearish? Yeah. That's a hammer. It's a hammer. A hammer happens at the top, and a shooting star happens at the. No, a hanging man happens at the top, and a hammer happens at the bottom. I'm never gonna get this right. We're gonna get that right. I'm gonna have a test on this. I should know that. So would you look at longs here for EU?
That's a good question. Because price is indeed retesting now that those lows that level of support. However, bigger picture, I think I would like to still see it going a little bit further down. Yeah, I think I'll still like to see it going a little bit further down if I just check my chart. So basically, the pound dollar already end up taking this structure at around this level. I would like to see at least still going back at least close to this level in here. It's around 145 something like that. So EU is also kind of doing the same trajectory, broke this low, retested, respected this structure, and now we are around here. So it's going to be interesting to see. Again, if you're going to hold, I'm not going to be looking for longs around this level. I'll prefer to see price going a little bit further down and then looking for longs. But if the dollar index does respect this 100 mark, then we should be expecting some longs on the euro. But even the dollar index is still a bit further away. It could move a little bit higher, and maybe that move maybe end up taking these lows on the euro. Looking at the euro index has been ranging, which has been interesting. Has been ranging between this level for the last month or so. So we may find, well, at this point almost you could find some more selling pressure at around here. So we found buying pressure at around this level. It was 22nd of October. That's when the euro went higher from those lows. and now I'm curious to see how price may react from here. They're seeing a little bit of a selling pressure on the euro. I think it's visible on the euro yen, on the euro pound, and a little bit and some other pairs. Yes, I'm a bit indecisive on the euro, to be honest. I'm a bit indecisive. I would prefer to look for longs on the euro dollar as well, with the euro index at lows, or at least wait for this to break something and then maybe initiate a new cycle to the upside. Trying to look for longs on the euro dollar when the euro index is close to a level of resistance, it's a bit tricky. It may not be totally in alignment with that move. Yeah, I'm not really sure on the euro. I like that finally price is moving after basically a month without much move due to the lack of news from the US. Finally price is moving a little bit. Let's see.
All right, it is time for the giveaway. Special Halloween giveaway. We're gonna give away 5 accounts today. We have, I believe it's gonna be 3 bootcamp account. We're gonna give away 2 5K high stakes account and 1 20K high stakes evaluation account. So the first one in the list gets a 20K high stakes evaluation. The third and second one gets a 5K evaluation, and the second and third, and then the fourth and fifth. That does not, whatever. Okay, it's gonna be a surprise. You'll see when you get the email. But that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give away high stakes evaluation account and boot camps accounts. I don't have the list in front of me, so that's a little bit embarrassing. We have Victor here as well. What a timing! Welcome, Victor.
Hello. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, indeed.
And you're all dressed up. You got the mask.
Yeah,
the
finally.
mask ready.
Finally, your dress code aligns with the season.
I'm just ahead of time. Right? That's the thing. Ahead of my
once
time.
a year.
It's like a broken clock, right? At least it's right twice a day. So there you go, Victor. Congrats.
Are you saying my dress code is broken, Pedro?
No. I'm just saying it's off all the rest of the time.
It is off a couple of days. Well, actually, considering that we had the pandemic very many years ago, it's off several years. Actually, you're lagging behind quite a lot. You're like a 356-day moving average.
I would say what COVID was 3 years ago, so that would be like 1,000 daily EMA lagging indicator.
And you're the opposite of an exponential. You're slowing down moving average. Okay, so let's go. We got 5 winners. Let's run the drum snare and let's do this. Wow, the timing on that one. That was perfect.
You're getting better. Jonatan, you are working on it, yeah?
Yes. This is what I do every
morning. Jonatan wakes up. I gotta train for 10 minutes. The timing on the drum roll.
Yep, that's right. There we go, guys. We got 5 winners and 1 that I can pronounce, but I will try. David G, congratulations. Avinash K, congratulations. Laval Y. Y Laval Y, congratulations. Deepu Singh. And then another Avinash, but this is KR. It's not a K, this is KR. Congrats, guys.
Just check the email if it's the same or not. It's maybe the same person.
Well,
I think it can be the same, right?
Here live, obviously, but if there's any issues, we have like scam detectors here in the background, which we've already gone through. So most likely they're same name, probably happens. All right, congratulations, guys. You've got the accounts. You're gonna get a you're gonna get an account sent to the email that you used when you signed up. On that note, I'm gonna go ahead and collect these emails and send it over to the team, and I will be leaving you guys. I will be leaving you in the very comfortable and capable hands of Pedro and Victor.
Nice,
Thank you,
nice.
Jonatan.
That is. Thank you for that, Jonatan. I'm
Thank you.
sure the winners are very anxious for you to do whatever it needs to be done so that they can receive their account, right?
Yeah, whatever I'm going there, whatever needs to be done, I will do it. All right, take care, guys. See you.
That was a nice nice flow there. So how is everyone doing? It isn't Halloween. I know. I said happy Halloween. It isn't the 31st yet, but this is the last session for this week. So this is, Halloween edition. That's why we're giving away prize. We're celebrating. We're actually, it's an excuse for us to give you some accounts, because that's what we want. We want you to learn, perhaps experiment and watch and be exposed to real traders. That's why we're here, and give you the account as well, so you can try and attempt for yourself to be improve and elevate your trading skills. If we're all in the same boat, right? It doesn't matter if you're already quite advanced and you're winning, good money already. You can always be better, always. So it's calling for everyone to join us today and hit the like button, and let me put myself in the center frame, if that's possible, in the middle of the frame. So Pedro, besides my dress code, what else is on your mind today in terms of the market?
Yeah, it's gone. I was trying to find shorts on US indices. As you can see, I was looking a bit more at a little bit higher, and apparently it's just leaving. US market just opened right now, the last couple of minutes when you joined, and it's having off. It's having off quite aggressively. So we finally had a little bit of manipulation yesterday with initially the Fed, then the earnings, and then eventually maybe the deal between, or the conversation between Trump and China's president, and there you go. It's having off. It's having off, and I'm not in any trade. Which I would have
do I see it correctly that you had a limit order up there?
Yeah, I wanted to short from a little bit higher. Of course, this was at 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm not awake when the top was created, so I was hoping that eventual price would go a little bit higher. Maybe still a good level in the future to look for a short in between this favorable gap between these lows, these tops, and the supply above or the block. But at this point, well, nothing I can do. Nothing I can do about it. Actually, the Dow. Maybe the Dow could go as well, and Dow is not bad as well at the top. Yeah, that was one actually that I was looking when I woke up this morning, trying to find the opportunity. It did respect the mid-range structure, so it was actually maybe from here could have been a good short, maybe from this level, but that's not exactly where I usually look for the trade. So yeah, that's basically what happened. Yesterday I did have a loss yesterday. Yeah, I entered exactly on this point, supposed somewhere in there. I was still making kind of around 1.6, something like that, but I was looking for price to go a little bit lower. It only went after kind of it picked me up, and I did try to find a new way to enter during the FOMC, but price never really got a little bit closer to the next level. So I ended up canceling my order, and price actually moved where I wanted to go, but it got stopped out with this somewhere in there yesterday. So I got faked out yesterday in this move. But it looks like this is actually kind of a good representation of usually how the reversal patterns tend to happen. If you guys want to pay attention, and even in terms of managing expectations as well, right? So we start having a little bit of a few highs, and price kind of staying off a little bit. It looks like that maybe some reversal pattern starts to be created. But you can see when actually, especially around these big news events, when you have FMC, maybe some earnings as well, usually the top's not going to be created until you have initially a massive sell-off happening and then some kind of fake out. So even though when you're looking in the moment, when I'm looking like this, it looks like that's maybe it has a good size, but when you actually then look at the real size of the other candles, it's not that big. So yeah, it's kind of managing expectation, managing expectation until you finally have a proper flash of liquidity, manipulating people on top and on the bottom until we finally now have the move. And this was the move that I actually wanted to eventually catch the bigger one. Doesn't mean that you are not able to find opportunities on the approach into kind of the bigger reversal. Of course you can. This was maybe yesterday one of those. But yeah, there you go. Sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get stopped out trying to catch them. That's basically
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I love the fact that what you said right there. This is how the reversal normally happen, even though you didn't catch it, didn't go to your area. It's all about probabilities. That doesn't always reverse this very exact way. It doesn't always retrace, to these areas that we look for that are high probability areas, but the pattern of the reversal is very, very, very common. It happens a lot of the time. It happens a lot of the time that the market reverses in that way. And I think the real lesson is in recognizing the pattern, not the one particular setup, because there's a recurring theme when the market reverses like that, and sometimes it doesn't come back and retrace as much. That's an indication of how the market is behaving, about the market condition, about the tug of war, right? Because that's, in the end, that's what creates price action, right? It's how aggressive one side is to the other, how aggressive both of them are, or how dominant in one side is, and how is that distributed in time? Is one just coming in from time to time and really pressing on, let's say, the sellers, and then they're not as aggressive anymore, and then again very aggressive, and then not so aggressive for some period, because that will change the pattern that you'll see. But in any case, the reversal, a lot of the times, unless it's a V shape or just a gap, a lot of the times it will show what we call a quasi, right? It will break some level of significance and then go back before it actually continues on with the reversal. And I think that's the real lesson, or the real value in watching these patterns, is recognizing when a reversal is happening, even though it may not happen exactly as there's no way you can predict it. You can only be prepared for it. For certain scenarios, if they happen, you'd be in, like you were. Didn't trigger you, but you understood, right? That's why you had a limit order there. You understood that the market is likely to be reversing, and even though you didn't get triggered, you didn't get into the market eventually did reverse and went in your way. And I think that's the way our as a trader, you cannot be catching all setups, but at least if you can recognize what is actually happening, you're miles ahead of the curve of the average trader out there, and your chances of becoming actually profitable and consistent about it are greatly increased if you're actually getting that feedback that you're reading the market, even though you're not capitalizing all the time, but you're still reading the market correctly.
Yeah, that's a good point. And just even in terms of managing expectations and emotions during this process, because yes, I was looking for potential shorts on the NASDAQ or on US indices. Even just taking into consideration that we opened with a gap on Monday, some of the situations as well, it looks like that price was a bit overbought in here. 1 second, because we have Jonatan to announce new.
All right, so I did
wait.
some. Went through the results, and we're gonna pick two more winners. Apparently, we've seen that one guy who has a could be that there's a lot of people with that exact name, or it's not, and it's most likely not. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select two more winners. Let's do this.
Go.
Two more winners. Let's go. See if I can time it the same. Here we go. Yago F and Boopy. You're not called Boopy. That's what it says. That's what it says. And I'm from Sweden, and in Sweden, our names means nothing. I'm sure this names means beautiful butterfly on a snowflake on a mountaintop. I think
in
Sweden the names here means like nothing. So I can't pronounce
I think
that.
the proper pronunciation would be Bupe.
Of course.
Right? Bupe A. Right?
Bupe.
Anyways, we're very happy you won.
Everyone, I'm sorry for being very bad at names, and I'm absolutely butchering that name, and do not take it personally. I'm sorry about that.
It reflects our incapability of pronouncing these names. It doesn't reflect how we feel about you. We're happy for you.
No.
We, you know, we.
I don't think we have to go deeper than that, Victor. I think like the deeper we go, the
worse it gets, right?
All right, that's it. No, it's not going to be 10 giveaways. It's going to be five accounts today, not 10. Did I write 10? I gotta go back, because if I did, then of course we're gonna do 5 more.
If you did, then we have to comply. We have to be true to our words. I mean, if you by accident put in.
Yeah, I did. Yep, let's go. I did a typo. That's Halloween for you. That's a little trick and treat for you all. Let's go. We get another.
I'm gonna go in and edit that comment, guys. And we're gonna put a little 0 after that digit, and we're gonna come back and tell Jonatan, actually there's another typo.
Right. I'm just gonna switch quickly to Pedro's here, and I'm gonna collect these email addresses, and then we're going to do an extra 5 accounts, of course. And if someone's from the team is watching right now, this was
I've been there as well. I've been there, Jonatan.
Yeah, it was not really my mistake. This was actually Pedro who set this up, so you got to take it off. This is not my issue. I don't care. You got to take it up with Pedro. All right, let's do a quick draw. 5 winners. Wow, nice. And then we're soon gonna hit 90,000 followers on subscribers on YouTube as well. I wanted to do a 10 account giveaway on that giveaway. Looks like we're gonna be doing potentially an even bigger for that one, because obviously us reaching 90,000 subscribers is much bigger than Halloween. All right. So we got a comment saying $1 bootcamp offer, please. There was a time, that was actually before I joined the 5ers. I think I joined the 5ers like right when that promotion was going on. That was really cool, but I don't think we're doing it again. I don't think like that was a massive. I remember I believe that was like a massive strain on the on all the servers and everything. Like that was so many people going in and getting that account. I'm not sure we're gonna do that again. Maybe something similar, but yeah. Okay, 5 winners.
It was great as a lesson, I think.
Yeah, definitely. That was definitely a stress test. Man, that was popular.
Yes.
Like
that was indeed a stress test.
That account. And you know what? We actually have some traders who bought the $1 bootcamp account, and they actually got funded. That's insane. That's really cool to see. Okay, let's do this. No. Okay, can we cancel the sound? We can't cancel it. So what I have to do is I have to go in. I have to select this one and it's getting in. No, stop ringing the doorbell, Victor.
No, I'm masking the drum roll. That was what I was doing.
You're good with masks on your face, but not when it comes to masking sound. That you're terrible at that, apparently. All right, let's go. 5 more winners. Here we go. Well, that one is already won, so we're going to repick that one. All right, we got Ferdinand. Victor, can you just do this for me?
That's Ferdinand, or yes, I think that's Ferdinand. Himanshu, congratulations, Francois.
Wow,
and
good, Victor.
Hakim Diritu and Salvador. Congratulations to all of you. You have won an account, right? That's the giveaway prize. What kind of account is it?
Well, that's going to be a little bit of a surprise. We're going to be at random. I'm going to be sending out 3 bootcamp accounts, 1 5K high stakes and 1 20K high stakes.
The important thing is you've won an account. A surprise one is going to be exciting, and you have chance of, with these accounts to actually get funded, get real money into your account, and become as I was going to
make
say,
money. Let's make money. Let's get the account, trade well. Let's make some money. Let's do this. All right, I'm going to jump off. You'll have a wonderful rest of the day, rest of the Tuesday, and a super scary Halloween. But let's hope it's a good type of scare and not
Whoa, what's that?
Whoa, what is going on? What's that?
What is that? Yes, Pedro, explain this to
moving.
Moving? That doesn't call moving.
The 50. Okay, so why are we getting these movements right now? I gotta go in and check Bloomberg. Is it because of the Trump and China truce? But that's been going on for quite some time now.
It's just the volatility of the market reacting to all those news. And the ECB is speaking now, so we may have volatility on the euro.
And it's the Open as well.
Oh, it's the Open. It's the US Open. That's why. Wow.
Yeah,
that's a massive move. But why is it such a huge move on the Dow and not NASDAQ or the S&P 500?
Because the Dow is concentrated. It's only 30.
Right. That's right. Interesting. That's an interesting move right there. Very cool. Okay, I'm gonna jump off. I will see you guys next week. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. And for everyone that has been asking for a Friday live stream, guess what? I'm not gonna say more. Okay. Take care. See you all next week. Bye.
Thank you for building up that suspense, Jonatan, on this pre-Halloween day, where we are celebrating Halloween right away. Boa tarde.
Boa tarde, João. With is this a normal João from the Portuguese live stream, or is it a new João? I don't know. Because the picture is different.
I think there are many Joe out there.
Yeah.
And most of them are normal. I think most of them are normal Joe.
Yeah, most of them. Most of them.
Probably all of them, but maybe not all of them.
Victor, can you practice your Spanish?
Yes, Mr. David Garit Dodd is asking here to claim the prize. Will you guys contact me? Thank you very much. Yes, you will receive through the email that you registered that got you into the giveaway. You will receive the needed information. You will be contacted in case you will receive on the same email address. So David, congratulations. Yes. Let's see.
By the way, I was expecting you to read that in Spanish. By the way.
Okay. Para reclamar el premio, ustedes me contactan. Muchas gracias. Sí, te contactaremos.
Gracias, Victor. Gracias.
All right. So yes, it is confirmed. It is the normal João. The very, very normal João, Pedro from Portugal. João Pedro. That's one name, right? The same as with many
Yes.
Latin, as in Spanish and in French, you have these as well. So,
Yes.
João Pedro, new picture. I
New
mean, hold on. The picture isn't you. What are you talking
No,
about?
it's not me.
It's my friend Lily. Okay. I didn't finish the sentence. Okay. Hi, Lily. All right. So someone is we have we have someone in here. I was gonna say special guest, but maybe I shouldn't say that. All right. So actually, first of all, are you trading Dow? Because that's an amazing that's an interesting move.
I did not trade out, but I was looking also for opportunities of short, so I'll be monitoring to see how price may react from this top.
Yeah.
Even though price did reacted nicely from this structure without breaking it, I would have preferred if I had seen a small break of this level, which didn't happen. But I still like this supply at around this level, so I'll be monitoring. I'll be monitoring to see how the Dow is going to now approach this level. Maybe we can find a short opportunity, even if it is kind of just to bounce back in here. For sure, I'll already be taking some profit out of the way. So I'll be monitoring that one. And the other ones as well, I think they are recovering. So this one came all the way towards this level. If I can move this rectangle to the side, can I?
Would you trade Dow? I mean, looking at that move, and you're waiting for price to catch to that consolidation area. Where would you be interested in getting into this move, and in what direction would you be trading this? Because it's a breakout.
Short. So
okay.
I don't like this supply that was kind of left created around here. There's a little bit of a space in there, but this one also price could react from either this one or maybe that one. I'll just try to see, because I don't like the move that was created around here. We created the top, we moved, we made this fake out in here, collecting all these levels, and then we dropped. So we may have still that level, this level in here, or even maybe that one. So I want to see price going above these highs, and then into this level, which also is this left shoulder. And 1 second. And yeah, we'll be looking a little bit somewhere around there. It's actually nice that price. Sometimes price does this, especially on the indices, they kind of move quite aggressively in the middle. But now I need to see price decelerating a little bit, of course, otherwise I'm not short it.
Why? I want to be a little bit the devil's advocate here. Why are you looking to go short? I mean, obviously you're trading the quasi, right? There is a break of structure. And you're thinking there could be more downside to this move. Is there anything else that you're considering except the quasi pattern that we see right there?
I'm not really going to into much fundamentals, maybe price. What I'm actually expecting right now, because we didn't really manage to break this level, I may expect just a bounce between this range. Even if price wants to go and break this top, I'm expecting to see some bounce from here. Maybe price can just retest this level, come into this structure and go higher again. So at this point, I'll be managing the trade. If I do manage to find an entry and see how price reacts from here, I'm making some profits around this level, which may look at a bit more in here. Maybe closer to 1 at least first initial target, and then potentially price actually reads. Maybe price can come back into this level. At this point, I'm literally just trading the range because it's the first time that price is coming back to the top. We already have some kind of manipulation quasi models, as you mentioned. I'm looking for that type of a move. On the previous ones, it was a little bit different. We already had broken some structure, so I was looking a bit more for a bigger move to the downside. On the Dow, price hasn't really managed to do that, at least in regards to this low. And then I like to short. I like to look for shorts. So I was not looking for longs, and I'm going to be curious to see. I think there's enough volatility at this point on the US indices. We had earnings yesterday. You are going to have big earnings as well today with Apple and Amazon. If not mistaken, there is a situation with the China. There was maybe some kind of reaction yesterday's FOMC meeting. And there's maybe a few reasons why we are seeing this volatility. That's basically what I'm going to try to do. trade this volatility within this level. So price is decelerating a little bit. It's respecting this structure now. So that if it continues now to break a little bit higher, and then we'll see. Then we'll see what will happen. But I don't like two levels in here. Me enjoying these two levels is one of the reasons as well. Then we'll react from there.
All right, I will show as well the my
Your
ideas
analysis?
on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yes.
I'm curious.
While you were talking about Dow, I did a little bit of a analysis quickly there. I'm gonna move this away. Hold on. All right, so let me switch back to, not switch back, but switch for the first time to mine. I'll put mine below yours. There we go. And the technology works. All right, so on the monthly time frame, let me take a look on, this is the equity. So it pays to have a bullish on the higher time frame, especially on the monthly. It pays to be, to be either bullish only or to have a little slight of a bullish bias because of that bullish drift you have on the equities, right? Driven by inflation, and because this is an indices as well, there's a mechanism there where the less performing companies are automatically selected out, and only the better performing, the better growing and bigger capital companies are included. So automatically it means that you will get the best of the best, meaning it will exaggerate that positiveness in the equities market. However, that's not what I'm going to be talking about. You have on the monthly time frame, the only thing we can see is that we are creating, as we're getting back to the highest, the previous swing high, we're getting, this is all technical, no fundamental here. So what we're seeing is that after we had that push down, which was this push down was caused by I believe, let me see, that's before actually this push down. This one last candle was the first trade war month. That was in April, and you can see how the market came back and pushed away from it, and as it did, created two order blocks which were not, well, actually one was retested right there, but the second one wasn't. So that gives you the the idea or the indication that the market is very, very bullish. We are basically in an impulsive monthly leg here, right? So that's something to consider. Let's not forget that it's a breakout, and the market did not really, except for those little wicks right here, it came back to retest it, continue further, did that twice, and now you actually have the confirmation basically of the retest after the breakout. As a technical analyst or as a trader, you know what that means. That means that we have a breakout. It came back on two occasions. There isn't a lot of, well, this is what I'm talking about, right? So if you have these, this is much lower. Let me do it correctly. So you have already a breakout there that came back and retested that. You can see that went up, retested again for the second time, right? And the same thing is happening here, just on a smaller scale. You have that breakout here. It actually closes above, but it has a little retest there for the second time, another retest, and then comes and continues. That's very, very bullish. That's what I see, right? It's confirming that the breakout is not failing. It's being confirmed. So automatically, you want to be looking for longs, even though it's all-time high. I'm sorry?
Yeah, longs.
Yeah, you want to be checking longs. This is only the monthly, but of course, if the monthly is long, it's gonna break likely. It's more easy. It's easier to break, even weekly and for sure daily structures. So that's one thing. Even though it's all-time high, when momentum is on your side, it doesn't matter. It can continue to go in that same direction, even if it's overextended and all of that. So we go to the one step down. We can see basically the same thing. The double top that was retested and actually broke out. We had one, and then the second, which is what we saw in the monthly, just with more granularity. the market is creating, as you can see here, creating a little, it's not a little, but a one bearish order block, meaning that the sellers, at least at those 2 weeks, this is the weekly time frame, the sellers took control, they were dominant, push price much lower. But look at how the market reacted. Did the market, well, it did actually create invalidated one order block, but that was the immediate one, which is kind of easy. If it's going to be, the sellers are going to come in and take over, the immediate one is the first one and more likely easier to break because it doesn't take as much. But as soon as it was created, was there follow through or not? As we can see, it went into a demand zone, pushed back with vengeance. So it's actually, when you go deeper in, it's telling us that the buyers are, they're not giving any chances. They are coming in aggressively by the candle. So that's one thing. And it had no difficulty breaking that bearish order blocks, right? So much so that it is not only invalidated that, but look at that gap, right? That's another indication as well as how aggressive things are. So everything is telling us from the higher time frame that this is quite bullish, right? Momentum on all the time frame is very clear. If we go on the daily time frame, we're not, since we had the break of this high, right, which is not the retest. These were the retests of the monthly time frame. So we're talking about a different high here. This is not the high on the monthly that I just talked about. My high on the monthly is much to the left. So if you look at that high, it had the initial reaction, right, as you would be with any resistance, had a little reaction and then comes back. And as you can see right here, it had an immediate reaction, close above it, first indication that the breakout is happening, and actually continues strongly in that same direction. Not only that, we are creating bullish order blocks as we are. It still has to close, so it's not definitive yet. But as we are nearing to the end of this day, which still has plenty of hours to go, so it can change still. But if it closes anywhere near like it looks now, it's going to be creating bullish structures as it is pushing through and following through of the breakout. That's what you want to be seeing. That indicates that it's likely to continue. Like if it, that's how it behaves when price is going to keep on going much further after a breakout. So that's one thing. It hasn't produced it yet, so you need to be careful with that. And on the H4, I see the quasi, right? The quasi is right here. and I support your setup, Pedro, because I think I would trade short here too. This is the quasi. That's the higher highs, higher lows, and it breaks that neckline on the H4, leaving us a beautiful quasi right here to consider a short. That is this order block right there, right? That's a nice area to short if the market is trying to trick or trade us. I mean, trick us in this case. If the market is trying to do that on pre-Halloween day, then this would be on the H4, the structure it could use. That's the mindset that's the quasi mindset. This is the order block, the structure it could use to mount its tricking you into thinking all the bullish signs, we read them, they're there. I confirm them, but who am I to confirm them? But I see them. I confirm that I see them as well. But the market, plays games all the time, right? It make fake outs. It traps traders. So if the market is going to make a fake move here, then this would be the area where that could happen. And if we go to the H2 as well as the H1, we can find that there is actually overlap with some structure within that order block on the H4 that refines it further and gives us a clear area that needs to be checked, looked, observed, whatever you want to say, watched for possible reversal. So I see this too as a possible short within a very bullish price action on the higher time frame, meaning we could have, because what Pedro is trying to catch is not necessarily the breakdown of the market, right? It's not like it's going to come down necessarily for days on end, just a little pop to the next level, maybe even the same range before it maybe continues, right? So that's exactly how I trade quasis as well, and I only extend the position to hold it through maybe weeks on end, but in any case more days if the higher time frames are aligning as well, which is not the case with the short. But there is a short trade in here, and I totally agree. I have the same area. I would say on this price feed, in any case, it is this area in within that H4, and I would be targeting perhaps that lower order block, perhaps, or if I were to catch a trade from here, I don't see anything. Maybe I would just keep it something like that. And for me to get in, it would mean that the market needs to convince me that it has turned on another time frame while have touched this before. So if it comes in here and it keeps on putting higher highs, that's not convincing me. That doesn't convince me that it's going to turn around or that it has turned around, right? It needs to actually give us something that this does not look like it's going to turn around. That's higher high. That's convincing me of its strength, not of its possible reversal. So you want to be seeing something, weakness coming in, deceleration, reversal patterns, double top, whatever you use, or quasis, but it needs to do those things to give you the cues that it is getting ready for changing direction. And if that's the case, then you want to jump on that bandwagon because it's likely going to go down.
Yeah, that's basically the idea. We'll see. Price is starting to decelerate a little bit, but there's still no break of structure just yet. So we'll see. We'll see what will happen. But that's a good breakdown analysis that you did, Victor. Definitely, the US indices are still bullish. We are not crazy enough to call them very sure that this is going to be the top. But for now, it's a possible opportunity within this range.
Another, we have questions here. I will take a look at them. Pepperoni. I'll check them out in a couple of. Yeah, I like pepperoni. Do you like pepperoni, Pedro?
I'm vegan, so I don't eat pepperoni.
Oh, you're vegan.
But before that, I used to.
Okay. Well, good.
But I like pizza, and this reminds me of pizza anytime I read pepperoni. So I would love a pizza now.
Nowadays, you have all kinds of meat alternatives. I'm pretty sure they have vegan pepperoni pizza, right?
They do.
They do, yeah. It couldn't be different. There's something else I wanted to say for those who are watching the Dow, and perhaps this applies. I haven't checked on the S&P and the NASDAQ as well if they have the same structure, may or may not have. But if the higher time frames are very, very clear in the bullishness, and that is the case with US 30, what I would be looking, yes, there is a possible short here if it confirms, if you have alignment on the hourlies and so on. But I would quickly also try to identify the opposite, right? Because the top-down analysis tells me you actually want to be bullish, right? Because that has the most time frames helping you in the same direction. So, and if that is the case, then I want to be going long from, for example, this area right here, which is where the move started. So if the higher time frames are going to have their way, and typically they do, right? We know that the likelihood that eventually the market will continue to go in that direction are quite high, right? Because higher time frames are telling us that. And even though we understand that there could be a short here, if there is such a short, which we do not know, if there is such a short, where is price likely to switch back to bullish? Right, I already have it here. One of the areas would be this, and perhaps the other one would be that. But let's start with the first one. If and when the market comes back very quickly, and especially if it didn't create a higher high, but just something in the middle, and it comes back to this order block, that would be the perfect area for the price to eventually do what we expect it to do on the higher time frames as well. So I would be waiting for price to come back into that area and see if I can spot alignment again on those hourlies into the for that direction. And then comes this order block, which I took away, comes into place, right? That order block, if it closes up there and it comes back, this is the daily, comes back to that order block, you have the daily on your side, giving you a fresh order block to trade from. I mean, that's a blessing, right? So if that means that you can hold actually this price for something much higher. It's all hypothetical because nothing of that has happened yet. But just putting things into perspective as to what is possible. So I see a short and possibly a long in the future as well, in the direction of the higher time frames.
Yeah. We have Marcos describing basically his view on euro dollar, what happened recently. Kind of mentioning that basically throughout the week, retailers were looking for longs or positioning long on euro dollar, while the institutions maybe were waiting for this sweep that happened yesterday, maybe to this morning on the euro. So basically before the sweep on October 30, retail traders were heavy long, while institutions traders were either flat or tactically short, positioning for a liquidity grab. That's basically what he's showing here. Retail versus institutional positioning, press sweep, retail traders long buys over 68.72. Marcus, where are you getting this data?
IG client sentiment.
IG client sentiment. Okay, got it. I think my Forex book, I think, also has a kind of a tool where you can see where usually most people are positioned, either long or short, and usually that's going to be retail positions as well, if not mistaken.
Yes,
which is interesting.
Yes, it's an aggregate of volume, position open, I believe, from a basket of retail brokers, meaning it's not black and white, but not institutional in any case, like big trades. We're not be using those brokers.
Yeah. Is it maybe also, to be honest, I don't know if it is a collection of those institutions or if actually maybe the collection of all the trades that people are tracking on their MyFX book, and maybe they have information of maybe how many people are long on the euro or short or whatever it may be, and somehow they managed to collect all that data into that.
We looked at that some time ago. I remember maybe it's over a year ago. I don't already, but we looked at it and it wasn't clear what is the sources and how they define and how they populate the data set that they use. But in any case, it is based on the numbers that they have from a specific number of brokers. So it's a snapshot, cross-sectional, you could say, snapshot of the market, but only it may or may not be representative of the whole market, because it's only a set of brokers. And usually it represents it well, but you gotta take that into account as well.
Okay. Basically, I think he just asked AI as well for the information. But in here, he's mentioned that you're long. I don't know who is he replying to. I don't know who got long on euro dollar. I'm not really sure what happened. Apparently, he was replying to someone. He was talking about a potential long position that someone took at 115.581. Whatever.
Yeah,
But
I'm
thank
not
you, Marcos,
sure.
for sharing. Thank you for sharing your read on the euro, and yes, it looks like that euro needed to make that move after kind of a quiet month so far. And we'll see if those are going to hold or not. We'll see. For sure, Vitor is going to take a look at euro in a bit for us. I'm to be honest, I'm kind of trying to multitasking here, which is not really working that much because I'm trying to listen also to Christina Lagarde. She's speaking right now. But to be honest, I'm not really managing to pay any attention to what she's saying because I'm paying attention to what Victor is saying in here. The priorities.
I was checking if Marco was referring to me because I did take a long yesterday, but that was not today's liquidity sweep. That was yesterday's rate of that low we had during London session, but it wasn't. So he's not referring to me. I don't know. But thank you for your comments, Marco. It's great. I really appreciate that you're sharing with us these informations. I think it's good. We learn from observing others as well. So someone could be watching today and saying, "Wait, I wanna let me look at how Marco built his case, either long or short, for whatever he's saying." You may not agree with him, but in case you think a specific commentary is useful and valuable and insightful, you could look at the sources as Marco did by he mentioned IG, I think, sentiment indicator, and you could be looking, you copy the same process and get exactly IG client sentiment trading view. You can look at do something similar to build your case as well. It could be one indicator or a filter, or some one thing in your checklist. You say when the indicator is very high, or at least is not contradicting my position or my setup, I'm gonna take the trade. Just an idea. But it's thank you, Marco. All right. We are getting.
Peter is asking a nice question in here. 1 second, because Peter is asking a good question on our analysis on the Dow. Because then he's asking in which time frame is best for reversal confirmations when then looking for the quasi. Is it when MU, M3, M5? Like which time frame would be the ideal?
All right.
For that,
ideal is a bit. It depends on
exactly
everything. Yeah, ideal. There isn't one ideal because it depends on the rest of the parameters and the rest of the choices you make in your system, and what type of stops you want to be using. If you want to be tied, what type of risk reward profile you want to be using. Are you making it quite wide? Does your trigger need to be very specific, or can it be a bit more lenient, flexible, all of that? So there is no really optimal. The optimal is the one that your data tells you that is the case. So ideally what you want to do is try out all the different things that you can come up with in terms of either the time frames, the trigger, the structures, whatever it is, and just measure each one of them. How good are they in the application that you're using them for, right? For example, if you're using a trigger to get into the trade, that's what triggers are for. How good is it getting you in the trade right at the moment where the market is reversing, and how good is it in not getting you in when the market is not signaling that it's not going to reverse? Because that's the quality, the performance of your system depends on the quality of the performance of the trigger. If everything is done well, but the trigger is a lousy one, and it signals when the market isn't really doing anything yet, and it keeps on going and stops you out, obviously that's not good. So the best thing is to measure it. But let's take a look at Peter. Peter has some good questions yesterday too. Peter, thank you for being so active in our in our stream. We really appreciate that, and I think the audience, the rest of the audience, appreciate that as well. Right. So what I would do is, if I look at the H4, I already indicated that there is if the market is going to reverse, then it's going to use this order block. That's the assumption that I make. It needs to at least touch it first. It can squeeze it, so go higher, but not close above it, right? These are just rules that they are arbitrary, but they're based on something. Obviously, they're not, random rules either. So keep that into your mind. However, the order block is quite wide, as you can see. So that's why we use other structures like the H1, H2 to indicate, to refine that area further. If it is going to do what I expect it to do, then it has to make sense on ideally, it doesn't do that all the time, but ideally it makes sense also on other time frame, right? And the ones that are more relevant in the hourlies around the H4, if you're going to be refining, you got to be using something smaller. So you can't be using an H8 to refine an H4, right? You got to be something a little bit smaller and without going into the minutes. So basically you're left with not a lot of options. So you can use an H1 or an H2 or both of them. You can do whatever you think is useful. Just measure it and see if that helps. I use the H2 and H1 when I have these overlaps. That's when I have a setup. So the setup is this. Now the question of Peter, let me put that back on. Where's Peter with the good question? I can't find Peter, but
it's the same cover as Mark. Is this one? Is this one?
Okay. Yes. All right. So what I would then do is I would go to what I've seen is this does not. Okay. Let me ask it first. Does this look? If you go to the 5 minute, does this convince you that the market is getting ready for a reversal? I ask this to every one of you. Watch this on this time frame or any time frame. Do you see that the sellers are coming in and succeeding at it? So they're coming in. I see a little bit with that little wick, right? I see that little that little beautiful. That's only on the 3 minute. That beautiful pin bar there, doji body, but are they succeeding at it? So far, not really, right? So as you can see, right, they're not. That's what I see, right? So you can see there's a little compression here, and it's breaking out to the upside, basically something like so, right? That's what I see. That's the pattern that I see, right? It's a breakout pattern, and so long as that is holding ground, this is bullish, right? We came from below, and the market seems to be getting ready for the next leg. Nothing here tells us that it's getting ready for a reversal, so nothing to be done. In any case, it hasn't reached the area yet that is relevant for this trade. So, but coming back to the question, Peter, I wouldn't. There is no ideal time frame to get the trigger, because that was what the question was about, right? Is the 1 minute better than the 5 minute, or is the 3 minute better? Which one is optimal? I use all of them. I use the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 5. And you could use even more. There's nothing special about them. But in the case of the the low minutes, because they're so small, right? I use quasis as well, right, for my entry, right? So I need to have this, and I want to be getting in on the maybe something like that. If that is the case, then I want to be getting in with something like that, putting my stop above the head of the quasi, getting in whenever I get my signal after the move, and then targeting. You're not going to be targeting the low of the quasi, which is the typical area that makes sense to target in a quasi, but the quasi is just the trigger, But you can use different, right? It doesn't have to be a quasi. You can use double top, you can use chart pattern, you can use candlestick combination. But if you use candlestick combination, you would then be using a different time frame though, because quasis, they require a lot of, not a lot, but a lot more than just a few candles to create a quasi. So it's a good trigger to have it on the very low time frames. But if you're using, let's say, a pin bar, right, which is not great as a trigger, but I mean it can certainly work. A 1 minute pin bar is not relevant enough to be a trigger on a hourly setup. Just one candle on the 1 minute, you get the point that that's gonna be just noise. It's not great. It's not very selective. So if you're gonna be using like the less candles you use for the trigger, the higher the time frame needs to be. Maybe you want to go to the 15 minutes, or maybe even, I don't know, 20 minutes. So, but if you are using a pattern that requires a lot more candles to form, then it's okay to be using, let's say, a 1 minute or a 2 or even a 5 minutes. A pattern, let's say a quasi, or the typical head and shoulder as well. If you don't know how to use the quasi yet, then sure, go ahead and use a normal head and shoulder. I hope that answers the question, Peter. And for everyone else who is watching, we have Pepperoni in the house, coming straight to you. Pepperoni, I like pepperoni, by the way. Yes, I like pepperoni pizza, but as well, I like pepperoni. I like you, my friend. No worries. Do you mind telling your win rate? Sure, I don't mind that. My win rate is quite low. I like to have my stops as tight as possible, meaning, and that's how I developed. All traders, we go through a journey, and in that journey, you're formed, so to speak. And my formation as a trader is that I gravitated towards this profile. It may not be for everyone, and actually I'm pretty sure it is not good for most people, having a tight stop, because it's going to stop you out way too many to be comfortable for most people. But I don't know, that's how I thrive. So my win rate is quite low. It's around 30 on a good month, on a good run, which may be a couple of weeks, it can run up to 40 plus. But that's not the average. The average is more between 30 and 35%. And sometimes I have these moments where it doesn't seem to work, as it's not as effective, my system, and it goes to even below 30. Happens, not all the time, but it does happen with some frequency. So, but I would say it's around 30 to 35%. But on the flip side, my average my risk reward ratio is, relatively high compared to other traders. So I like to have it that way, but that's how it is. So a little bit higher than 30%. That's my win rate. All right. Do we have Margarita, or do we have someone else?
We have Razor asking for GJ.
Razor, yes.
Razor.
Yeah, can you please check GJ at 50-minute time frame? Is that a valid quasi? Let's take a look. Valid for me, right? That's
just before we continue, let's just say to Marcos, because Marcos, we appreciate your comments. Okay, I think you're actually sharing valuable information with everyone in the comments. Of course, it's up to them then to go check out those resources that you share, if they eventually want to start using them, to maybe can help with some edge. Because also when you do get access to all that information, it's interesting to then go back into the past and see okay, when maybe the retailers were positioned or heavy position in one side, how did the market actually reacted around that time? Like, maybe we can start creating a bias or kind of a position or setup that eventually can end up into your own strategy, or a strategy that you can develop using that information. But thank you, Marcos. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. No worries. We are not spamming at all with your comments in here. And then just one last comment, because we are seeing in here we have the Death and Eyes Gamers. He's sharing kind of interesting comments every now and then. In here he said no money, no problem. Before I think he said managing, what was the comment? Accept the pain zone. Like, I'm not really sure like what's the context in here, but it's an interesting comment that is living behind. I don't know if it is a clue for something. We are trying to create a puzzle out of this scenario, but thank you for your comments.
No money, no problem. Yes.
There you go. No problem and no account, no problem. There you go.
I suppose that holds true for money problems. If you don't have money, you wouldn't have money problems. As in, but that's even in my mind, that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I think it's in this world, without putting the spotlight on you, my friend. Thank you for posting. We appreciate that. We want to stimulate posting and engaging us as much as possible. I don't know. It's depends on what makes you happy.
We need more. If this by any chance is like there's a end game like on this, like if there's something that you're trying to eventually say, okay, this is the reason why, just keep on posting. Maybe this is a puzzle. Maybe this is a how do you call it? A labyrinth. I forget the name in English now. A maze.
Riddle.
A riddle. Yeah, riddle, exactly. Riddle to get somewhere. We'll find out. Don't lose the next episodes. Yeah, so back to GJ.
Yeah, well, I would say no money, no problem. Before we go back to GJ, in this day and age, money is necessary. It's how it is, and there's a lot of problems if you don't have enough. And now the question is, what is enough? Obviously. At a certain point, it doesn't really matter anymore. You don't have to have, certain point, you just have to have enough and a little bit extra. But certainly not having any seems to be very problematic to me. But let's go back. Maybe the viewer has a different interpretation for what he, different meaning behind what he said. GJ, let me double check so you have one order block here, which is this one. That one has been invalidated already, but for all transparency, I'm going to be using it, and you can see here how the order block would have worked. The quasi, would have worked perfectly. Look at that. That's the neckline. That's left shoulder, head, breaks off the neckline, goes all the way down, comes back, has an initial reaction to this order block. This is the H4. I know the question was on the 15-minute, but we're going to go there. We had some reaction from it. Eventually, it was broken. And on the second order block, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful reaction. And this is the target based on the quasi. And boom, right? That's the beauty of it. That's exactly how I trade, right? As soon as it gets to the order block, I start in here. This is the H4. I'm not taking my trade on the H4. I get my entry. Once it gets in, I look for my entry and see if it triggers or not. And I get in and target the bottom of the structure. Beautiful, beautiful. This is a Picasso great. Great.
That was a great move. I miss it. That was a great move.
I'm not trading GJ, so I will miss it all the time because I'm not watching. But that's the H4. All right. So the daily, what we see is that the market this is after the break of the gap that hasn't been closed yet. Right. That is when I believe the prime minister was resigned or was replaced. And so that hasn't closed yet, and I remember a lot of people were, betting on the close of the gap, and I don't know if they're still in the trade. I have no way of knowing, but if not, you can see how long these gaps can take sometimes to close. So be mindful of that when you're trading gaps. Okay, so what we can see is that the market is still hasn't come back. It is a breakout. Look at all these high that has been breaking out. It's holding up quite nicely. This line, basically you can draw a line around here. You can see how it was support or was resistance first, right? Reacted upon and then broke, and now it is a support, right? Price comes back into it, leaves a wick, not once but twice. That indicates buying power, buyers defending that line. That becomes a support. That's just one thing. So it tells you that we're on the side of the market, or in terms of price, where it is perceived as bullish, right? As the buyers being in control. That's one thing. However, there are two structures here we had a nice reaction to, which was actually may or may not be yes, that is actually the quasi that it reacted upon. And we have another one, but okay, so we're not there yet, so it doesn't help us. Yeah. So on the H4, there was a beautiful quasi that I had no choice than to check it out, because automatically I see a quasi, I wanna measure it, I wanna put the fib on it, I wanna drag it and see if it would have been a good setup or not. So that's one thing, but it's already finished. But the fact that it came here, it's finished. However, the quasi can have multiple right shoulders. So yes, the Quasimodo can look even more asymmetrical, right? So this would be the left shoulder, that the head right there. If only I can get things to work. All right. And that would be the right shoulder. However, because the quasi completed the structure, there is still a chance that if this quasi, let me put it this way, if this quasi, what is a quasi for, what kind of pattern is it, right? If this is concluded, what does it tell you? What does it tell us, right? A quasi is a reversal pattern. So it tells us if it's completed, it tells us that the market wants to reverse, right? Reverse from the initial direction, which was bullish, right? So, and it finished, yes, it went up, but the fact that it completed the reversal pattern tells you, the likelihood of a reversal is quite high. Now, I don't use it as such to trade. Once it's the pattern is finished, that's where I take my TP and I walk away. But the pattern in itself is an indication that the market likely is going to reverse and continue in the same direction. Maybe not in a straight line, although sometimes it does that, but it could come back and react to something it left behind, and then creating that kind of a pattern, because that's the reversal, that's the follow through in the future. If that's the result of the reversal, right? It's going to continue to go lower, zigzag up and down, but with a certain direction. So I'm still looking for price. And now in this case, it didn't leave much. Let me clean this up a little bit. It didn't leave many order blocks, and you can break this down into an even smaller quasi. Let's see. Yeah, this is. Let me double check this. Yep, these are not. Well, it doesn't matter. The quasi would be then this. Right. So break of that neckline. That's the neckline. It broke it. Does not matter if where the neckline was. In this case, it broke all of them. And if you look from the head to this internal quasi, from the head to the lowest point of the pattern, there is, with the 50% retracement, there's only one place there that is interesting, and even that one is a bit dubious because it doesn't have a lot of body. So I need to go check if it's visible as well on other price feed. Let's do that. So I'm gonna check. Let me check Pepperstone. Perhaps no. Let me check this one. It is visible. See that? I'm gonna check a few more. CMC. It is visible. It is there. There's actually another one there, but that's not gonna follow that. So it is visible on all the time frames that I see it. So I'm gonna assume it's visible on the majority of them. So I'm gonna go back to Luanda, where the one that I use. So I then assume that this is a valid quasi within that quasi. Within this is a valid internal entry order block on the quasi from the internal one within a bigger quasi, as I indicated first. So this is an area that I'm interested in watching and seeing if the market is able to reverse from and to catch the bigger reversal, the follow through that may happen. We don't know that for sure, but you're just positioning yourself at the best place. If it is going to do that, this is the place you want to be catching that move. All right, so let's go to the lower time frame. It was on the 15-minute, right? That our friend wanted. If you look on this leg from here to there, right, and there isn't anything to the left from the place we are to indicate that market are likely to change and reverse, go south. It can still happen, but you want to be putting yourself in the best probability areas, right? So the only such area that I see right now is this one, which is much higher. On the H2, I do see an outside bar here, which is nice, which is the reason why we're consolidating here. I like that. It's not according to how I trade, but I still like it. That's what these are the kind of things you want to be looking, right? The market left a little cue there. It's like breadcrumbs that are left behind to indicate, there are signs there. If you investigate, if you read the market, you will see. That's why we're creating this. I'm not too convinced. I want to see something on the H4. Hasn't done yet, but there I can understand why the market is reacting right there. And obviously it's going to be visible from the H1 as well. There are multiple areas here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't think this time frame is the adequate one to use. All right, so I do see an H1 order outside bar here. That looks nice. It does have some confluence with the H2, even though I don't think it's going to be enough to push price much lower. It can be enough for price to push back maybe somewhat before continuing higher. So yeah, I think that's a great area. It doesn't doesn't have the alignment that I need, but I do like this H1 order block. So let's go to the 15, to the actual question. Who was the person who asked the question? It wasn't Peter. It wasn't Peter Parker. Who was it?
Which question?
The quasi on the 15-minute.
Razor.
There you go. Razor. Yes. Very sharp of you, my friend. Okay, so this is a valid one. Yes, valid one. Left shoulder, neckline, head. The problem that I have though is that I don't see on the same time frame anything in between. To me, that pin bar is not enough. This candle here is not enough for me to consider it an area to short from. So at least on the 50-minute, it's a valid quasi, but it's not useful because there are no, I can't identify any structure. So I would have to use other time frames, and the 5-minute doesn't help me either. So basically, I'm left with a razor that is not sharp. I can't use it. So the quasi does not have an entry order block to trade from. So there isn't anything here I can use. So that leaves me, what can I say? I can check on other time frames, but got 1, 2, and 3. So okay, so this area does make sense to me. This would be on the 3-minute, but it's only one time frame, and the 3-minute. This one has already been invalidated. This one as well, and this is the only one. So the reaction in here, right? If you see something and price action as it interacted before and without invalidating it, that indicates to you, right? I'm deliberately doing it like so, like that. If it indicated to you that the sellers took control there, then this quasi makes sense to you and would to me as well. I know I phrased that a little bit cryptic, but that's with intention. All right, so it's only the 3-minute. It's good. I would be, shorting it from there, or whenever I saw the and putting up, in this case, because we had a squeeze, I'll put it up above it and target at least this low or something in. There isn't anything here. Let me check if there's anything. No, there isn't. So I would target. I don't know if I should target that much, but that would be the next structure for me to target. Yeah, I would target that. But it's it will depend on the ATR. And let's check the ATR. What is the ATR telling us right now? It is 145. And what are we doing today? Remember, guys, to 227. Oh, so now this trade becomes quite more interesting. Now that you add this overextension, but I believe there was some news today from Japan. Let me double check that, because if that's the case,
and there was the Bank of Japan.
There was. That makes a lot of sense.
Overnight.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be. You got to be a little careful here, because it's not overextended. If there was an actual reason for the market to have a much bigger range. So there was a policy rate decision. Yes, I see that now. It left unchanged, but still, that means the extension that we're seeing, or the range that we're seeing, shouldn't be, easily considered to be. So what is it? 140. So we got about 75x or so. It's at 150%. I think that's normal for a central bank rate decision day, right? So it's not overextended, in my opinion. So that means that no, if today wasn't there wasn't any interest rate decision announced, and it was 150% ATR, then I would consider it an overextension, and this would make it a lot more interesting. But right here, I don't think it is. I wouldn't be shorting it because of that reason. I would see I would see it as a risk, because the reaction from the news was to the upside, and we know how strong these moves can be. And I wouldn't be, going on an H4 H4 order block, which isn't. Is this a quasi? Let me double check that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is an enter the block, but still, it's just H2. H4 is not confirming. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable taking that trade. I don't have the stats on GJ, because I don't trade GJ, but I would be a bit careful trading, against that move. 150% ATR does not impress me on central bank rate decision. So I would, the likelihood that it would eventually push through it are quite considerable. You can still trade it, but I'm afraid, the chances that this will happen is quite present. so that eventually the three, and you only have it on the 3 minute. That's another thing. On the 50 minute, you didn't have a quasi. On the 5, you didn't have a quasi. You want to have at least on the 5 minute as well, plus some other minutes, right? You're gonna see it on multiple time frame, and it's only on the 3, which is kind of weak. So I hope everything that I just touched upon, it helps you in your consideration. So far it looks beautiful though, if you did take the trade, but I'm a bit concerned about it's a little bit atypical, let me put it that way. Doesn't have everything that I need. All right, let's check the chat.
I think you mentioned that he's already in the short, by the way.
Oh, nice. Good for you. Don't want to be jinxing you. Don't want to be, putting if you're already in, then you made your choice, then, do follow your plan, not listen to me. Just consider what I said, but follow your plan. And, already in, so you don't need me. Razor. Okay, so you already took it based on the 50 minute. Nice, good one. You took forever going to 50 minutes. Yes, I'm guilty as charged. They have told me this before. No offense. Following proper risk management, that's the way to go. Yes, regardless of what I said, if you're following your plan, if you know what you're doing, and even if I took forever to get to the 15 minutes, following your plan, that's the only thing that matters. Win or lose, you should follow your plan all the time, every day, on each occasion. Someone wants us to check for pound dollar. Maybe you can take a look at that, Pedro.
Yeah, I can take a look at that.
Or not.
Seconds.
It's up to you.
Yeah, okay. I can take a look. Thank you.
Quasi is cool. Yes, it is. It is.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Who says otherwise is not welcomed in the live stream, by the way.
You're gonna earn an immediate ban whenever you criticize the quasi.
Yeah, pound dollar. We kind of talked a little bit with Jonatan. I think there was a high probability that eventually these two lows that were created a few months ago, eventually they'll be taken. And I think since we created this top, I've been looking bearish on the pound. Unfortunately, I didn't really manage. I remember my trade from there. I didn't really manage to catch anything else in here on the way down. And now, what can you expect? This may have started to open the door eventually for price to go way further down, or at least maybe come back into something somewhere around this level. On the pound. Now, as normal, usually after we take such an important structure, usually price tends to bounce a little bit, because you can imagine that there are many people trying to still buy. Look at the way they trick us by still respecting a little bit this level yesterday with the interest rate decision from the Fed, attracting people to buy in here, and all of a sudden, of course, everyone gets a little bit exposed. Their stop losses get hit, and many people now are going to be thinking about potentially breakout setup as well, because this is such an important level of structure that many people look at this break and think of something like this. So this is where going to be a little bit of a battle. So the people that were still trying to buy it around this level, they get a little bit under pressure. Maybe some of them got their stop loss hit now, and maybe they are still trying to defend their own longs, while other people are going to start looking at this one as a clear break of structure. Well, it depends if you are waiting for the closing of the candle or not. So maybe the way price closes today maybe matters for some, but maybe some are going to be looking for shorts. I actually like where price bounced or created this low. That is something that you can also, more of a short opportunity setup is try to find underneath these lows which levels maybe they were still a little bit fresh on the left. I like the fact that we had this previous supply that price basically ignored on the way up, so that maybe comes into a potential demand. And in the reality is that we also had this a little bit bit of beautiful demand zone that this low didn't really catch, and that's basically where price is reacting right now. But usually these are just levels where price bounces a little bit before then continues. But for a lower time frame, sometimes if you want to look for something when you don't have massive highs or lows that are visible, try to find just underneath or above. It depends if it is a top or a bottom, which if there is a small fresh level that maybe price can bounce, it can be maybe previous level supply that price should have respected and didn't, or maybe a little bit of some support and resistance as well around there. But this is a nice demand zone. We are talking even not 30 minutes, so it's not that small of a time frame. So that's where we bounced. Today, eventually, I'm expecting. I'm bearish on the pound. I'm still bearish in here. So what we'll need to see, of course, we'll need to see at least some break of structure to even consider anything of looking for a long, at least a higher time frame long position at around these levels. You can see price is already reacting from this supply. It's basically the last supply level that managed to break finally this structure, but even this structure here can still be important. So I'm away. I mean, I'm on the waiting side at this point. I'm sitting on my hands on the pound dollar. I'm waiting to see what opportunities we are going to have in here. Another reason that for me I think price could eventually continue now to move to downside is because I like the way price respected this top. Okay, this is a clear double top in a really good level in a higher time frame. As you can see, price came back into this higher time frame level after this making this big massive move to the downside, even managed to break structure. So this could eventually be a continuation in here after price finally breaks away from this range at around this level. So I like the fact that price respected at about top in there, now finally break structure. I don't really, for example, if this top hasn't really happened yet and you had this, maybe price would need to retrace back to this level, create kind of that quasi-model level, and eventually go like this. But we already have the reaction from this level, so maybe price could just accumulate a little bit and maybe just resume the move to the downside on the pound. That's a little bit what I'm expecting at this point. So I wouldn't be jumping in longs straight away. I think price eventually can still squeeze and continue to move down. You can maybe take a look at a little bit of the dollar index, what it's doing as well, if there's any kind of correlation in there as well or not. If the dollar does want to go higher a little bit, maybe the pound can go a little bit more to downside as well. So that's just a little bit of the perspective on the higher time frame, which buys I'm expecting to go towards 2. Then maybe in the future, maybe we can look into the lower time frame to see what kind of opportunities we can find. I think we just reach also the 3 p.m. on my time, so I think the live stream is close to an end. I believe so. But that's my take. That's my take on the pound.
I wanna say something before we close the stream, because we are already over time, and that something is gonna take forever. So get your water ready, Pedro. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm ready.
So today on pound dollar, thank you for the analysis, by the way, Pedro. Good stuff. There is today is quite important, I think, obviously, because not for the only reason, because this swing low is being retested, right? You can see here how it is, possibly taking liquidity. Those liquidity sweep traders out there are getting ready for that push, coming back and then moving the other way, looking for those fair value gaps and whatnot. That's great. But another thing that I think is important to point out is that we have a beautiful quasi on the daily time frame, quite large, right, time frame, which is that is now at its last order block. If today closes below this swing point, right, you can check what time it is and check, what level that is, and check what today's close will be. It has the chance of being invalidated, and that has its ramifications for the coming sessions. If it gets broken, the probability of the price going lower becomes increasingly higher. Okay, whatever your trade, whatever strategy you follow, if today closes below that level, that tells you that it may not happen right away. It may still go up. but eventually the likelihood that price will be going, in the near term, not talking about in a year from now, but in the near term, will go lower has changed, because that's a significant change. And the opposite is also true. This is the last order block, the last entry order block bullish on this quasi, meaning this is the place. If the market had, was going to have a push, right? Not going lower, but have a push and reversal, and at least go to the midpoint, and perhaps even going higher. This is the moment for the buyers. This is their last chance, so to speak, for the buyers to come in and defend that structure. And if they do, and it could take a couple of days for us to get conclusion on that, but if they close above the level today, that's a first good sign. And if they keep on building that in the upcoming days, and you can go to the H4 and see perhaps quasis forming there, or whatever the tools that you use to get into your trade, that could be a very beautiful trade, because we are at the bottom of a quite nice, quite large, from the 137, almost 38 to 31 and a half. So what is that? That's like what, 700 pips of a range. So that's huge opportunity right there. So I just wanted to point that out, that there could be a nice trade coming up. Personally, I'm still waiting for the market to reverse. It's not reversing. The market is still bearish. It's not coming back. The price action is still telling us that it's weak. And as long as that keeps on doing it, it's going to keep on going lower and eventually close there. So we'll have to see if there is a reversal in the cards for GU or not. But I'm very keen on catching that reversal if it aligns and if it triggers completely. Any last words, Pedro, before we? I was going to call you Peter Parker, but no, Pedro. Before we end.
I think it's everything. Later on, we're going to still have another session on the Portuguese live streams and with another guest. So it's going to be another giveaway as well that we're going to do. In there, I think it's going to be about daily bias and something else, to be honest. But yeah, that's going to be in 2 hours, more or less. Aside from that, happy Halloween for everyone. I hope you guys have a great weekend. And that's basically it.
Awesome. On that note, take care, guys. Remember, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are aiming for 100K subscribers by the end of this year. But in the interim, 90,000 is just around the corner, and we will be celebrating and giving away accounts just as we did today. Today we gave 10 accounts totally free for you to put there your skills to the test and have a chance at your payouts. So like and subscribe, and see you again. Today's Thursday, so see you again on Monday or on the Portuguese channel with our friend here, Pedro. So take care and see you soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye, guys.